I don't want to inherit $1 trillion fortune. No way. If I don't work hard, I'll have to go back and inherit $1 trillion fortune. As the heir to a top-tier wealthy family, Chen Ping was deeply troubled by this. Conquering women with money and taking revenge on those who once humiliated him, what a thrill. Chapter 1, I don't want to inherit. Jiangxi People's Hospital. Move. Move. Chen Ping rushed into the hospital, carrying an unconscious little girl in his arms, shouting hoarsely, "Doctor! Doctor! Please save my daughter." A few nurses and doctors ran out, hurriedly taking the child from his arms and carrying her into the emergency room. "You can't go in." A female nurse, dressed in a sky blue uniform and wearing a mask, blocked Chen Ping as he tried to follow. At that moment, the sharp clicking of high heels against the tiled floor came from behind, the sound striking his heart like a drumbeat. "Chen Ping!" A sharp, angry voice rang out. Slap! A crisp slap landed firmly on Chen Ping's face. In front of him stood Jiang Wan, her face filled with anger, her beautiful eyes welling with tears. "If anything happens to my daughter, I won't let you off." Her voice was icy, laced with overwhelming fury. This scene startled many patients and their families in the hospital. Chen Ping lowered his head in shame, not even attempting to explain himself. HMPH. Jiang Wan snorted coldly, her expression filled with discontent and disdain, something even an outsider could see. Chen Ping, like a child who had made a mistake, stood silently to the side, head bowed, not daring to speak. He could only sneak a few glances at the woman 2 or 3 meters away, his wife. A woman with whom he had already signed divorce papers, ready to finalize the separation at any moment. Jiang Wan was stunning, with exquisite features, a tall and curvy figure, well-educated and well-mannered. She had once been the campus belle, yet she had unexpectedly fallen for Chen Ping, marrying him in a flash. Soon after, they had their daughter, Chen Millie. However, their married life was far from smooth. Chen Ping struggled with his career, his business failed, and their daughter was born with congenital heart disease, draining all their savings. Now, he made a living delivering food. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan was the deputy general manager of the marketing department at a publicly listed company. Her parents were both in the government system, her father a department head, her mother a retired teacher. In the Jiang family, Chen Ping had an extremely low status. Over the past 2 years, he had become almost invisible. Because of him, Jiang Wan frequently clashed with her family. Her parents refused to offer any financial support. They had made it clear, unless they got divorced, they wouldn't provide a cent for their granddaughter's treatment. And after the divorce, the child had to belong to the Jiang family. This issue had dragged on for a year. The emergency room doors swung open, and Chen Ping saw his daughter being wheeled out. He instinctively wanted to rush over, but Jiang Wan had already run past him. He hesitated for a moment, stopping in his tracks, watching from a distance as his beloved daughter lay there. Little Millie reached out her small, pale hand, her big eyes shining like black gemstones behind the oxygen mask. She murmured weakly, "Daddy." Chen Ping walked over, gently holding his daughter's cold little hand. He carefully brushed aside her hair and smiled softly. "Daddy is here." "Mommy, don't fight with Daddy. It's my fault. I wanted Daddy to take me to the amusement park." Millie, only 3 years old, spoke in a weak voice, trying to take the blame for her father. Jiang Wan smiled slightly and nodded. "All right, Mommy will listen to Millie. I won't argue with Daddy." "Chen Ping, pay the hospitalization fee." A cold voice interrupted his moment with his daughter. Chen Ping glanced at Jiang Wan, but she merely cast him a frosty look before following their daughter into the hospital room. He hurried to the hospital payment counter and pulled out his bank card. "Sorry, there's no money in your account," the nurse said indifferently, barely glancing at him. "Oh, it's Chen Ping," she thought. A penniless loser who always made his wife pay for medical expenses. He could easily ask his in-laws for money, but he refused out of sheer stubbornness. A man who valued his pride over his child's life. Pathetic. "No money." Chen Ping's face turned pale. His expression twisted in distress, and he bent forward humbly, pleading, "Nurse, could you give me a few days?" The nurse shot him a mocking glance and sneered, "No money? Ask your wife. You're living off her anyway." "You." Chen Ping's face darkened. The nurse folded her arms, huffed, and scoffed. If you don't pay by tomorrow, we'll process the discharge paperwork. She then turned her back on him, unwilling to waste another word on such a man. Is being poor a crime? Chen Ping clenched his fists in frustration. Just as he turned around, he saw Jiang Wan standing behind him, her elegant but frosty face filled with resentment. Wan, don't worry. I'll find the money. Chen Ping forced out a bitter smile. All of their savings had been exhausted. Tears welled in Jiang Wan's eyes as she clenched her fists tightly. Chen Ping, if you're still a man, go ask my parents. Chen Ping was stunned, his words stuck in his throat. Heh. Jiang Wan wiped her tears away and laughed bitterly. I knew it. You're always like this. Is your pride more important than Mili's life? Seeing through him completely, Jiang Wan turned away, leaving him with a cold, unyielding back. With a helpless sigh, Chen Ping's phone buzzed with an order notification. He could only rush to his daughter's hospital room, say a few words, and then leave. Before he left, Jiang Wan delivered a final ultimatum. Chen Ping, my father's birthday is this weekend. If you don't want a divorce, beg my parents. No room for negotiation. Chen Ping knew this was Jiang Wan's last bit of patience with him. Just as he was about to exit the hospital, a smug male voice called out, Yo, isn't he this Chen Ping? Where are you rushing off to? Chen Ping looked up to see a handsome man standing before him, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, holding a fruit basket and a Peppa Pig plush toy. Cao Jun. Who let you come? Chen Ping's face darkened instantly. Cao Jun, his former best friend from university, now his worst enemy. Cao Jun also loved Jiang Wan. I invited him. Jiang Wan walked over, brushing past Chen Ping without a second glance. She even smiled apologetically at Cao Jun. Brother Cao, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Seeing Jiang Wan, the mockery on Cao Jun's face turned into a magnanimous smile. No worries. I'm Mili's uncle, after all. This is for her. I'll go pay the fees now. After speaking, he shot Chen Ping a look of contempt before walking away. Chen Ping clenched his fists tightly and asked Jiang Wan coldly, why borrow money from him? Do you have money? Or do you want Mili to be kicked out tomorrow? Jiang Wan's icy gaze cut straight through him. She then turned and caught up with Cao Jun, chatting and laughing with him. Chen Ping watched this scene, his eyes burning with humiliation. Money. 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 Everything was about money. Standing at the hospital entrance, he took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Then, he picked up his phone and made a call. The line connected. Young master, is that you? Young master, you finally called. The voice on the other end was trembling with excitement and age-worn sorrow, as if on the verge of tears. Chen Ping sighed helplessly. Old Xiao, I need money. Can you transfer me 100,000? Young master, what are you saying? Not just 100,000, even 10 billion, I can transfer to you immediately. Chapter 2, Who said I have no money? Chen Ping's expression became slightly unnatural, and he frowned a little. Su Lili, seeing Chen Ping in his food delivery uniform looking all shabby, pointed at the door and said, Get out right now. We don't allow delivery people in here. I'm not here to deliver food, Chen Ping explained. Su Lili flicked her bangs, crossed her arms, and said coldly, I've heard that excuse a million times. Every delivery guy who sneaks in says they are not delivering food. Do you think this is funny? I'm serious. I'm here to see Xiao Fugue. Feeling a little frustrated, Chen Ping was about to step inside. Are you fucking stupid? Didn't you hear what I just said? Su Lili was furious. It was the first time she had encountered such a shameless delivery guy. He wasn't allowed in, yet he insisted on barging in. At that moment, a department manager overheard the commotion and walked out with a displeased expression. What's going on? Manager Song, this idiot delivery guy is trying to force his way into our company. Su Lili pointed at Chen Ping in disgust. I'll call security right now to throw him out. Manager Song frowned, glanced at Chen Ping, and said sternly, Our company does not allow delivery personnel inside. Please leave. Though Manager Song spoke somewhat politely, his attitude wasn't exactly friendly either. After all, he was a department manager at a Fortune 500 company. Speaking to a lowly delivery guy in this manner was already considered quite courteous. Seeing Chen Ping still standing there in a daze, Su Lili, eager to show off, stepped forward, pointed at his face, and shouted, "Did you hear that? Get out!" Chen Ping was annoyed. What was wrong with this woman? Had she eaten gunpowder or was she on her period? Did she even realize that this company belonged to him? A mere watchdog barking at its master. Ridiculous. I already said, I'm not a delivery guy. I'm here to see Xiao Fugue, Chen Ping said coldly. Xiao Fugue? Manager Song was momentarily stunned before looking at Chen Ping in surprise. Then he suddenly chuckled, "You're here to see our chairman. Xiao Fugue is your chairman." Chen Ping was taken aback. That old man used to be just a secretary. How did he sneak his way up to becoming the chairman? No wonder he had the guts to negotiate conditions with me now. No way, when I see him later, I definitely can't back down. I, Chen Ping, will never inherit the family business. I just want to take the money and leave. Manager Song looked at him in disbelief, then shook his head with a mocking smile. You don't even know that Chairman Xiao is our boss, and you're saying you came to see him? Do you have an appointment? Manager, stop joking. A loser like him making an appointment. Su Lili sneered, curling her lips in disdain. Enough, Lily. Call security, Manager Song waved impatiently. Yes, manager, Su Lili responded sweetly and immediately grabbed the front desk phone to call the security department. Manager Song was about to leave when suddenly a voice rang out from the reception area. Xiao Fugue, get down here right now. Your front desk 1T let me in. If I don't see you in 3 minutes, I'm leaving. Both of them turned their heads in shock, only to see Chen Ping casually hanging up his phone, looking relaxed as he surveyed the company. Su Lili's smirk widened in contempt. Idiot. Plain pretend. No wonder you're just a delivery guy. She held off on calling security, instead secretly snapping a picture of Chen Ping and posting it on her social media with the caption. Disgusting. Just ran into an idiot delivery guy. About to have security throw him out. Manager Song also frowned, glanced at Su Lili, who immediately got the hint, and signaled an okay before dialing security. Hey, come to the front desk and take out the trash. After hanging up, Su Lili sat at the front desk, touching up her makeup, completely ignoring Chen Ping. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of Xingding Group, Chairman Xiao Fugue rushed out of the elevator with his secretary, running frantically. From a distance, he saw the young master waiting in the lobby. But then, his eyes widened in fury. 3 security guards were about to throw the young master out. That was the only heir to the family empire. Stop! Xiao Fugue roared. The 3 security guards, who were pushing Chen Ping out, froze when they heard the command. Turning their heads, they saw the chairman storming over with an enraged expression. Why was the chairman here? Snap! Standing at attention, salute. Good afternoon, chairman. The 3 security guards saluted in unison. Yet Xiao Fugue ignored them completely, rushing straight to Chen Ping with a bright, sunflower-like smile. Seeing the chairman, Su Lili panicked and ran over. She grew even angrier when she saw Chen Ping still standing there. Chairman, she greeted respectfully, then turned to glare at Chen Ping in disgust. Why are you still here? Get rid of him already. She was furious. How blind were these security guards? The chairman was here, yet they still let this trash stand in the front hall. What if he offended the chairman? However, Xiao Fugue's expression turned ice cold. He scolded sharply, "What do you think you're doing? This is our company's young master and future chairman. Who gave you the right to treat him this way? Why young master? Him. A mere delivery guy." Su Lili was dumbfounded. Furious, she blurted out, "Chairman, you must be mistaken. This idiot is the young master." "I'm not mistaken," Xiao Fugue replied coldly, already displeased with her attitude. What kind of tone was that? Was that how she spoke to the chairman? Realizing her mistake, Su Lili immediately bent down in apology. "I'm sorry, chairman, Manager Song had also run over by this time, his face filled with an ingratiating smile. "Chairman, what brings you here?" Seeing Chen Ping, he hadn't realized the situation and immediately scowled. "Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you?" No delivery people allowed. Get out. The words had barely left his mouth when he suddenly felt an icy, bone-chilling gaze upon him. Some idiots appear every year, but today, they seem to be in abundance. Shut up. Xiao Fugui snapped in fury. He is our young master. You're both fired. Chen Ping shook his head and sighed. People who look down on others, such a shame. Young master, please come this way, Xiao Fugui said, bowing slightly. This scene terrified Manager Song and Su Lili. Young master? He was really the young master. As they watched Chen Ping leave with the chairman, Manager Song rushed forward, pleading, Young master, I was blind. Please forgive me. Su Lili also ran over, her tone flattering, Young master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Chen Ping glanced at Xiao Fugui, who immediately ordered the security guards, What are you waiting for? Throw them out. From today onwards, they are banned from stepping foot in our company. Young master, please, we're sorry. Both Manager Song and Su Lili were dragged out by security. Chapter 3, You're fired. Cao Jun was stunned for a moment, his expression frozen. Then, in his astonished eyes, Chen Ping threw the plastic bag in his hand directly in front of him and Jiang Wan. Bang! The plastic bag exploded, 10 stacks of money scattered, and red banknotes fell into the eyes of the two. Cao Jun's eyes twisted, the corners of his mouth trembled slightly, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Jiang Wan's expression was even more surprised. She looked at the money thrown by Chen Ping in confusion, and then quickly became cold, with anger in her eyes. Where did Chen Ping get the money? He has money, why didn't he take it out earlier? He has to keep me here chatting and laughing with other men. Doesn't he know that this is tiring? Here is 100,000 yuan. I'll pay you back this amount plus the previous payments in one lump sum. Don't come here again. Chen Ping spoke coldly. Cao Jun did not take the money immediately. To be honest, in his eyes, this 100,000 yuan is dispensable and is really like giving alms to a beggar. Great, Chen Ping, you raised the money so quickly. I'm curious, who would lend you so much money all at once? Cao Jun said in a gloomy tone, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't leave just to wait for Chen Ping to come back and then mock him. By the way, let Jiang Wan see clearly how bad the man she chose is. But now, many of Cao Jun's words were stuck in his throat. That discomfort, like something stuck in his throat, made him restless. Does this have anything to do with you? Chen Ping replied coldly. Jiang Wan couldn't stand it anymore, so she stood up and accused him, Chen Ping, that's enough. Brother Cao has helped us so many times, what are you talking about now? Did I ask him to help? Don't you know who he did this for? Chen Ping retorted, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Jiang Wan was stunned. She naturally understood why Cao Jun was so sad about Mi Li. However, she couldn't hold back her pride when her husband accused her in front of her, so she said tenderly, Chen Ping, what do you mean? Chen Ping took a deep breath and calmed himself. Recently, Jiang Wan and I have been quarreling more and more often. Why aren't you leaving? Chen Ping turned the topic to Cao's army. Cao Jun chuckled twice, took the money, and ran out without saying goodbye. Jiang Wan glared at Chen Ping angrily, and then chased after him, Brother Cao, I'll take you there. It's quiet. Chen Ping sat in front of Mi Li's hospital bed, looking at his sleeping daughter, feeling very guilty. Mi Li, is it hard to be with Daddy? Daddy tells you, from now on, you are little princess. Chen Ping gently stroked his daughter's forehead, his eyes full of doting. Just at this moment, Jiang Wan came back and asked coldly, where did you get the money? Chen Ping replied without even looking up, borrowed. Who did you borrow it from? Rat. Jiang Wan breathed a sigh of relief. She had originally thought that Chen Ping had borrowed money from a loan shark. You've already asked him to borrow money many times. You can't trouble him every time. Return the money quickly. I heard that he's getting married soon. I know. I will pay him back when I have money. Chen Ping looked at Jiang Wan at this time. This woman is really beautiful. Even with her eyebrows slightly furrowed, she still has a special kind of beauty. I'm afraid she doesn't know it yet. Her once destitute and useless husband is now the heir to the wealthiest family in the world. It takes only a nod to make clouds and rain. Jiang Wan's eyes slowly turned cold. She glanced at her daughter on the hospital bed and said, Chen Ping, you can borrow it this time, but what about next time? Do you have to borrow money every time Mi Li is hospitalized? Chen Ping was so high-spirited and ambitious at that time. This is why Jiang Wan fell in love with this man. However, ever since his business failure, he has been in a slump and has become increasingly helpless. Chen Ping was angry. I know what's going on. Jiang Wan was silent for half a minute, then said, Chen Ping, even if you're not doing this for yourself, you should be thinking about Mi Li. It's my dad's birthday this week, come along and bow your head to my parents. Chen Ping said nothing, but clenched his fists. Seeing his silent appearance, Jiang Wan was very angry. She stamped her feet, picked up her bag and cursed, you will be such a coward for the rest of your life. Seeing Jiang Wan walk out angrily, Chen Ping sighed helplessly. Life without money and status is really fucked up. Father-in-law? Can you respect yourself? In the afternoon, Chen Ping had something urgent to do, so he asked the nurse to help look after Mi Li. Jiang Wan was busy at the company and went back early in the morning. Riding on his electric delivery bike and refreshing the order, Chen Ping started delivering food. An order from Intercontinental Hotel. Those who can come here to book a room are generally rich people. Suite 8808. Chen Ping knocked on the door. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Crunch. When the door opened, a woman with a nice figure came into view. She was wearing a belly-bearing camisole and black panties, with a red rose tattooed on her thigh, her hair loose, and delicate makeup. Hello, yours. Chen Ping handed over the takeaway with a smile, but stopped talking at the end. Shu Rong. Chen Ping. The woman opposite was Liu Hao's girlfriend, Shu Rong. At this moment, she stared at Chen Ping with surprise, with suspicion and anger flashing in the corners of her eyes. Rong, are you ready? I can't wait any longer. You even wore rabbit ears, hee hee. Inside the room, there was a middle-aged, vulgar male voice. Shu Rong glared at Chen Ping, took the takeaway rudely, and slammed the door. Chen Ping stood outside the door like an idiot, and it took him a long time to react. Grass. Why is Shu Rong here? Or is she checking into a hotel with another man? Should we tell Haozi about this? Half an hour later, Chen Ping met Shu Rong in the lobby downstairs. At this moment, she had changed into a black windbreaker, wearing high heels, and sat coldly opposite Chen Ping. He took out $300 from his wallet. Shu Rong pressed on the coffee table and said coldly, for you. Chen Ping looked at the 300 and sneered, bribe me. Shu Rong frowned, took out another 200, threw it down, and said coldly, 500, is that enough? It's 2 days' salary for you. Jump up. Chen Ping stood up, his face full of anger, and gritted his teeth and said, Shu Rong, are you doing this to Haozi? He fought so hard for you, and you're getting married at the end of the year. So what? Who said I will definitely marry him? Shu Rong sneered and lit a lady's cigarette, saying disdainfully, Chen Ping, you should take care of yourself. I am tired of you coming to Haozi to borrow money every time. You're a man, can you please have some dignity? No wonder your wife wants to divorce you, you piece of shit. After that, she stood up, crossed her arms, and looked at Chen Ping proudly. You are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today, otherwise, I will find someone to break your legs. After saying that, Shu Rong met the fat and big-eared middle-aged man who was waiting there. The two of them snuggled together and left the hotel. Chen Ping secretly clenched his fists, picked up the money on the table, and left the hotel. I must give the mouse a reminder. At this moment, Chen Ping's phone rang. After taking a look, I saw that it was the company manager Yang Wei calling. As soon as I picked up the phone, there was an almost roaring sound from the other end. Chen Ping, what the hell are you doing? Dozens of complaint calls. Did you send them to space? Send them back to me right now, pack up and get out. Yang Wei was extremely furious at this moment. In just half an hour, he received more than a dozen calls complaining about Chen Ping. This is going crazy. This piece of trash, does he still want to do this? Mr. Yan, don't be so mean to me. I'm done with this. I fire you. Fuck, what did you say? Chen Ping, you're such an idiot. Chen Ping hung up the phone directly. He was already angry. A small manager dares to be mean to me. In the past, Chen Ping endured it because of the pressure of life. It's different now. After all, he was forced to inherit the family property. As the heir to the world's largest consortium, can anyone yell at him? Chen Ping immediately took out his cell phone and called Xiao Fugui, saying, "Old Xiao, I want to buy back my company, is that okay?" Xiao Fugui said, "Master, you founded that company. Although you transferred it due to bankruptcy, if you want to buy it back, it's just a matter of a word." Chen Ping said calmly, "Okay, in 10 minutes, I will be their boss." 2 minutes later, Xiao Fugui sent a text message back, "Master, it's all right now. You are now the big boss of the Pao Pao Errands Takeout Company." Chen Ping nodded. Xiao Fugui acted quite quickly. Riding on the electric scooter, Chen Ping drove straight to the company. "Young Wei, wait for your dad. Look how daddy will cut you." The Pao Pao Tui food delivery company was founded by Chen Ping, but due to poor management, it went bankrupt and was transferred. Overnight, Chen Ping went from being a company boss to an employee. The former glory is gone, and there is only endless ridicule and indifference. Runners Limited. Yang Wei was in the hall at this moment, furious at the phone call that was hung up. "Fuck. This Chen Ping is simply courting death. I'm not going to fire you, and you're talking to me like this." The dozen or so employees nearby all lowered their heads and dared not speak, for fear of getting into trouble. At this moment, the company's door was pushed open. A middle-aged man walked in. Seeing this man, Yang Wei's face was instantly filled with a flattering smile. "Boss, you came without notifying me so that I could pick you up." The company's big boss, Tan Kawar. Boss Tan glanced at him and said, "Everyone, get ready to welcome the new boss." Yang Wei was stunned. "New boss?" Boss Tan said, "Someone spent 10 million to buy the company." Yang Wei asked cautiously, "Who is the new boss? Do we need to prepare anything?" Boss Tan frowned and said, "I don't know the new boss very well, everyone please be careful later." After that, dozens of employees followed Tan Kawar and stood at the company gate. Yang Wei said loudly and proudly, "Cheer up, the new boss will be here soon. If you perform well, you may be promoted and get a raise. This has something to do with your own wallets. When a villain succeeds, he only knows how to flatter others. It has something to do with him, what a dog." Several employees discussed quietly. They have been unhappy with Yang Wei for a long time. "I used to be a delivery man like them. However, this guy was shameless and servile enough to even get the position of manager." At this moment, a black Bentley slowly stopped at the entrance of the company. Xiao Fugui thought about it and decided to come over and take a look himself, hoping that he could help the young master solve some of his problems. In this case, the young master might go home happy. Yang Wei stood behind Tan Kawar, rubbing his hands excitedly, his face full of anticipation. Here it comes. He knew that once the new boss arrived, his chance to show his abilities would also come. Just at this moment, Chen Ping drove his electric car and stopped in front of the Bentley. The moment he saw Chen Ping, Yang Wei was trembling all over. He was furious and pointed at him and cursed, "Chen Ping, you still know how to come back? Get out of my way." Chapter 4, I'm the new boss. Yang Wei is extremely angry now. This idiot actually blocked the new boss Bentley's way out. Isn't this seeking death? "Chen Ping, what the hell are you still standing there for? Come here." Yang Wei pointed at Chen Ping angrily and shouted. As soon as Chen Ping parked the electric bike, he was subjected to a barrage of angry scolding from Yang Wei. It's over. Chen Ping is in trouble now. It seems like Wei Ji is going to be furious. There were more than a dozen complaint calls just now, and this idiot still dares to come back. This will cost at least 200 yuan, and it will be a day's work for nothing. Several employees were discussing in low voices, and some were watching with a gloating look on their faces. Among them are some old employees who once worked with Chen Ping. Seeing that Chen Ping had fallen to the point of delivering takeout with them, they naturally became more sarcastic in their remarks. Chen Ping also got used to it. Even Tan Kawar glanced at Chen Ping coldly at this time, and asked unhappily, "Manager Yang, is this your employee?" Yang Wei hurriedly said sarcastically, "Boss, you haven't been here many times, so I forgot to introduce you. This is Chen Ping, the former boss of our company. Now he is just a low-level delivery man." When talking about their former boss, Yang Wei deliberately emphasized the words, and his tone revealed a strong sense of sarcasm. "Chen Ping, Chen Ping, you have finally come to this day. It is really retribution. Har har har. Tan Kawar had a cold face and frowned, and said, "Clear out the idlers and welcome the new boss." Only then did he remember that Chen Ping was the down-and-out young man who had transferred the company. It's a pity that Mr. Tan Kawar is a forgetful person. He really couldn't remember people like Chen Ping who were at the bottom of society. As he spoke, Tan Kawar pulled his suit, took a step, and walked towards the Bentley with a smile on his face. Yang Wei received the order and immediately took it as an order. He pointed at Chen Ping and said proudly, "Chen Ping, why don't you pack up and get out?" Chen Ping rolled his eyes, looked at Yang Wei like an idiot, and spat out, "Idiot." Everyone present heard this stupid sentence and they all looked strange. Yang Wei immediately got angry, his finger almost poking Chen Ping's nose, and shouted angrily, "Fuck! You try to curse me again." Chen Ping sneered, "Then I'll satisfy you, idiot. Your whole family is idiots. Fuck. Chen Ping, you're dead. You're fired now, and you have to compensate the company for its financial losses." Yang Wei shouted with his teeth bared, his eyes wide open in anger. This Chen Ping is so ungrateful. He needs to understand that he is no longer the boss of an errant company. How dare you be so arrogant? Just wait and see how I'm going to kill you. Sudden. The door of the Bentley opened, and an old man with a cane stepped out. He said with anger on his face, "Who dares to fire him?" Then, the old man walked straight past Tan Kawar, who was welcoming him with a smile on his face, and walked up to Chen Ping in 2 steps and 3 steps amid everyone's astonished gazes. "Stand up, bend down, and lower your head." Everything was so natural and full of respect. "Master, I'm late," the old man said respectfully. The sound was not loud, but you could hear a needle sound when it hit the ground. "Young master?" Countless people were shocked. Chen Ping suddenly became a young master. What is going on? Tan Kawar stood there in a daze, and the smile on his face gradually froze. Yang Wei was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. He smiled and said, "Old sir, are you our new boss? Don't be ridiculous. Chen Ping is the lowest level employee in our company. Did you recognize the wrong person?" Xiao Fugui just glanced at him coldly. How can an ant know a swan? Tan Kawar also frowned slightly, trotted over, and said respectfully and enthusiastically, "Mr. Xiao, please stop joking, let's talk inside." Tan Kawar is an entrepreneur. He knew Xiao Fugui, the chairman of Xingding Group. In Xinjiang City, he is a person who can cover the sky with one hand. However, Xiao Fugui stood there motionless, his eyes coldly swept over Tan Kawar and Yang Wei, and said with an unhappy face, "Who is kidding you? This is the new boss of your company. How is this possible? New boss?" Yang Wei didn't believe it, and neither did Tan Kawar. "Brother Wei, did you just say you wanted to fire me?" Chen Ping glanced at Yang Wei with a smile. "Chen Ping, do you fucking want to die? Don't call me Wei Ji." Yang Wei was angry. What he hates most is being called this nickname. "Get out of here right now, and compensate the company for its financial losses, 10,000. Yang Wei sneered. He doesn't care. How could Chen Ping be the new boss of the company? Just like the loser he is. He. Chen Ping still stared at Yang Wei with a half smile. "How many do you want to see? Hurry up and bring the money over." Yang Wei sneered. "Yes, I'm taking a look at a few." Chen Ping laughed instead of getting angry. "You are really looking for death, Chen Ping. If I don't fire you, I will be unworthy of your words." Yang Wei was fearless and sneered. "I am the manager of the company and have the right to fire my employees. Then I tell you, Yang Wei, you have been fired by me and you can get out now." Chen Ping leaned against the electric bike, his hands in his trouser pockets, and spoke lightly. This Yang Wei is really an idiot. Even at this point, he still can't see it. At this moment, Tan Kawar, who was standing aside, suddenly came to his senses. Oh no! Chen Ping is really the new boss of the company. Thinking of this, Tan Kawar's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He lowered his head and dared not look at him. He hated Yang Wei even more in his heart. "What did you say? You're going to fire me?" Yang Wei smiled with a ferocious expression. This Chen Ping must be an idiot to even say such a thing. At this time, Xiao Fugui, who was standing beside Chen Ping, glanced at Yang Wei coldly and said in a cold voice, if our young master says to fire you, then he will fire you. Xiao Fugui looked very unhappy. This man actually dared to humiliate his young master and was asking for trouble. It was not until this time that Yang Wei realized that there was a new boss in front of him. But, don't wait for him to react. Tan Kawa slapped him in the face and yelled, "Yang Wei, get out of the company right now, you are fired." This Yang Wei is a real idiot. I actually believed in such a person and promoted him to be the company manager. Boss, what do you mean? Yang Wei covered his face with an expression of disbelief. What I mean is that Chen Ping is the new boss of our company, and if he says he will fire you, he will fire you. When these words were spoken, their whole audience was shocked. Yang Wei trembled all over and shouted, "Impossible! He's bankrupt and a poor bastard. How can he be the new boss?" Tan Kawa frowned and said, "He is not as simple as you think." Yang Wei looked at Chen Ping with a flat head, his expression like a wilted vegetable leaf. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the old man standing in front of Chen Ping was actually Mr. Chia from Xingding Group. A billionaire with assets worth tens of billions. The richest man in Xinjiang City. Chen Ping, whom he called young master, wasn't that. Yang Wei, from now on, you are fired. Get out of here. Chen Ping stood up straight. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wei was stunned and stood there in a daze. Didn't you feel great just now scolding yourself? You also have to fire yourself. Sorry, I'm the new boss now. If I tell you to get out, you have to get out. Yang Wei fell to his knees with a plop, hugged Chen Ping's thighs and said, "Boss Chen, I was blind and humiliated. Please don't fire me. For the sake of our former colleagues, please let me stay in the company, even if I have to deliver food." Chen Ping laughed twice. "Yang Wei, you regret your mistake now. If it was before, would you let me go? Those who do evil will eventually perish." One sentence made Yang Wei fall into the abyss. After that, Chen Ping turned to look at his colleagues in the company and said, "I know many of you looked down on me when I was down and out, but it doesn't matter. From today on, all of your salaries will be doubled." At this moment, the colleagues who were watching were all in an uproar. The salary doubled. Boss Chen is awesome. Boss Chen, I love you so much. Then, Chen Ping looked at a beautiful woman at the back of the crowd and said, "Also, the position of manager Yang Wei will be held by Sister Su Qing." Brush. Everyone turned around to look at Su Qing, who was standing at the back of the crowd. She was wearing a black professional suit that perfectly outlined her figure. Her straight and slender legs were wrapped in thin black stockings, her calves were taut and her lines were soft. Su Qing looked at Chen Ping in astonishment, and she was still a little out of breath when he left. Looking at the figure getting into the Bentley, Su Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange look. Su Qing hurriedly chased after him, stood in front of the car window, bent over, the ice cream ball on her collar almost jumped out, pursed her lips and said, "Chen Ping. No, boss, you really want me to be the manager?" Seeing Su Qing, Chen Ping glanced at the snow-white face without leaving any trace, and smiled slightly. "Sister Su Qing, what's wrong? Don't you believe in yourself?" Su Qing is a sensible woman with a good figure and a beautiful appearance. She used to work with Chen Ping. Now, it wouldn't be too much to promote her. That's the boss's privilege. I'm afraid I can't do it well. Su Qing said in a dilemma. She never expected that Chen Ping would suddenly become the new boss of the company. Although he was the boss a long time ago, at that time, the company only had a few people and was very small. The company's turnover now exceeds 5 million per year. Then Chen Ping must have spent tens of millions to buy the company. Don't worry, Sister Su Qing, take your time and don't worry. Chen Ping said with a smile, giving Su Qing a reassurance. Watching Chen Ping leave in the Bentley, Su Qing pursed her red lips and wondered in her heart, who is he? Why does he pretend to be poor when he is so rich? In the Bentley. Master, there is an investment project tomorrow and you need to meet the other party's boss. Xiao Fugui's face was full of wrinkles but he smiled. No. Chen Ping answered very straightforwardly, he didn't want to care about these things at all. I was forced to inherit the family property, so don't even think about asking me to attend. Then young master, please return the 100,000 to me. Xiao Fugui said lightly. Chen Ping was startled, his expression stunned, and he said unwillingly, Go, I'll go anyway. To think that I, the heir to a wealthy family, would bow down for $100,000. So sad. Okay, young master, I'll pick you up tomorrow, Xiao Fugui said with a smile. As soon as he got off the car, Chen Ping heard a puzzled voice. Chen Ping, why are you here? Chen Ping subconsciously turned his head and saw Jiang Wan, who was looking at him with a puzzled look. Chen Ping was startled. Oh no! Jiang Wan was about to know his identity. Chapter 5, Just 1 million. Why are you here? Jiang Wan frowned and glanced at the Bentley next to Chen Ping. Did he just get out of this car? Is this still my cowardly husband? Or does it mean that all food delivery companies now have Bentleys for delivery? I am. Chen Ping hesitated and glanced at Xiao Fugui, who was smiling like a chrysanthemum through their window. The old man immediately extended his hand and said, "Thank you, young man. It's thanks to you that I found this place. Next time I'm free, I'll treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." Chen Ping nodded politely and said, "No need, old sir, please go back." The ending of the note carries a sense of urging. Xiao Fugui didn't say much. He just nodded and smiled at Jiang Wan, who was standing on the side of the road, then asked the driver to drive away quickly. Jiang Wan looked at it intently and was immediately shocked. Isn't this Mr. Qiao, the chairman of Xingding Group? The richest man in Xinjiang City. Chen Ping actually rode in the same car with him. Do you know Xiao Fugui? Jiang Wan turned around and looked at Chen Ping in surprise. Chen Ping shrugged and said, I don't know him. That old guy didn't know the way, so I took him there. Old thing? Jiang Wan's mouth was shaking with anger. He actually called the richest man in Xinjiang City an old thing. How rude. What old thing? He is the richest man in Xinjiang City and the chairman of Xingding Group. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes at Chen Ping hatefully. This man is becoming more and more tactless. The more she looked at him, the more Jiang Wan disliked Chen Ping. She simply said coldly, Chen Ping, don't forget, my dad is treating us to a meal at Juxian Pavilion this weekend. Go buy some gifts. I haven't agreed to go yet. Chen Ping replied. You? This really made Jiang Wan angry. She had finally managed to convince her father that this time Chen Ping would come and admit his mistake, and asked her father not to make things too difficult for him. But Chen Ping actually has this attitude. Forget it, ignore him. I was so blind to fall in love with this man. You can go if you want. Jiang Wan got angry, turned around, and left while twisting her slender waist and hips. Chen Ping looked at Jiang Wan's back. She had actually changed her clothes. She was wearing tight jeans and a t-shirt. Her round hips were so dazzling that it made him want to conquer her. She seemed to have worn perfume and makeup. Chen Ping was surprised. He watched her walk into a building, thinking about something in his mind. Didn't Jiang Wan go back to the company? Why is she here? Where is this? Hilton Hotel. Damn. Is Jiang Wan cheating on me? Thinking about this, Chen Ping became angry. He was working so hard, and she actually came to the hotel? No, I must follow and see. Jiang Wan was very upset today. First, her daughter's heart disease relapsed due to the irresponsible Chen Ping. Then she was upset about Cao Jun's affairs. Then, when she returned to the company, a project went wrong again. The other boss broke the appointment and said that she had to come to Hilton for the talk. Jiang Wan didn't want to come at first, but she had to come because someone threatened her with the project. That SA 1 million order. Just at this moment, her cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm here, where are you? I'll wait for you in the restaurant on the 6th floor. There was a mellow male voice on the other end of the phone. Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll be right up. Jiang Wan said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wan let out a breath, looked at the elevator with some hesitation, and finally decided to go up. The moment the elevator door closed, Chen Ping appeared in the lobby and saw Jiang Wan getting on the elevator from a distance. He ran over in 2 steps, but was interrupted by a cold laugh. Hey, isn't this my cousin's husband who delivers food? He's delivered it to their Hilton. Chen Ping turned his head and saw a beautiful and fashionable couple snuggling together. The girl had her arms around her chest and was leaning in the arms of the 1.80 meter tall and handsome boy with a mocking look on her face. Jiangling. Chen Ping frowned slightly and did not forget to look at the floor where the elevator stopped, the 6th floor. The girl came over and said with a mocking smile, "Brother-in-law, what a coincidence, I can meet you here, it seems that your business is very wide." The girl's name is Jiang Ling, and she is Jiang Wan's cousin. She is only a freshman this year, but she has grown into a beautiful lady with a very nice bust. Ling, who is this person? The handsome boy next to Jiang Ling asked with a teasing look. Jiang Ling immediately sneered, "My cousin's husband, didn't I tell you last time? He failed in his business and became a food delivery man. He also asked me to borrow several thousand yuan, and he hasn't paid it back yet." Jiang Ling has always looked down on her cousin's husband, saying he is such a loser. "I always feel that he is a toad who has climbed onto the high branch of my cousin. It would be more accurate to say that he married his cousin rather than married into the family. So shameful. Har har, he's the cousin-in-law you were talking about. Damn, he's such a loser." The boy laughed, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Chen Ping was a little unhappy. "After all, he is your cousin's husband." "What do you mean, Jiang Ling? Humiliate yourself with outsiders. I will return your money. I have something else to do now, so I can't accompany you too." Chen Ping forced a smile. After all, she is Jiang Wan's cousin, and as her cousin-in-law, I should be more tolerant. If she knew that she was now the heir to the world's largest conglomerate, what expression and reaction would this cousin have? People are always so shallow and ignorant. "Give it back to me. I don't even expect you to. Is your salary as a delivery man enough to pay for Mi Li's medical treatment?" Jiang Ling said sarcastically. "My cousin's husband is a waste. And that little bastard should not have been born." Yes, Jiang Ling looked down on Chen Ping, so naturally he looked down on Chen Ping's daughter. When Chen Ping heard this, the expression on his face gradually turned cold. "Jiang Ling, I am your cousin's husband after all. Isn't it too impolite for you to talk to me like this?" Har har. Jiang Ling laughed and said, "I didn't admit that you are my cousin's husband. You just hooked up with my cousin and married into my Jiang family. So shameless. You are using your status to pressure yourself, don't you even look at what you are? Wow, his alive-in son-in-law." Jiang Ling's boyfriend sneered in surprise. As a man, it is really cowardly to do what he has done. Jiang Ling waved her hand, dragged her boyfriend, and said disdainfully, "Forget it, brother Hui, let's go. Standing with a man like him, I feel like the air is greasy and smelly." Chen Ping's eyes were cold and his fists were clenched as he watched Jiang Ling sway her hips and leave with her boyfriend. The two of them were still muttering. "Your cousin-in-law is such a coward. He is not my cousin's husband. If you say that again, I will turn against you." Taking a deep breath, Chen Ping calmed himself down. He couldn't just argue with a little brat. He turned around and ran to the elevator immediately. 6th floor. Chen Ping walked around for a long time before he saw Jiang Wan's figure outside the glass wall of a Western restaurant. Damn it. The most hateful thing was that Chen Ping saw at a glance a greasy, bald, fat man sitting in front of Jiang Wan, who was reaching out with a lewd look on his face to touch Jiang Wan's hand. Love is a light green. Not wonderful at all. Chen Ping was very angry. He took out his cell phone and called Jiang Wan. In the restaurant, Jiang Wan politely rejected Mr. Wang's kindness several times, but the other party did not give up and tried to touch her hand several times. It was at this moment that her cell phone suddenly rang, giving her a chance to catch her breath. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I need to take a call." After saying that, Jiang Wan stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Mr. Wang narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiang Wan's back. Her round buttocks like a millstone were swaying, and he couldn't stop. "Tonight, I must pin this proud woman down and ravage her hard." "Hello, Chen Ping, what's going on?" Jiang Wan was standing outside the restaurant. "I'm across from you." Jiang Wan looked up suddenly and saw Chen Ping staring at her coldly. She frowned slightly, wondering why he was here. "You followed me." Jiang Wan walked over, her face full of frost, and said coldly, "I just met Chen Ping downstairs, and now I ran into him at the door." "What is not tracking?" "You are so good, Chen Ping, now you are doing such a disgusting thing, stalking?" Chen Ping laughed twice and said, "I don't have the time to follow you. I just happened to pass by." As he said that, he glanced at the fat man in the restaurant and asked, "Who is he? Is he more important than a grain of rice?" Instead of going to the hospital, I ran out to meet a big fat man. Jiang Wan, you are really good. Jiang Wan was very unhappy with Chen Ping's interrogative tone, but she still explained, "Company partner, discussing business." "Talk about business. I saw him touching you. Are you talking about business or flirting?" Chen Ping asked. Jiang Wan's face darkened, she held her chest with both hands, and said in disgust, "Chen Ping, what do you mean? Do you doubt me? I work so hard every day, isn't it just to make more money for Mi Li's treatment? What about you, delivering food every day, do you have any future? I asked you to bow your head to my parents, but did you go? You are a coward." As she spoke, Jiang Wan became visibly agitated, tears welling up in her eyes. She turned her head away, sniffed, and said, "Forget it. It's pointless to tell you. I'm not going back tonight." "Not going back?" Chen Ping was stunned. "Are you going to spend the night outside? And this fat guy? What if I can help you?" Chen Ping said. Seeing Jiang Wan like this, Chen Ping guessed that this deal was difficult to negotiate, most likely because the other party was threatening her. At the same time, he felt guilty that his attitude just now was indeed wrong. "How can you help me? Can you bring me an order worth 1 million? Jiang Wan laughed, and her smile was very cold. She never expected Chen Ping to help her with anything. "Isn't it just an order of 1 million? I can." Chen Ping said. He is not short of money now. With just a word from him, Jiang Wan's company can be bought. Not to mention an order of 1 million, it will be a piece of cake. "Chen Ping, that's enough. Don't meddle in my business." Jiang Wan said coldly, then turned around and went back into the restaurant. "No need for my care? After all, you are my wife." Chen Ping looked at Jiang Wan's back, smiled bitterly, and then took out his cell phone. Chapter 6, Chen Ping takes action. Chen Ping calmly called Xiao Fugui and said, "Old Xiao, help me check the recent projects that Jiang Wan has cooperated with Bikang Pharmaceuticals. Is there any order worth 1 million? Find out what company the other party is and who is in charge." On the other end of the phone, Xiao Fugui's respectful voice came, saying, "Master, Bikang Pharmaceutical is a family-invested enterprise. I will ask Mr. Huang from Bikang to visit you in person." Forehead. Bikang Pharmaceutical is actually a family-invested enterprise. Awesome, my dad. Chen Ping suddenly felt a little regretful for not inheriting the family business earlier. No need, just check it out quickly and let the other party give the green light all the way, and don't make things difficult for Jiang Wan. Chen Ping said calmly. "Young master, I actually suggest that you just buy the other company directly. You are not short of money." Xiao Fugui suggested. "Damn it. Buy it? He is indeed a butler born into a wealthy family. Old Joe, are you so arrogant now? Do you understand being low-key? If I wanted to buy it, would I have to wait until now?" Chen Ping replied unhappily. "Okay, young master, give me 10 minutes. Xiao Fugui said embarrassedly. As soon as he hung up the phone, Xiao Fugui immediately asked his secretary to notify Huang He, the chairman of Bikang Pharmaceutical. The moment Huang He received the call from Xiao Fugui's secretary, he was very excited. "Mr. Xiao, do you want to talk to me about something? This is the richest man in Xinjiang City. Chairman of Xingding Group. How many people wanted to have a meal with him? Mr. Huang, it's not me who wants to talk to you, it's my young master who wants to talk to you." Xiao Fugui said on the phone, his tone light but with unquestionable majesty. There is no way, Xiao Fugui is the richest man in Xinjiang City after all. In front of the young master, that's respectful, but in front of outsiders, that's like a big boss. Of course you need to have a shelf. Young master. Huang He was sitting in the chairman's office in Bikang building at this moment. He was stunned and covered in cold sweat. "Mr. Xiao's young master. There is actually a young master above the richest man in Xinjiang City. So terrifying. What does the young master want to see me about?" Huang He asked cautiously, afraid of accidentally angering Xiao Fugui. "There is a person named Jiang Wan in your company. Who is the client she has contacted recently?" asked Xiao Fugui. Wang He knew Jiang Wan, the deputy general manager of the marketing department, a strong woman, and he had been coveting her for a long time. But she got married. But it doesn't matter, young women are more fun. Immediately, Wang He, sweating profusely, trotted all their way to the marketing department. All the marketing staff of Becan Pharmaceutical were silent when they saw Wang He. "Where is Vice President Jiang?" Wang He asked. "Vice President Jiang is out discussing business," an employee replied. "Whose business?" Wang He asked again. "Mr. Wang Dahai from Lishing Pharmaceutical," the employee replied. Wang He picked up the phone directly, turned around and replied respectfully, "Mr. Chiao, it's Wang Dahai from Lishing Pharmaceutical." "Okay, I understand," Chiao Fuguei said and hung up the phone. Next, Chiao Fuguei used his power to directly give Lishing Pharmaceutical a warning. Chiao Fuguei has been a butler for so many years, so naturally he knows what the young master is thinking. "I'm afraid that Wang Dahai from Lishing Pharmaceutical has offended the young master." 6 minutes later, Chen Ping, who had returned to the hospital, received a call from Chiao Fuguei, "Master, it's done." "Well, don't tell Jiang Wan about this. Also, tell everyone else to shut up. I don't want to hear any rumors," Chen Ping said. "I understand, young master. Keep a low profile," Chiao Fuguei said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ping looked at the hospital building in front of him and smiled bitterly. "Jiang Wan, you always say that you can't help me. Now, let me tell you, helping you is just a matter of words. If you find out one day that it was me who helped you, what would your expression be?" My gaze returned to the Westin restaurant on the 6th floor of Hilton. Wang Dahai was very drunk at the moment, and his hands and feet started to become naughty. "Vice President Jiang, you only eat the food and don't drink any wine. Do you look down on me?" Wang Dahai said with a stern face and a cold tone. Jiang Wan hurriedly smiled and explained, "Boss Wang, you misunderstood. I haven't been feeling well these past few days and can't drink. This fat guy keeps touching me, it's so annoying." "Humph. Vice President Jiang, since you said that, then we have nothing to discuss." Wang Dahai snorted coldly and threatened, "Vice President Jiang, you have to know that it's not just your Bikang family that wants to cooperate with us. Many people are begging to meet with me." As soon as these words came out, Jiang Wan frowned and looked at the red wine on the table hesitantly. "Well, I'll have a drink with Mr. Wang." As she spoke, Jiang Wan picked up the bottle of red wine and poured herself a glass. Wang Dahai looked at Jiang Wan, the woman, with a smile. Under the light, she was really charming, and her whole body seemed ripe and tender. "Desire is burning." Jiang Wan finished it in one gulp. "Boss Wang, is this okay? Look, our cooperation. Vice President Jiang, don't be in a hurry about this. How about we go upstairs and talk slowly?" Wang Dahai completely revealed his purpose for tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Dahai's hand touched Jiang Wan's leg dishonestly, and he wanted to go a step further. Bang! Jiang Wan stood up and angrily slapped the other person. "Boss Wang, please stop. You bitch, how dare you hit me?" Wang Dahai glared at her, stood up angrily, and was about to slap her. Ding-a-ling! The urgent ringing of the phone interrupted him. He grabbed the phone on the table, looked at Jiang Wan who was leaving, and roared, "Who the hell is this? Wang Dahai! How dare you talk to me like that?" There was the same angry roar from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Li, I'm sorry. Several salesmen kept calling me just now. What do you want to talk to me about?" Wang Dahai immediately became as timid as a grandson. This Mr. Li is the chairman of Lishing Pharmaceutical and his immediate superior. Why is he calling himself now? Although his good fortune was ruined, Wang Dahai didn't dare to say anything. "What else are you asking me? Did you deliberately block Becan Pharmaceutical's Vice President Jiang from the cooperation?" Director Li asked angrily. Just now, he received a call from Mr. Chiao Fuguei, the richest man in Shenzhen City. The words were full of knocks. Damn Wang Dahai, he actually dared to offend such a big shot. "Don't you want to live anymore?" "Mr. Li, how did you know about this?" Wang Dahai was stunned. Could it be that Jiang Wan had complained? That shouldn't be the case. She's just a vice president of marketing and has no right to talk to Mr. Lee. You're asking me how I know this? Don't you want to quit your job? Director Lee was furious and shouted, all our cooperation with Bikang is approved. Also, you should apologize to Vice President Jiang in person. If you don't get her forgiveness, you don't have to come back to the company. Just get out. Bang. After the phone call ended, Wang Dahai was dumbfounded. He could tell that Director Lee was really angry. Without saying a word, Wang Dahai ran out and caught up with Jiang Wan in front of him. Vice President Jiang, please stay. Jiang Wan turned around and looked at Wang Dahai with some fear. Boss Wang, what do you want to do? Wang Dahai was like a grandson now, nodding and bowing, clasping his hands together to apologize. I'm sorry, Vice President Jiang, I was confused just now. Our cooperation will be signed soon. I hope Vice President Jiang will forgive me for my momentary confusion. Jiang Wan was stunned. She looked at Wang Dahai in confusion and asked in astonishment, Boss Wang, are you serious? This is an order that she has been working hard for a month, $1 million. I can get tens of thousands of commissions myself. Mi Lee's medical expenses were finally solved. In just 10 minutes, Wang Dahai and Jiang Wan signed the contract. Everything happened so fast that Jiang Wan has not yet recovered from the shock. Mr. Wang, are you saying that your chairman gave it to you personally? Jiang Wan asked in confusion. Wang Dahai kept smiling and said, yes, Vice President Jiang, you should have told me earlier if you knew me, Mr. Lee. The flood almost washed away the Dragon King Temple. Jiang Wan nodded in confusion. How could she know Mr. Lee from Lishing Pharmaceutical? So, who helped me? Could it be Kao's army? I just talked to him about this morning. No, I have to ask him. When Jiang Wan thought about it this way, she unconsciously compared Chen Ping with Cao Jun, and naturally she hated Chen Ping even more. My husband is such a loser. At this time, Chen Ping did not know that after he helped Jiang Wan solve the problem, the latter actually misunderstood that it was her rival Cao Jun who helped her. If I knew this, I would probably vomit blood. The next day at noon, Chen Ping got into a Bentley outside the hospital. I have an appointment today to go meet someone with Xiao Fugui. As soon as Chen Ping got in the car and left, a girl not far behind him looked at him suspiciously and muttered, why does that figure from behind look a bit like Chen Ping? Jiang Ling came to the hospital today to visit her cousin's daughter. She was originally very reluctant to come, but her parents said that it would be impolite not to visit the Jiang family members. Just as he arrived at the hospital entrance, Jiang Ling saw Chen Ping getting into the car. However, she didn't think that her good-for-nothing cousin-in-law could ride in such a luxury car. This is a Bentley. So Jiang Ling didn't take it seriously and went into the hospital's inpatient department. In the moving Bentley, Chen Ping asked lazily, Old Xiao, who are you meeting today? Is it troublesome? Xiao Fugui replied respectfully, Master, it's no trouble. He is a collector in China and a friend of mine. Why should I meet your friend? Chen Ping asked back. Good old Joe, Brokeback Mountain? You are so old, and you still play this. Xiao Fugui said with a smile on his face, Master, this is a small business worth 1 billion. You have to learn from it so that you can inherit the family assets as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but look up at Xiao Fugui. Is a billion-dollar business a small business? He resisted the urge to complain and said, Old Joe, do you know how the cow died? No, I haven't seen the old guy for 7 years, and he is getting more and more pretentious. As the heir to a wealthy family, he actually had the illusion that he was frightened. Chapter 7, I think, too little. Soon, the Bentley arrived at Juxian Pavilion in Xinjiang City. This is a famous restaurant in Xinjiang City. Only the rich or noble can eat here. Moreover, Juxian Pavilion requires membership reservations. Those who spend no more than 1 million per year are not eligible to become members of Juxian Pavilion. At this time, standing at the entrance of Juxian Pavilion were famous entrepreneurs from Xinjiang City. Chairman of Guohua Trading Group, Feng Ruixiang. Specializing in import and export business, and all of them are works of art. As the chairman of the company, Feng Ruixiang is a billionaire worth 3 billion. He is also a well-known collector in China. He enjoys a great reputation in the domestic collecting community. At this time, Feng Ruixiang, along with more than a dozen senior executives of the company, were waiting respectfully at the entrance of Jushin Pavilion. This scene really shocked many people who came to eat. There were also bursts of exclamations. Isn't that Feng Ruixian, the chairman of Guowo Trading Group? Who is he waiting for? Such a grand ceremony. It's rare to see a billionaire like Feng Ruixian waiting respectfully at the entrance of Jushin Pavilion. What important person is coming? He definitely can't be from Xinjiang City. He must be someone with a very important background. Chen Ping was sitting in the Bentley. When he saw a large group of well-dressed elites standing in front of the entrance of Jushin Pavilion, he frowned and said, "Didn't you say you would keep a low profile? Why are you making such a big scene?" Xiao Fugui smiled awkwardly and said, "Master, maybe Director Feng wants to give you a surprise." Surprises are bullshit. I don't like them. Chen Ping said coldly, "Go to the parking lot and inform your friend to meet alone." "Okay, young master." Xiao Fugui nodded. The car drove directly into the parking garage. In front of the gate of Jushin Pavilion, Feng Ruixian stood upright respectfully, silently waiting for today's important person. He shamelessly asked his friends for help. Standing next to him was his son, Feng Dao, with his hands in his trouser pockets. He said with a little dissatisfaction, "Dad, who are we waiting for? You are being too arrogant. It's been 20 minutes. Feng Ruixian glared at Feng Dao and whispered, "Behave yourself. If you make a mistake when they come, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Feng Dao snorted angrily, feeling even more dissatisfied. He also made an appointment with several friends to go dancing together. "It's all my dad's fault. He had to drag me here, saying that he wanted to meet a big investor. There's no sign of him so far, but there's been a lot of fanfare." At this time, Feng Ruixian received a call, and then turned around and said solemnly, "Okay, everyone go in, the people are here." Arrive? Many people are suspicious, and more are dissatisfied. Feng Dao was so angry that he muttered, "Damn it. Who is this person? I've been waiting for a long time but didn't see anyone." But he didn't dare say anything in front of his father, so he could only hold his anger and follow Feng Ruixian into the restaurant. After receiving the call, Feng Ruixian took his son and hurried to a private room. The moment he pushed open the door, Feng Dao saw two people standing inside and his eyes fell on Chen Ping. "Damn it. Who the hell is this guy? Such a loser, is he today's big investor? No way, my dad wouldn't be that stupid. He doesn't look like a rich man at all. He looks like a migrant worker on the street." Feng Dao couldn't help but sneer twice, feeling even more dissatisfied. "Because of this guy, I can't go clubbing." The moment Feng Ruixian entered the room, he stretched out his hands and walked towards Xiao Fugui, who was leaning on crutches, with a smile on his face. "Mr. Xiao, you are finally here." Xiao Fugui smiled and nodded, stretched out a hand and waited for the other party to shake it. At this time, Feng Ruixian's eyes naturally fell on the young man next to Xiao Fugui. "Who is this?" "This is my young master, Mr. Chen, and he is also the investor this time." Xiao Fugui introduced with a smile on his face. Young master. The young master of Mr. Xiao Fugui. After all, Feng Ruixian is a chairman with a net worth of 3 billion and a well-known figure in Xinjiang City. Although he is not as good as Xiao Fugui, the richest man in Xinjiang City with a net worth of over 10 billion, at least he has seen the world. It is said that Xiao Fugui is the butler of a hidden wealthy family, and that family controls more than half of the world's wealth. The young master of such a family would be a terrifying existence. Must be treated with caution. Thinking of this, Feng Ruixian stretched out his hand with even more fear and trepidation, saying, "I am Feng Ruixian, but I am not good at seeing you. I failed to recognize Master Chen. I hope Master Chen will forgive me." Chen Ping simply nodded, shook hands with him, and then said, "Mr. Feng, I have something else to do later, so let's cut to the chase. I heard from old Xiao that your company needs financing. How much? Tell me." Feng Ruixian glanced at Xiao Fugui and found that he had been resting his eyes slightly. Then he said respectfully, "Mr. Chen, my company is currently preparing to open up the art market at home and abroad. Sales in the United States and Italy are particularly good. According to the budget, we need 1 billion yuan in financing. Don't worry, we will give 25% of the equity, and there will be dividends at the end of the year. 10 billion is not a small amount." Even Feng Ruixian himself, with a net worth of 3 billion, would not dare to easily invest 1 billion. 10 billion. Chen Ping murmured, frowning slightly, as if he was thinking about something. This made Feng Ruixiang very uneasy. Asking for 1 billion yuan in financing right away was indeed a bit too much. In the entire Xinjiang city, apart from Xingding Group, there is probably no one else who has such strength. But then, the next sentence shocked Feng Ruixiang for a long time. Even Feng Dao, who looked down upon entering the room, was dumbfounded. I will invest 2 billion yuan, but I need 40% of the equity. Chen Ping said with a smile, as if he was just saying a number. 2 billion. This must be a dream. Feng Ruixiang just felt that he was blessed by the goddess of luck at this moment. It was so unexpected. My company's assets were only over 3 billion yuan, but the other party immediately came up with 2 billion yuan in financing. Horrible. So horrible. Is this the financial strength of a hidden wealthy family? Feng Ruixiang could still accept 40% of the shares. Mr. Chen, are you sure you want to invest 2 billion? Feng Ruixiang was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly, but he quickly calmed down and asked. Is it too little? If it's not enough, I'll add some more. Chen Ping said calmly. Still, more? Feng Ruixiang was so shocked that he could not stand still. He said hurriedly, No, 2 billion is enough. It must be enough. With these 2 billion, Feng Ruixiang is confident that he can capture the markets in the United States and Italy. By then, my company can definitely become a billion-dollar enterprise. After saying that, Feng Ruixiang quickly asked his secretary to come in, holding an exquisite long box in his hand. He took out a scroll from the box, unfolded it and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, this painting is an authentic work of Tang Bohu. I have collected it for many years. Today I will give it to you as a token of my gratitude. As a famous collector in China, the paintings given by Feng Ruixiang are naturally real. On the market, authentic works of Tang Bohu are being sold for millions or even tens of millions. However, for Feng Ruixiang, this painting is nothing compared to Chen Xiao's investment. Chen Ping also just glanced at it, nodded and said, Thank you, Mr. Feng. After saying that, he casually put Tang Bohu's original work under his armpit, and left the box one after another with Xiao Fugui. As soon as he walked out of the box, Chen Ping met a middle-aged man in a suit, who walked towards him with a smile on his face. Mr. Chen, please stay. I am the boss of Jushin Pavilion, Mar Jinwen. Chen Ping and Xiao Fugui both stopped and looked at the middle-aged man in front of them with some confusion. Mar Jinwen was shocked when he saw Xiao Fugui behind Chen Ping. Really? Mr. Feng Ruixiang was right. A young man who could be accompanied by the richest man in Xinjiang City must be extraordinary. Mr. Chen, Mr. Xiao, I didn't know you two were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. This is the Platinum VIP membership card of Jushin Pavilion. If you don't mind, please accept it. Mar Jinwen said. He made up his mind to make friends with Chen Ping tonight. Chen Ping glanced at Mar Jinwen calmly, took the Platinum VIP membership card, and said casually, Thank you. Then, he just walked away. Let old Zhou take care of the rest. Xiao Fugui waited for a while, then said to Mar Jinwen, Boss Mar, my young master doesn't like to show off. If anyone asks about it again. I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. Apart from me, no one else will know Mr. Chen's identity. Mar Jinwen immediately assured. Looking back at Chen Ping, he did not choose to ride in Xiao Fugui's Bentley, but left Jushin Pavilion by himself and prepared to buy a bicycle. As a result, as soon as he went out, he ran into Jiang Wan by chance. Oh no, I met Jiang Wan here, how should I explain it? Chen Ping, why are you here? Jiang Wanjing appeared at the entrance of Jushin Pavilion with a group of well-dressed men and women. She looked at Chen Ping in confusion, and the latter was so scared that he quickly explained, I'm here to deliver the food. Delivering takeout. Deliver to the hotel? Jiang Wan frowned slightly, her expression cold. She got angry when she saw Chen Ping's weak look. What's more nervous was that she was afraid that her colleagues would see Chen Ping. However, at this time, a discordant male voice sounded. Vice President Jiang, this is your husband who delivers food. I think he's quite ordinary. He's definitely a gigolo. Chapter 8, Don't Force Me to Pretend. This sound was very unpleasant. Looking up, he he saw a fat and big-eared man with a beer belly, looking at Chen Ping with a sneer on his face. "What is it to you whether I'm a gigolo or not? Besides, do I know you well?" Chen Ping pursed his lips, not intending to pay attention, and turned around to leave. But the fat guy didn't intend to let him go. He rushed forward, blocked Chen Ping's way, and said sarcastically in a roundabout way, "Ignore me. You are so arrogant. I heard that your business failed, and your food and accommodation are all provided by our Vice President Jiang. You are quite shameless, a grown man, but you are a gigolo." Chen Ping frowned, looking extremely unhappy. He knew this person, the marketing manager of Jiang Wan's company, Zhao Gang. He had once done something unkind to Jiang Wan, and was later taught a lesson by him. Unexpectedly, this guy, seeing that he was in such a bad state, began to mock him unscrupulously. Jiang Wan's other colleagues were also looking at Chen Ping with strange eyes at this moment. They all knew Chen Ping to some extent. He used to be a high-spirited entrepreneur, but now he has become just a loser delivering takeout food. Jiang Wan stood in the crowd, frowning, and glanced at Chen Ping, feeling very embarrassed. "Chen Ping, you should go back quickly," Jiang Wan said. When Zhao Gang heard this, he raised his eyebrows and the disdain in his eyes became even stronger. Other colleagues also laughed in derision. This Chen Ping is such a failure that even his own wife dislikes him. Chen Ping didn't want to stay for a moment, so he turned sideways and was about to leave. But Zhao Gang insisted, "Chen Ping, don't leave. Why don't you have dinner with me? Your wife signed $1 million order yesterday. You couldn't deliver this much in 10 years of delivering food. Why don't you celebrate with me? A big order of 1 million. Jiang Wan negotiated it over. Chen Ping understood, but he didn't plan to stay here. Even my wife is urging me to leave, why should I stay here and make myself miserable? Jiang Wan, if you knew that I was the one who facilitated this order for you, what would be your reaction?" "No, I still have to go to the hospital," Chen Ping said coldly. Zhao Gang didn't say anything, and pulled Chen Ping into the store, and put his arm around his shoulders intimately and said, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's your wife's treat anyway, so it's a waste not to eat. Those who live off their wives have become more particular." In this way, everyone entered the hall of Jushin Pavilion, and Chen Ping was forcibly pulled in, but still stood alone in the corner. Jiang Wan, on the other hand, stayed with her colleagues, excitedly talking about how she had negotiated the deal. "Vice President Jiang, are you saying that someone helped you get this deal?" one of the beautifully dressed women asked in surprise. Jiang Wan nodded and said, "Originally, Mr. Wang from Lishing Pharmaceuticals had been making things difficult for me. As you know, he had invited me to dinner several times. But yesterday, he received a phone call and suddenly signed a contract with me. He also apologized to me very sincerely." As she spoke, Jiang Wan couldn't help but look at Chen Ping, who was standing blankly in the corner. "I can't help feeling a little lost and disappointed." She really hoped that person was Chen Ping, but she knew that it would never be possible. "Wow, who is secretly in love with our Vice President Jiang? She would actually help you so much. This is a big order worth 1 million. The girl screamed again, deliberately speaking very loudly just to let Chen Ping hear it. "Look at you, you loser. Someone is eyeing your wife, and you're still standing here like an idiot. What a loser." While everyone was discussing, Zhao Gang came over with a troubled look on his face and said, "I can't eat anymore. We actually need to make a reservation here. Only members can order now." Zhao Gang couldn't believe that Jushin Pavilion actually required an appointment. To become a member, one needs to spend over 1 million yuan per year. Spending 1 million on food every year makes you a real rich person. Jiang Wan stood up immediately, looking embarrassed and said, "What should we do? How about we change to another one? I had agreed to treat everyone to dinner today, but it turned out that we needed to make a reservation." This was also Jiang Wan's first time at Jushin Pavilion, so she still listened to the advice of her colleagues. No way, Mr. Zhao, you must have walked a long way to get here. Boss Zhao, please think of a solution. I heard that the food at Jushin Pavilion is very good. If it doesn't work, just change it." Some people began to feel dissatisfied and kept talking noisily. Zhao Gang was also helpless. He was busy all the time just to win Jiang Wan's favor. But where can he get 1 million membership cards? Or let's go to Dezhuang. We need to make an appointment here, and there's nothing I can do about it. Zhao Gang shrugged. The woman who had screamed the loudest earlier was called Shumai, Zhao Gang's secretary. Of course, that saying is true. The secretary does the work when there is work to do, and the secretary does the work when there is nothing to do. Shumai walked with her long legs, hooked Zhao Gang's arm, and said coquettishly, "Boss Zhao, this is my first time here. Didn't you say you know the manager here? Ask him to add a table for us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan and other colleagues looked at Zhao Gang hopefully. Zhao Gang is in a difficult situation. How could he know any manager? He just boasted when he came here. This doesn't seem a good idea. Let's not make things difficult for others. Let's go to Dezhuang. I'll treat you. Zhao Gang said immediately. Dezhuang is not expensive. A meal for 7 or 8 people costs only 1,000 yuan. I should just go along with it and treat Jiang Wan to a meal. Maybe she will thank me. However, several colleagues were obviously unhappy. Shumai glanced at Jiang Wan and said unhappily, "Vice President Jiang, you promised to treat us to a meal at Jushian Pavilion. This is really a letdown." She was jealous of Jiang Wan, who had climbed to the position of vice president at a young age and was favored by President Zhao and President Wang. Why? Just because she's good looking? Don't I look good? Not only am I good looking, I'm also sexy. Why don't you stinky men pay attention to me? All right, Vice President Jiang doesn't even know that we need to make an appointment, so let's go to Dezhuang. Zhao Gang was busy speaking for Jiang Wan, with a somewhat tough attitude. Jiang Wan also hurriedly bent down to apologize. "Sorry, I'll treat you to Dezhuang. It's my treat anyway, so I won't bother Mr. Zhao to spend the money." Several colleagues glanced at Jiang Wan coldly, then turned around and left unhappily. "I'm so angry that I'm full of energy, why am I still eating?" Just when everyone was feeling unhappy, a voice broke the silence. "I have a membership card here, how about I give it to you?" Chen Ping in the corner suddenly said. He couldn't help but take action. After all, Jiang Wan was his wife, and he felt bad being criticized and looked down upon by his colleagues. "You have a card. Chen Ping, you won't get killed if you don't brag. Do you know where this is?" Jushian Pavilion. The membership card requires an annual consumption of at least 1 million. At this time, Zhao Gang's ambiguous words came again. Several colleagues around him also looked at Chen Ping with negative eyes, and there was more ridicule on their faces. Jiang Wan was also slightly startled. She looked at Chen Ping with an awkward expression, walked over, pulled him to go out, and said in a low voice, "What do you want to do? Go back to the hospital to accompany your daughter." This is because they are afraid of embarrassing themselves and want to drive themselves away. Chen Ping didn't explain. Since they didn't want his help, he just left. However, Zhao Gang became interested and said with a contemptuous smile, "Vice President Jiang, don't be anxious. Since your husband said he has a membership card, let him book a table for me." Zhao Gang's face was full of sarcasm, and he just wanted to see Chen Ping make a fool of himself. This loser really likes to show off. Didn't he hear just now that the annual consumption for a membership card of Jushian Pavilion, even an ordinary silver card, is 1 million? Well, let him make a fool of himself in front of everyone. That way, Jiang Wan will probably be very disappointed in him. You will have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Chen Ping, stop messing around and go back. Jiang Wan said coldly, trying her best to suppress her inner anger. Why did he have to jump out at this time? Is it fun to do such an embarrassing thing? I can't even hold my head up when talking about my husband in front of my colleagues, and he's adding fuel to the fire. I'm so angry. Wana, I really have a membership card. Chen Ping said calmly. As he spoke, Chen Ping took out a card from his pocket and waved it in front of everyone. Zhao Gang and others were shocked. Could it be that he really had a card? However, on second thought, Zhao Gang's expression became even more playful. Chen Ping, this can't be your delivery membership card, it's wrong to use it to fool people. Zhao Gang laughed as if no one was around. However, Chen Ping looked at Zhao Gang indifferently, as if he was an idiot. This made Zhao Gang very unhappy. Why was this loser so calm? Could it be that the card is real? Absolutely not. At this time, Shumai stepped on her high heels and snatched the membership card from Chen Ping's hand. She sneered arrogantly and said, "Since Vice President Jiang's husband said it is a membership card, let's give it a try." After saying that, she took the card, twisted her round and perky hips, and ran to the front desk. Jiang Wan saw this and had no time to stop him. She could only stamp her feet fiercely and glared at Chen Ping angrily. "Chen Ping, you really disappoint me." Yes, this man, even at this time, is still pretending. Now that his lie is exposed, not only will he be embarrassed, but I will be embarrassed as well. The sneers on the faces of Zhao Gang and other colleagues became even more intense. "Come on, let's go, thanks to Chen Ping today, let's go and see if we have booked it." Zhao Gang felt very happy and couldn't wait to see Chen Ping make a fool of himself. He had prepared a lot of words, waiting to mock him later. Several people laughed and surrounded Chen Ping and Jiang Wan as they walked towards the front desk, as if they were afraid that he would run away. Chapter 9, Calling for Help. You don't deserve it. Front desk. Shumai took the card, glanced at Chen Ping arrogantly, shook it deliberately, and then said, "Please help me see if this card can be used to book a private room." Everyone was holding back their laughter, waiting for Chen Ping to make a fool of himself. The girl at the front desk took the card, swiped it, and her expression suddenly became nervous. She said, "Miss, is this your card?" Shumai took a look and hurriedly shook her head. She stretched out her hand with red nail polish, pointed at Chen Ping who was surrounded in the crowd, and said with a joking smile, "It's not mine, it's his." Har har. I'm dying of laughter. Now Chen Ping is going to make a fool of himself. Even Jiang Wan lost face. It feels so good, there is a man who is willing to slap you in the face like this. Shumai was so happy that she glanced at Jiang Wan, whose face was as gloomy as water, and said sarcastically, "Vice President Jiang, your husband is really excellent." Jiang Wan was so ashamed that she glared at Chen Ping fiercely. Just as she was about to scold him, the girl at the front desk ran out and stood in front of Chen Ping respectfully. She said politely, "Sir, you are platinum member of our hotel. We have reserved a special box for you. Please follow me." The mocking and sarcastic sneers on everyone's faces suddenly stopped. It's so sudden. No one has reacted yet. What is going on? Special box. Shumai was the first to jump out excitedly, pointing at Chen Ping and shouting in disbelief, Hey, are you kidding me? He is a platinum member of your hotel. Look carefully, he's a food delivery guy and a gigolo. How can he be a platinum member?" Zhao Gang was also dumbfounded. He had prepared a lot of mocking words and was just waiting to say them. However, this platinum membership caught him off guard and was like a thorn in his throat. Jiang Wan also had a strange expression on her face. She looked at the front desk waitress in confusion, and then at Chen Ping. "Your husband is a platinum member of Jushian Pavilion. I just heard from Zhao Gang that ordinary members have to spend $1 million per year, so the platinum membership would have to cost several million." The front desk waitress smiled politely and said, "Yes, this card is a platinum card. Our hotel has only issued 8 of them. Each card is for a special private room, all reserved." Wow! Everyone gasped. 1 card, 1 private room. This is simply the treatment of an emperor. Is this still Jiang Wan's loser husband? "Sir, this is your card, please follow me," the waitress said respectfully. Chen Ping took the card, looked at the stunned and gnashing faces of the crowd, and explained, "It's not mine, it's our company's boss's, and he asked me to reserve a seat." Call. After Chen Ping said this, Zhao Gang, Shumai and others breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was abusing his power for personal gain and using his boss's card to show off. Depend on. Shumai's legs became weak and she almost got wet. Zhao Gang also glared at Chen Ping angrily, and then mocked him, "I thought it was something else, it turns out to be a pretense." When he said this, the others also laughed awkwardly. However, the box has been booked. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Chen Ping did not explain, and said to Jiang Wan calmly, "Take them to dinner, I will go back first." After saying this, without waiting for Jiang Wan to try to persuade him to stay, Chen Ping had already walked out of Jushian Pavilion holding the scroll in the box. Although Jiang Wan felt a little guilty, she couldn't resist the persuasion of her colleagues and followed the waiter to the private room. Of course, Zhao Gang and Shumai were not very happy with this meal. After all, the private room was open thanks to Jiang Wan's useless husband. Not long after leaving Jushin Pavilion, Chen Ping received a text message from Jiang Wan. Thanks. Chen Ping glanced at him, smiled, and replied, "You're welcome." Chen Ping felt somewhat guilty towards Jiang Wan. He is clearly the heir to the world's largest conglomerate, but because he doesn't want to inherit the family business, he comes to Shangjiang City to pretend to be poor and experience life. When can I confront Jiang Wan? Wait for a while. After picking up a bicycle, Chen Ping rode straight to the hospital. Halfway through the road, Chen Ping turned right and ran head-on into a speeding motorcycle. Almost instantly, the sound of the motorcycle's powerful motor buzzed in my ears. Then Chen Ping felt a strong wind blowing around him. The motorcycle braked suddenly and tilted to the right. With a bang, both the man and the motorcycle flipped into the green belt. It's over. Chen Ping immediately dropped his bicycle and ran over to see if the other person was okay. At this time, a man and a woman crawled out of the green belt. The woman's black skirt was torn by the branches, revealing a large area of white. She looked terrified. The man held his waist and cursed, "Grass mud horse. Hurry up and reincarnate, grass." Chen Ping hurriedly apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't see anyone." "Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? I'll pay for the motorcycle." When the man heard this, he was immediately furious and cursed, "Fuck. Are you fucking idiot? This is the Harley Iron 883 Hard Man Custom Edition. The full price is 200,000. Can you fucking afford it?" Chen Ping said, "I will compensate you 300,000 yuan, and 100,000 yuan will be my medical expenses." "Fuck." When the man heard this, he immediately grinned sarcastically and pushed Chen Ping hard. "You have a lot of money, right? 300,000. Can you afford it? Why are you pretending to be so arrogant in front of me?" Chen Ping staggered after being pushed by the other party. He frowned and said, "You are the ones who ran the red light. I am already doing a good job of not making a fuss with you. Don't push your luck." There was nothing wrong with Chen Ping turning right, it was the other party who wanted to run a red light. If it's reasonable, they are fully responsible. "Fuck. You said I ran a red light. Which eye did you see it?" The motorcyclist suddenly exploded and said angrily. At this time, the girl behind him finally reacted, took off her helmet, looked at Chen Ping and screamed, "Why is it you?" Chen Ping looked in the direction of their voice and discovered that the girl was actually Jiang Ling. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. "Brother Qi, don't let him go," Jiang Ling shouted sternly. "This man's name is Wang Qi, and he's a rich second generation." Chen Ping looked at Jiang Ling, somewhat hesitant. Wang Qi immediately pointed at Chen Pai's nose and asked Jiang Ling, "Do you know this idiot?" Jiang Ling nodded, glared at Chen Ping, and said, "He's my cousin's husband, but we're not familiar with him. He's just a gigolo." "Fuck. You're a gigolo and you're still trying to show off to me. Are you tired of living?" Wang Qi said angrily, and then laughed mockingly, "Okay, didn't you say you'd pay 300,000? Come on, give me the money." Jiang Ling had a cold expression on his face, with contempt in his mouth. 300,000? Are you kidding? Where did Chen Ping, a loser like him, get 300,000? Chen Ping wanted to pay compensation, but now he doesn't want to, and said, "I don't want to pay compensation, because it was you who ran the red light." If it weren't for Jiang Ling, Chen Ping might have paid compensation and kept the matter quiet. But now, he can't do that. Jiang Ling sneered, "Har har, I think you don't have any money. You were so pretentious just now, why are you so cowardly now? Fuck. You're still a poor bastard." Wang Qi cursed, 300,000, hurry up and give me the money, otherwise, I'll call for help. Call someone. Chen Ping was not really afraid of the other party calling for help. Then you shout. Chen Ping said calmly. Okay, you're a brave boy. Don't get scared away later. Wang Qi pointed at Chen Ping and threatened him. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. He said angrily, "Brother Kai, bring people to Jinzer." After hanging up the phone, Wang Qi stared at Chen Ping coldly and said, "My brother will be here soon. Be prepared to beg for mercy." Chen Ping had a cold expression on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Then, he sighed helplessly, took out his mobile phone and called Su Qing. Su Qing, bring people to Jinzur, the more the better. As soon as he hung up the phone, Wang Qi on the other end burst into laughter and said, "Har har har, you're calling for help too? That really makes me laugh to death. Okay, I want to see who the hell you can call." Jiang Ling remained silent and just watched from the side. But Chen Ping stared at her several times, which made her very uncomfortable. What is Chen Ping thinking about? Of course, I was thinking that Jiang Wan's cousin was pretty amazing, changing her boyfriend so quickly. When the time comes, talk to Jiang Wan and ask her to keep this cousin under control. If you don't learn well at such a young age, who knows what will happen in the future. At the same time, at the errand company, Su Qing immediately notified everyone after receiving Chen Ping's call. All of a sudden, all the delivery employees of the errand company in the city were riding the standard red electric scooters, wearing bright red vests and red helmets, and marching through the streets and alleys towards Jinzur. Looking from the sky, countless red dots slowly gathered towards Jinzur. Turning his gaze back to Chen Ping, the person Wang Qi called had arrived. 4 Harleys. 8 people, both men and women, all wearing cool motorcycle clothes, very handsome and fashionable. That buzzing sound came from the street bombing. The leader was a handsome boy about 1.8 meters tall, with a muscular body, a crew cut, and a cool and handsome look. "Wang Qi, what's going on? How come your car is wrecked?" Liu Kai walked over with his men, taking turtle steps. At the same time, he glanced at Chen Ping and had an idea of what was going on. "You bumped into him?" Liu Kai asked in a cold voice, staring at Chen Ping. Chen Ping said nothing. "Brother Kai, it's him. Tell him to take out 300,000 yuan today, otherwise he won't be able to leave." Wang Kai shouted from behind. Chapter 10, Father-in-law's Birthday. Chen Ping glanced at him calmly, his face expressionless. Liu Kai looked at Chen Ping unhappily. This guy was so ordinary, why was he so calm? Quite interesting. "Brother, can you pay me 300,000? Liu Kai was not the kind of gangster who would threaten people by shouting and killing them. 300,000 is already a sky-high price for ordinary people. Liu Kai didn't think that someone like Chen Ping could afford the compensation, but he still wanted to ask. First use courtesy, then force. Sorry, he ran a red light and is fully responsible. Besides, we didn't actually collide. Chen Ping said calmly. Wang Qi immediately pointed at Chen Ping and shouted angrily, "You don't want to pay for it." Chen Ping looked at him indifferently and did not reply. Liu Kai frowned slightly, looked at the broken Harley on the ground, and said, "Brother, 300,000 is not a lot of money, just enough to buy a leg." That's the threat. Chen Ping's eyes turned cold and his gaze flickered. As the heir to a wealthy family, does he need the 300,000? Apparently not bad. But he couldn't just accept defeat and become a scapegoat. "What if I say I have no money?" Chen Ping said calmly. A group of motorcycle gang men and women stared at Chen Ping and laughed at him as if he were an idiot. Liu Kai also touched his nose, and put his hand on Chen Ping's shoulder, and said with a wicked smile, "Uncle, do you know me? I am Liu Kai from Nanhao Street, and everyone calls me Brother Kai for my sake. It would be unreasonable for you not to compensate for what happened today." Liu Kai found it funny. It was the first time he met such an idiot. "Are you so stubborn? Or do you just think you are a flat-headed guy? Funny. Brother Kai, look at what he's wearing, he looks like a poor loser. I guess this idiot doesn't even know what a Harley is, har 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 har. Uncle, call someone to send you money. Our brother Kai is very ruthless." A group of men and women on motorcycles were talking sarcastically. The woman had her arms across her chest with a disdainful expression, while the man was leaning against his motorcycle, smoking. Jiang Ling was also in the crowd, leaning against a girl in hip-length leather pants and a tank top covering her chest, watching coldly. "He is my cousin's husband, a loser. My cousin provides all his food and lodging." Jiang Ling interrupted at this time, seeming to be very superior. "Damn, he's still a gigolo. Uncle, your cooking skills are pretty good. Can you teach us?" Several men and women began to laugh unrestrainedly again. Liu Kai also shook his head with a smile. What he despised most was the man who rolled on a woman's belly. "What do you think, uncle?" Liu Kai asked, with a sneer in his eyes, ready to take action at any time. Chen Ping remained silent and said nothing. Judging from the time, it should be here soon. Sudden. Chen Ping's pupils shrank, and he saw a dozen red electric vehicles speeding towards him in the distance. Fuck. Where the hell are there so many delivery guys? I don't know who shouted, but everyone turned around to look. All I see are red electric bikes, red helmets, and red vests. There were more than a dozen of them. The entire intersection was filled with the red delivery army. There are as many as 40 or 50 cars. All of a sudden, these electric vehicles surrounded the place. Fuck. What the hell? They are all broken electric bikes. Wang Qi yelled, turned his head and looked at Chen Ping, asking, "Who did you call?" Chen Ping nodded and said, "Yes." Har har har. There was a burst of laughter. Fuck. You're such an idiot. Do you think it will work if you call a bunch of delivery guys over? Wang Kai laughed contemptuously. Liu Kai also shook his head helplessly. Is this guy really an idiot? He actually did such a shameful thing. Is this a popular joke on the internet? It's really funny to order takeout to save yourself. Jiangling was among a few people in public, and when she saw this scene, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. This cousin's husband is really the best. How could my cousin fall for a man like this? He's such a jerk. At the same time, among the army of takeout delivermen, Su Qing, wearing a black suit and with a pair of slender white legs, walked up to Chen Ping under the headlights of dozens of electric vehicles. Chen Ping just gave Su Qing a look and she understood. Chen Ping specifically told her last time that his identity must not be revealed. What a low-key man. Then, she turned around, looked at Liu Kai and others, and said calmly, "I am Chen Ping's manager. If you have any questions, please talk to me." Liu Kai's eyes rolled over Su Qing several times. This woman was very attractive, with a curvy figure, a thin waist and big breasts. Not inferior to the girls around me at all. Okay, then I'll talk to you. Liu Kale said, 300,000. After he gets the money, he can leave. Su Qing frowned slightly, glanced at the Harley motorcycle lying on the ground, and said coldly, "Okay, but we choose to call the police." Call the police? All of a sudden, Liu Kai's brows furrowed. What these motorcycle gangs hate the most is the police. Moreover, what happened tonight was most likely Wang Kai's responsibility. If he called the police, he would certainly not gain any benefits. The key point is that he didn't bring his driver's license today. Beauty, you can't talk like this. It's too insincere. Liu Kai's face fell, and the people behind him were ready to fight. However, as soon as they moved, dozens of delivery guys in red vests around them rolled up their sleeves angrily and started to fight. How can we talk about this? 10 people against more than 40 greasy men. Talk about bullshit. Liu Kai also knew that the situation was not favorable to him, and gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Okay, you have more people, let's go." After saying that, Liu Kai and his men drove away on various modified motorcycles. Finally, he gave Chen Ping a fierce middle finger. Jiangling also gave Chen Ping a cold look, with contempt in his heart. What's so great about that? A delivery man actually relies on a woman to get ahead. You deserve to be a gigolo for the rest of your life. Looking at the motorcycle gang going away, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and said respectfully, "Boss, are you okay?" A group of brothers also asked questions at the same time. It's okay, let's all go back," Chen Ping said. Only after confirming that Chen Ping was fine did Su Qing leave with her employees. This storm came quickly and went away quickly. Chen Ping rode his bike back to the hospital. In the evening, Jiang Wan came to the hospital to see Mi Li, and after washing and dressing, she stayed by her bedside. Chen Ping himself spent the night on a bench in the corridor outside. Today is my father-in-law Jiang Guomin's birthday. Chen Ping thought about it and decided to go there. As for the gift, he brought the original painting of Tang Bohu given by Feng Ruixiang, Spring Mountain Companion. Feng Ruixiang is a well-known collector in China. The painting he gave must be an authentic one and its price must be very high. But Chen Ping also knew that his gifts would most likely be disliked, but he didn't care, he just wanted to express his feelings. When I arrived at the place I had agreed to meet with Jiang Wan, Jushin Pavilion, a beautiful figure was standing at the door, looking very anxious. Jiang Wan specially wore a black long dress today, with her hair tied up high, looking very beautiful and elegant. However, such a woman was very cold towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping walked over lazily and asked jokingly, "Are you waiting for me?" Jiang Wan frowned slightly, looked at Chen Ping with disgust and said, "Did you bring a gift for my dad?" Chen Ping raised the long gift box in his hand and said, "I brought it." Jiang Wan didn't even look at her, she turned around and walked into the hotel in her high heels. After all, she begged her father for a long time before he brought Chen Ping here. "Don't talk nonsense when you go in. Many of my relatives and my father's friends are here. If they say anything to you, just bear with it. Today, you just have to remember one thing: admit your mistake to my parents, and I will not divorce you," Jiang Wan reminded. Chen Ping laughed and didn't care. "If my father-in-law knew my identity, he would have been so scared that he would have gone out to greet me." Seeing Chen Ping didn't say anything, Jiang Wan turned around and glared at him, then asked sternly, "Did you hear that?" "I understand," Chen Ping replied. The two of them entered the box. Almost all of Jiang's relatives and Jiang Guomin's friends were present, and it was very lively. "Look who's here, Miss Jiang. Jiang Wan, you're late today. You'll have to drink a penalty drink later. Sister Wana, sit here with me." The relatives greeted Jiang Wan familiarly, but completely ignored Chen Ping, who was following closely behind. "I shouldn't have come if I had known." Although Chen Ping had gotten used to the Jiang family's indifference towards him in the past 2 years, he still felt uncomfortable being ignored by everyone. Jiang Guomin and his wife Yang Guilan sat in the main seats, chatting with everyone, laughing and looking very happy. However, when he saw Chen Ping's figure at this time, Jiang Guomin snorted coldly and ignored his existence. "This son-in-law really made me embarrassed. Today, not only are there my relatives, but also many of my friends from when I was in office, all of whom are people within the system." If it weren't for his daughter's sake, Jiang Guomin would not have let Chen Ping in. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open again, and outside the door stood a man dressed in a famous brand suit and very brightly dressed. Chen Ping had met this man once or twice. He was a true second-generation rich man with a wealthy family. He was a powerful figure in Shangjiang City and one of the men who had been pursuing Jiang Wan. Chapter 11, Tang Bohu's Paintings. "Alas, my wife is so beautiful that people always keep an eye on her." Chen Ping also had a headache. "Hey! Gao Yang is here. Come and sit here with your Uncle Jiang." Yang Guilan seemed very enthusiastic. "Why did you come if you wanted to? Why did you bring any gifts? It's really too polite. Today is Uncle Jiang's birthday, it's only natural." Gao Yang smiled, walked over to Jiang Guomin and sat down. This time, everyone looked at Chen Ping with strange and mocking eyes. The son-in-law of the Jiang family is really a coward. An outsider can sit next to Jiang Guomin, but he, the son-in-law, sits at the lowest seat near the door. This kind of differential treatment is too obvious. Yang Guilan looked at Gao Yang with a smile, her eager eyes as if she was looking at her future son-in-law, and said, "Thanks to Gao Yang's reservation of the private room today, we can have dinner at Jushian Pavilion." When this was mentioned, everyone looked at Gao Yang with admiration. Booking a private room at Jushian Pavilion is a privilege only for members. Membership requires a consumption of over 1 million. This is what a real rich person is like. Gao Yang was busy waving his hands. Although he was very modest, his expression couldn't help but be proud. He said, "Hey, it's nothing. It's just a small thing. The company made some money. I booked the box with the help of my dad. This is a naked display of one's wealth and family background." However, no one would expose it, instead everyone praised it enthusiastically. Gao Yang is really young and promising. Whoever has such a son-in-law is truly blessed. Gao Yang's reputation was immediately raised very high. On the other hand, Chen Ping, who sat in the corner without saying a word, was looked down upon by everyone. "We are all human beings, but the gap between us is too big. I think Jiang Wan should have married Gao Yang back then, she would definitely be a wealthy wife now." I don't know who said this, but it was so heartbreaking. All the relatives looked at Chen Ping with gloating eyes and said sarcastically, "Look at how cowardly he is. It's really infuriating. All you know is delivering takeout, no future. I heard that his daughter is also a sickly woman with congenital heart disease, which is incurable. Familiar words, familiar faces. Chen Ping's eyes turned cold, but he didn't say anything. He has gotten used to it in the past 2 years. Jiang Wan naturally felt uncomfortable. She felt her face burning as she sat with her husband. She stomped on Chen Ping hard under the table and glared at him, venting her dissatisfaction. Despite being ridiculed like this, he could still sit back and relax, looking calm and composed. Seeing that Chen Ping didn't say anything and was just drinking water, everyone lost interest in teasing him any further. At this time, Gao Yang acted as if he was doing it for your own good, and said, "Chen Ping, my company happens to be short of people, why don't you come to my company to help out? 6 or 7,000 a month should be no problem, which is much better than delivering food." "No need, I'm doing a good job delivering food," Chen Ping said calmly. "If I tell you that I am the heir to the world's largest conglomerate, I'm afraid you would all kneel down. To me, money is just a number. Whatever he does, he can't help it." Yang Guilan said angrily, then looked at Gao Yang with shining eyes and asked, "Gao Yang, what did Auntie ask you to do last time?" Gao Yang immediately smiled and replied, "Auntie, don't worry, it's done. Uncle Jiang's collection exhibition is no problem." Jiang Guomin, who was still angry, perked up immediately after hearing this and said with a smile, "Xiao Gao, thank you so much. Let's have a drink together." As they spoke, the two raised their glasses and drank together. After Gao Yang finished drinking, he did not forget to glance proudly at Chen Ping in the corner. His expression was as arrogant as it could be. At the same time, his eyes lingered on Jiang Wan. He has liked this woman for a long time. But she married a loser. "Jiang Wan, I will make you understand the gap between me and that loser Chen Ping. Wanna, look at how much Gao Yang cares about your father's affairs. You can't find a man like him even with a lantern. He is much better than that guy." Yang Guilan really likes Gao Yang. His family was wealthy, he had his own small company, and he had connections in society. "If my daughter marries him, she will definitely live a happy life." After saying that, she glanced at Chen Ping with disgust and disdain. Jiang Wan was already very depressed, so she just smiled awkwardly. Chen Ping doesn't care even more. "Say whatever you want." "Lao Gao, is this your personal collection exhibition?" Many old friends looked at Jiang Guomin with envy at this moment. In their circle, collecting antiques, calligraphy and paintings is a common phenomenon. But being able to hold your own collection exhibition is a very prestigious thing. Unexpectedly, Jiang Guomin is going to hold his own collection exhibition. When Jiang Guomin saw the envious and jealous expressions of these old friends, he felt even more proud and had a better impression of Gao Yang. At the same time, he looked down on Chen Ping even more. Why did I agree to let Jiang Wan marry him in the first place? No, my daughter must divorce this loser. The banquet was halfway through. Gao Yang seemed to remember something and ran out. When he came back, he had a long gift box in his hand. He said to Jiang Guomin as if to show off, "Uncle Jiang, I brought you a special gift. You will definitely like it." Everyone in the box stretched their heads to look over, very curious about what was in Gao Yang's long box. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jiang Guomin was already happy about his personal collection exhibition. Now that he saw Gao Yang giving him a gift, he was naturally even more delighted. "Oh, Xiao Gao, look at you. You booked a box for me, organized an exhibition for me, and even gave me gifts. This is not appropriate." Jiang Guomin declined on the surface, but in his heart he was eager to see what it was. Since Gao Yang said so, he would be very satisfied. Could it be antiques, calligraphy or paintings? Gao Yang opened the gift box and carefully took out a painting from it. He said proudly, "This is Tang Bohu's Spring Mountain Companion picture. I spent a lot of effort to buy it from a friend. It's a birthday gift specially prepared for Uncle Jiang." As he spoke, Gao Yang did not forget to raise his eyebrows and glance proudly at Chen Ping, who was eating. What a loser, he still has the mind to eat at this time. Have you never been to Juxian Pavilion for dinner? However, Chen Ping's heart skipped a beat at this moment. Spring Mountain Companion. Isn't he at the same painting that Feng Ruixian gave me? However, Chen Ping believed that a well-known collector in China like Feng Ruixian would not send him a fake. Therefore, he didn't plan to say anything, but just hid his gift box under the table. Jiang Wan also noticed Chen Ping's actions, frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Ping shook his head and said, "It's okay." Spring Mountain Companion. Jiang Guomin was stunned and sobered up. This is a treasure. There are many paintings of Tang Bohu that are circulated around the world, except for this one, Spring Mountain Companion, and those circulating on the market are all imitations. I heard that this painting was collected by a famous collector in China. Great value. The starting amount is at least 3 or 4 million. Jiang Guomin excitedly and reverently took the scroll handed to him by Gao Yang, cleared an empty table, opened it, asked the waiter for a magnifying glass, and began to look at it carefully. A few old friends gathered around me, and they all read it carefully over and over again. Wow! Amazing! This painting combines the northern and southern schools of painting, with delicate brushwork, open layout, and elegant style. The characters inherit the tradition of the Tang dynasty, with bright and elegant colors and graceful postures. It is also a freehand figure painting, with concise brushwork, which is the perfect style of Tang Bohu. Several old friends of Jiang Guomin, who are also collectors, praised the painting highly after seeing it. Wonderful! Wonderful! I have seen this painting of Spring Mountain Companion in my lifetime. Lao Jiang, you are going to be famous all over the country this time. You must display this painting at your exhibition this time. We will help you promote it. I believe that all the important people in Shangjiang City will come. A group of old friends were filled with envy. Jiang Guomin was naturally very excited, and his breathing became rapid. He asked, "Sir Gao, this is an authentic work of Tang Bohu. You must have spent a lot of money on this painting." In one sentence, the whole audience was shocked. The original work of Tang Bohu, the leader of the Four Great Talents, is very valuable. Last year, a copy of Tang Bohu's calligraphy was auctioned in Shangjiang City for 7 million yuan. It's not much, as long as Uncle Jiang likes it. Gao Yang also knew the rules and did not mention the amount of money. But those who understand naturally know that this painting costs no less than 5 million. The son of the Gao family really spent a lot of money. At this moment, Jiang Ling in the crowd deliberately asked loudly, "Cousin-in-law, I saw you brought something just now, is it a gift for uncle?" As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Ling noticed the gift box in Chen Ping's hand. How could the things brought by this loser be valuable? Jiang Ling became very angry when he thought about what happened that night. Swish! All of a sudden, everyone in the box focused their eyes on Chen Ping, looking at him with a teasing look, waiting to see the fun. Chen Ping smiled awkwardly, "If it's not worth the money, don't look at it. I know it's not worth much, but since it was given to my uncle by my cousin's husband, why don't you take it out and let us see it? Will we laugh at you?" Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes and couldn't hide the sarcastic smile on his face. "Just to make you look bad and see what you can give as a gift? That's not necessary." Chen Ping took a sip of water and declined. In the eyes of everyone, this made them think that he was guilty. That must be a rubbish gift. Gao Yang was just waiting for the opportunity to humiliate Chen Ping, so he interrupted and said, "Chen Ping, take it out, so that Uncle Jian can be happy, and let me see what gift you gave me." "Yes, take it out and let us have a look." A group of people followed suit and started to make a fuss. Chapter 12, The Fake. Seeing everyone making a fuss, Jiang Wan felt very uncomfortable. Although she didn't know what gift Chen Ping had prepared, Chen Ping had revealed one word, painting. Chen Ping was not stupid and he specially took Feng Ruixiang's painting. But Jiang Wan didn't he know? She instinctively thought that Chen Ping had just bought a casually decorative painting. Moreover, Gao Yang's painting, Spring Mountain Companion, by Tang Bohu is now very popular and has been well received by a group of people. Compared with the painting in Chen Ping's hand, such a treasure is simply heaven and earth apart. Taking it out at this time would simply bring shame to yourself. It's just a gift, nothing special. Jiang Wan spoke for Chen Ping and gave him a fierce look at the same time. If she made a fool of herself in front of so many people today, she would definitely hate Chen Ping to death. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to hold her head up in front of Gao Yang. "Cousin, this is your fault. We can't let down my cousin's husband." Jiang Ling said this with a smile, then walked over and snatched the long gift box that Chen Ping had hidden under the table. "Oh, it's also a long gift box. It can't be a painting as well." Jiang Ling deliberately stretched out his tone, his words full of sarcasm. Chen Ping didn't know what to say, he just remained silent. You didn't buy this gift from some 2 yuan supermarket, did you? Jiang Ling asked sarcastically, holding up the gift box in his hand. I found it at the antique market. Chen Ping said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the box looked at Chen Ping strangely. Antique market. But this was too shabby, and everyone looked at Chen Ping with a smile. Jiang Guomin felt a little relieved and finally had a change of heart towards Chen Ping. This son-in-law knows his hobbies, which is pretty good. But it was just good. Compared with the painting Spring Mountain Companion by Tang Bohu that Gao Yarn had just given me, the things I bought from the antique market were not worth mentioning. Har har har, I'm dying of laughter. Cousin-in-law, did you buy it at the antique market? You really don't take your uncle seriously. Jiang Ling sneered, I heard that the things bought in the antique market are all fake, and many of them are dirty. Dirty stuff, these two words are really heartbreaking. Jiang Guomin's face fell instantly. He knew the inside story. There are indeed a lot of dirty things in the antique market. It would be unlucky if you accidentally find them. As a result, Jiang Guomin snorted coldly, and the slight good impression that had just risen in his heart disappeared. Jiang Wan hurriedly stood up and tried to take the gift box back from Jiang Ling, saying, then don't look at it. No, I have to see it. I'm curious about what my cousin's husband found. Jiang Ling turned sideways, quickly opened the gift box, and took out the scroll inside. Painting? Everyone naturally saw it, and their eyes kept switching between Gao Yang and Chen Ping. No wonder Chen Ping refused to take it out. What other painting could be more precious than Spring Mountain Companion? Jiang Ling looked at the playful expressions on everyone's faces, then looked at Jiang Wan's gloomy eyes, and found it funny, then unfolded the paintings one by one. Crash! The scroll rolled down, and a painting appeared before everyone. Everyone stretched their heads to look over, and were first attracted by the exquisiteness of the painting. The characters are richly portrayed, the colors are rich, the lines are soft, it is an excellent work. However, the more people looked at it, the more strange it seemed. Isn't this exactly the same as Gao Yan's painting? A junior in the crowd was surprised, his eyes wide open. All of a sudden, everyone realized that the two paintings were exactly the same, also Spring Mountain Companion. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Ping again. Just kidding. Can he find Spring Mountain Companion? This is obviously a fake. The moment the painting unfolded, Gao Yang recognized that it was exactly the same as his own. He was stunned at first, but then he smiled coldly. This is really God helping me, har 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 har. Chen Ping, you are finished. How could you think of giving a fake one to your father-in-law as a birthday present? Jiang Ling deliberately screamed loudly at this time, cousin, how come your painting is exactly the same as brother Gao Yan's? It can't be fake. This is also the first reaction in everyone's mind. The painting that Chen Ping gave away was bought from an antique market, so it must be a fake. How do you know it's fake? Suddenly, Chen Ping's calm voice rang out in the box. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Chen Ping in disbelief. This guy must be crazy. There were two paintings, one that Gao Yang spent millions to buy, and the other that he bought at an antique market. It was easy to tell which one was real and which one was fake at a glance. Jiang Wan anxiously kicked Chen Ping under the table, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. I told him to be patient when he came here, but why didn't he listen? It's so embarrassing. Jiang Ling immediately laughed and said, cousin, from what you said, your painting is the real one. Brother Gao Yang's is fake. So ridiculous. Maybe. Chen Ping continued, not caring at all that Jiang Wan was pinching her flesh under the table. Har 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 har. A group of people laughed and shook their heads helplessly, despising Chen Ping even more in their hearts. Jiang Guomin, who was sitting in the main seat, snorted coldly. He really saw through his son-in-law. In that case, why not ask Uncle Jiang and all the uncles and aunts present here to give us some advice? Gao Yang said at this time, with a proud look in his eyes. He is very confident. He spent more than 2 million to buy this painting from a friend. Just because you, Chen Ping, bought this fake painting for dozens of dollars in the antique market, you still want to compete with me? Dream. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ling couldn't wait to take the painting to Jiang Guomin and several uncles who were collectors and said, "Uncle, take a look." Jiang Guomin took it with disdain, glanced at it a few times, and was shocked. After taking a few glances, several other old friends also anxiously picked up magnifying glasses and began to look at it carefully. The more they looked, the more surprised they were. This painting style is definitely Tang Bohu's. This painting seems to be real. This is strange. The two paintings are so similar, as if they were copied from a photocopier. Jiang Guomin exchanged glances with a few old friends, then bent over the desk again and read it carefully, not missing any details. Everyone was a little surprised when seeing this scene. Could it be that the painting given by that loser Chen Ping was real? Jiao Yang was also a little nervous. Looking at Uncle Jiang's expression, it was as if he had seen the real thing. That's impossible. I spent 2 million, it can't be fake. Jiang Guan's heart was in her throat. She glanced at Chen Ping and found that he was sitting there silently and calmly, and didn't seem to be worried at all. "Chen Ping, where did you get this painting?" "It's a very good imitation, it's almost indistinguishable from the real thing," Jiang Guomin said with narrowed eyes. "This imitation is really good. If we weren't here, it would be so real that it would be indistinguishable from the real thing." Several of Jiang Guomin's old friends also said. To be honest, they were still unsure, but they automatically preferred Jiao Yang's painting because it was an expensive gift. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time looked at Chen Ping with even more contempt. "It's indeed fake." Jiao Yang also relaxed a bit and looked at Chen Ping triumphantly. Chen Ping frowned, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. "A fake painting given to me by Feng Ruixiang? That's impossible. Indistinguishable from the real thing?" Chen Ping figured it out all of a sudden, and he guessed that his father-in-law and the others had also realized that the two paintings were too similar, but they were more inclined to believe that the one Jiao Yang gave was the one. Because Jiao Yang is a rich second generation, and he is just a poor son-in-law, how could he possibly give him a real gift? Thinking of this, Chen Ping shook his head helplessly. It didn't matter. However, Jiang Ling laughed and sneered, "Cousin, you are awesome. You made a fake painting. Who are you trying to fool?" At the same time, she also mocked her cousin, "Cousin, your husband is really amazing. I thought he really bought the real thing." Jiang Guomin helped Chen Ping for the first time and said, "Okay, Ling, you can't blame Chen Ping for this. He bought it online too, so he doesn't know how to tell if it's real or fake." Everyone didn't know what to say, but they distanced themselves from Chen Ping even more. It was embarrassing to eat with someone like him. Jiang Wan really couldn't eat anymore, so she pulled Chen Ping and left the table angrily. "What are you doing? Why do you have to give me a fake painting? You've made me lose face," Jiang Wan accused angrily. Chen Ping could only say in silence, "I'm sorry. It's so annoying. The more I look at you, the more annoyed I get. Go back and take care of Mi Li." Jiang Wan said this with gritted eyes, then turned around and went back to the box. Chen Ping looked at her disappointed back and sighed silently. "Jiang Wan, my painting is the real one." Alas, a bunch of ignorant people. When Jiang Wan returned to the box, everyone saw that Chen Ping had not come in, so Yang Guilan asked, "Where is Chen Ping?" Jiang Wan forced a smile and said, "Mi Li is still in the hospital. He went back first. He. I'm afraid he ran away in shame." Just at this moment, the door of the box was pushed open, and Ma Jinwen came in with 7 or 8 waiters, carrying a variety of precious delicacies and expensive wines. "This must be Brother Jiang." Ma Jinwen immediately walked up to Jiang Guomin and shook hands with him politely. "Who are you?" Jiang Guomin was stunned. He didn't know this person. "I'm Ma Jinwen, the boss of Juxian Pavilion. Today is Brother Jiang's birthday, so I specially sent you special dishes made by chefs invited from France, Germany and the United Kingdom, as well as these 8 bottles of 1982 Lafite and 2 bottles of Guizhangfengjiu," Ma Jinwen said with a smile. Everyone was astonished beyond words when they saw the plates of delicious food and bottles of fine wine on the table. It was so shocking that the boss of Juxian Pavilion came in person to deliver the gift. The 1982 Lafite is already very rare, and there are also 2 bottles of Guizhangfengjiu. This is the most expensive liquor in the world. A single bottle was once auctioned for 2 million. The king of wine. Here is a platinum membership card. It's a little gift from me to Brother Jiang. When you dine next time, there is a special private room with a 50% discount. Ma Jinwen took out a membership card and handed it to Jiang Guomin solemnly. Jiang Guomin was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He stretched out his hand tremblingly to take it and asked, Boss Mar, thank you so much, but we are not familiar with each other. Who asked you to send it? Is Mr. Chen not here? Ma Jinwen asked. He looked around but did not see Chen Ping. Mr. Chen? Jiang Guomin was stunned. There was no one with the surname Chen in the box, and no one else thought of Chen Ping. Jiang Wan was stunned, but she immediately thought of Chen Ping, but this was impossible. Chapter 13, which Mr. Chen? Since Mr. Chen is not here, I won't bother you anymore. I hope you all enjoy your meal. Ma Jinwen came and went like the wind. He gave his gifts and left, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Guomin held the card in his hand, coughed a few times, and asked, Who among you knows Mr. Chen? Everyone shook their heads. A person of such power who could make the owner of Jushian Pavilion come personally to deliver food and fine wine was definitely not someone they could recognize at their level. Could it be Chen Ping? I don't know who said this in a sarcastic tone, but it immediately caused everyone to laugh. Don't be ridiculous, how could it be that loser of his? If it were him, I could swallow this bottle of wine. Our cousin's husband, what else can he do except taking someone else's surname? A few youngsters mocked unscrupulously. Jiang Wan found this particularly harsh and shouted angrily, Enough! What are you talking about? He is your brother-in-law after all. Cut. A few youngsters raised their eyebrows arrogantly but said nothing more. Jiang Guomin also said a few words, asking everyone to stop arguing. Some old friends were extremely envious. Old Jiang, this is your fault. You know such an important person but you don't introduce him to us. You are so rude. It's Spring Mountain Companion and it's Mr. Chen's. Come on, don't worry about that. This is the national treasure Fenjiu, the royal wine. Try it. Jiang Guomin felt heartbroken and hurriedly took one bottle and put it away, and opened the other one. Others wouldn't say anything, they thought it was a great honor for them to be able to have a drink. At this time, Gao Yang said, Uncle Jiang, I should know this Mr. Chen. The boss behind the exhibition venue is named Chen. Do you think he knew your birthday and asked someone to send it? Gao Yang was also guessing, but the owner of the exhibition venue was indeed surnamed Chen. Although he had never met him, the secretary at reception said that the boss's surname was Chen and asked him not to advertise. Really? Then I have to thank this boss Chen very much. He is so polite. Jiang Guomin seemed very excited. He took Gao Yang's hand and said, Xiao Gao, you must help uncle to make an appointment with this boss Chen. It's obvious that he is a fellow collector. Of course. Gao Yang agreed readily. Being valued so much by Uncle Jiang, he was naturally happy about it. Hey, some of them have the same last name Chen, but they are delivery guys. Jiang Ling said something inappropriate at the right time, which was like a thorn in Jiang Wan's heart. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth and took a sip of the drink, then stood up and said, Dad, I'm going to the hospital to see Mi Li. I'm leaving first. Jiang Guomin knew that his daughter would suffer if she stayed here, so he waved his hand and let her go. In the past 2 years, my daughter has become much more distant from me, and it's all because of that loser Chen Ping. Cousin, hurry back, but don't scold our cousin-in-law. Jiang Ling said with a sneer, his gift is quite good, even though it's fake. Jiang Wan just walked to the door, clenched her fists, and left without looking back. As soon as she left, everyone started discussing Mr. Chen, and at the same time, they couldn't help but ridicule Chen Ping. Turning his attention back to Chen Ping, he had just left Jushian Pavilion not long ago when he received a text message. Mr. Chen, I'm Ma Jinwen. Everything is ready. Your father-in-law is very happy. Ma Jinwen? Oh, by the way, the boss of Jushian Pavilion. It seems that Ma Jinwen is quite capable of handling things. Chen Ping replied, I won't ask where you got my number from. It's better that you didn't reveal my identity in this matter. After receiving Chen Ping's reply, Ma Jinwen replied in fear and trepidation, Mr. Chen, don't worry, there is absolutely no such thing. Chen Ping nodded, didn't reply to him, and walked towards the hospital. Back in the hospital, Chen Ping sat beside the bed and looked at his sleeping daughter, who looked so adorable. This little nose looks like her mother's, this little mouth also looks like her mother's, and these eyes look like herself. My daughter is so beautiful. She will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Not long after, Jiang Wan came back with a cold face, sat beside Mi Li's bed, and looked at her daughter. Chen Ping had just come back from fetching water. When he saw Jiang Wan, he smiled and said, "Now that you are here, I will take care of everything here. You can go back and rest." Jiang Wan didn't say anything. She looked at her daughter with red eyes, as if she was trying hard to suppress some emotion. What's wrong? Chen Ping also noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Wan. Chen Ping, do you want Mi Li to stay like this forever? Don't you want her to get better treatment? Didn't the doctor say last time that as long as we pay 1 million, Mi Li can have surgery? Jiang Wan's eyes were red. Mi Li is 3 years old now, which is the best period for treatment. Chen Ping glanced at Mi Li, who was sleeping, and said, "I know. I will find a way. Think of a solution." What solution can you think of? Jiang Wan laughed at herself, tears rolling down her cheeks. Chen Ping, please go and bow your head to my parents. Jiang Wan, believe me, I have my own way. Chen Ping said. Wife, you don't know, I have already started doing it. Mi Li is the woman of the heiress to the world's largest conglomerate family. She is a favored child of heaven and a daughter of a royal family. What can you do? What else can you do besides embarrassing me? Jiang Wan angrily accused Chen Ping, "Today is my dad's birthday. It's okay if you gave a shabby gift, but you had to give me a painting? And it's fake. Do you know what they said about me? I've had enough of you, Chen Ping. Can you think more about me and Mi Li?" Chen Ping knew that Jiang Wan had felt very aggrieved and had indeed had a hard time in the past 2 years, enduring all kinds of contempt and ridicule. But he had his own reasons. But now, I have inherited the family property and everything has changed. Wanner, believe me, I will definitely give Mi Li the best treatment, and I will definitely make up for the harm I have done to you in the past 2 years. Chen Ping hugged Jiang Wan's shoulders, but was pushed away by her. Jiang Wan was very disappointed. He was always like this but never delivered. That's enough. I don't want to listen anymore. I will take Mi Li out of the hospital tomorrow. I will find a way myself. Jiang Wan wiped her tears and said resolutely. Wanner, actually I am. Chen Ping couldn't help but just as he opened his mouth, he was glared back by Jiang Wan. Who are you? You are waste. Jiang Wan said coldly. Pushing Chen Ping out of the ward, Jiang Wan stayed alone to look after Mi Li. Chen Ping was sitting outside the ward in the boring and quiet corridor, thinking about the look Jiang Wan gave him the last time, feeling so disappointed. Jiang Wan, actually I am a top rich second generation. I have trillions of assets. Chen Ping left the hospital by himself and called Xiao Fugui. Old Xiao, how is the arrangement for my daughter's treatment going? Xiao Fugui replied respectfully on the other end of the phone, Master, everything has been arranged. Professor Tang Hemin, an internationally renowned cardiologist, will come to Shangjiang City in a few days. I will arrange for him to come to the hospital and perform surgery on the young lady in a practical teaching manner. Well, you arrange it. Make everything natural and don't make it public. Chen Ping said. Don't worry, young master. Your identity will never be exposed. It was definitely an accident. After the operation, I also arranged a fundraising event specifically for children with congenital heart disease. That way, no one will suspect anything. Xiao Fugui said, by the way, Professor Tang Hemin heard that you were in Shangjiang City and wanted to meet with you alone. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Chen Ping replied and hung up the phone. He is feeling a little irritated now. Xiao Fugui immediately dialed another number and said, Old Tang, I've already told my young master. You'll have to fight for the rest on your own. On the other end of the phone, in Jinling City, in the director's office of Tangren Hospital. After receiving Xiao Fugui's call, Tang Hemin stood up excitedly and said, Okay, thank you very much, Brother Xiao. I really appreciate your kindness. As soon as I hung up the phone, a young doctor sitting on the sofa in the office asked anxiously, President Tang, who's calling? You look so happy. Tang Hemin laughed a few times and said, Director Song, come with me to Shangjiang City in 3 days. There is a special patient who needs surgery. We must have the best doctors in the hospital. Go and prepare quickly. Director Song said, okay, and went downstairs to prepare. On this side, after Chen Ping hung up the phone, he received another call. It was a woman with a very sweet voice, which sounded like a spring breeze. Hello, Mr. Chen. This is Chuanan, the person in charge of the Guohua exhibition hall. The exhibition hall has now been transferred to your personal name. Mr. Jiang Guomin's personal exhibition on Saturday has also been arranged. Would you like to come and take a look? Chen Ping didn't want to go at first, but after thinking about it, he replied, okay, I'll take some time to go over and take a look. After all, it is my father-in-law's personal collection exhibition, so we can't be careless. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll arrange it right away. Chuanan said in a sweet voice on the other end, by the way, Mr. Chen, the person in charge of this contact, Mr. Gao Yan, wants to meet with you. Do you need to arrange an appointment? Gao Yan? Oh, I almost forgot, at the banquet, Gao Yan said he had made arrangements. He. I'm afraid he didn't expect that the exhibition hall he tried so hard to rent was bought by me, Chen Ping, and rented specifically to him. Should I meet or not? Chapter 14, one word, stop the exhibition. Chen Ping pondered for a moment and said, I'm gone for now. We'll talk later. Chu Anan on the other end of the phone replied, okay, Mr. Chen. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ping sat in the corridor and slept all night. The next morning, Jiang Wan just said to him coldly, I will pick up Mi Li in the afternoon. Do you want to go back with me? Chen Ping nodded and smiled bitterly, I will go and bow my head to our father. Hearing his words, Jiang Wan was excited at first, but she remained cold on the surface. She nodded and said nothing more. In the afternoon, Chen Ping and Jiang Wan took Mi Li back to her father-in-law's house. As soon as they entered the door, they felt the cold atmosphere in the house. Dad, I'm back. Jiang Wan pretended to be calm. No one greeted him. Jiang Guomin sat on the sofa, reading the newspaper while wearing reading glasses. Mother-in-law Yang Guilan is busy doing something in the kitchen. Chen Ping put the rice grain down. The little guy hid behind his father's thighs, tightly grasping Chen Ping's trouser legs, tilting his head, looking at Chen Ping with innocent eyes, and murmured softly, Daddy, don't Grandpa and Grandma like me? Chen Ping squatted down, touched Mi Li's little head lovingly, shook his head and smiled gently, no, go in and say hello to Grandpa and Grandma. Xiao Mi Li's big black gemstone eyes sparkled. She looked at Jiang Guomin, who was reading the newspaper, with caution and fear. Then she ran over and shouted crisply, Grandpa, Mi Li is here. Jiang Guomin then put down the newspaper, stood up from the sofa, and went into the study without even looking around. Bang! The study door is closed. It hit Chen Ping's heart hard, as well as Jiang Wan's. Jiang Wan looked at Mi Li, who was about to cry, ran over hurriedly, hugged her in her arms, and went into her bedroom. Chen Ping frowned slightly, feeling very unhappy. The father-in-law's attitude towards his daughter is too cold. But when he went into the kitchen to help, he was treated coldly by his mother-in-law. Chen Ping, I don't need you to serve me. I can't afford you. You should go back to where you came from. You are not welcome in our home. Yang Guilan spoke as if no one was around, and did not give Chen Ping a good look at all. Mom, I'm sorry. Chen Ping lowered his head and said that he understood the purpose of his visit today and did not want to embarrass Jiang Wan. So, he chose to compromise. Oh my, I can't bear it. Yang Guilan said sarcastically, with a frivolous look and a sharp face. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. Yang Guilan glared at Chen Ping, pushed him away rudely, and then ran to the door with a happy look on her face, shouting in a lingering voice, Here I come, is it Gao Yang? As soon as the door opened, Gao Yang, wearing a handsome suit, holding full gift boxes in both hands, said with a smile, Auntie, hello. Hey, come in, come in. Yang Guilan was so happy that she took the gift box from Gao Yang's hand and said, Just come, why bring a gift? It's too polite. It's my first visit, so I should say hello to you and uncle on behalf of my parents. Gao Yang said generously. When Yang Guilan turned around, she saw Chen Ping sitting on the sofa in the living room. She immediately became unhappy and cursed. Didn't you see that a guest was coming? Why didn't you pour tea? You have no tact at all. This useless son-in-law, look at Gao Yang, he even remembers to bring gifts when he visits. He came here empty-handed with a burden, what bad luck. Chen Ping glanced at Gao Yang, who was staring at him arrogantly. The look in his eyes seemed to say, you scumbag, my own mother-in-law treats me better than you, a famous son-in-law. Chen Ping didn't care about anything, he got up and made a cup of tea. Jiang Guomin had already come out of the study and was chatting enthusiastically with Gao Yang while sitting on the sofa. Chen Ping stood in the corner, listening silently. Uncle Jiang, where is Jiang Wan? Why can't I see her? Gao Yang looked around with his eyes rolling. Jiang Guomin called out, Wana, there are guests at home. The bedroom door opened, and Jiang Wan finally coaxed Mi Li to sleep. When she saw Gao Yang sitting in the living room, she was slightly stunned. Why are you here? Jiang Wan asked in a cold tone. Why can't he come? Are you allowed to bring back a piece of trash? Yang Guilan came out of the kitchen at this time, holding a fruit plate in her hand, and glared at Chen Ping who was standing in the corner smoking. She was obviously angry and said, no smoking at home. Go outside if you want to smoke. I'm sorry. Chen Ping immediately put out the cigarette, opened the window and fanned the room to get rid of the smell of smoke. Jiang Wan also glanced at Chen Ping, wishing she could take him out immediately to avoid embarrassment. Gao Yang, these fruits were specially bought by Auntie this morning. They are very sweet. Yang Guilan piled the fruit plates in front of Gao Yang in a flattering manner. Thank you, Auntie. Gao Yang replied politely. Chen Ping felt very uncomfortable when he saw this scene. When Mi Li came over, he didn't even see what the fruit was. She is your granddaughter after all. It's really too much of a disrespect to her for you to do this. By the way, Uncle Jiang, the venue for your exhibition has already been set up, and the invitations have been sent out. It will open on time at 10 a.m. on Saturday. As Gao Yang spoke, he glanced at Chen Ping with pride, showing off. Obviously, his status in the Jiang family is much higher than that of this son-in-law. Okay, thank you so much, Xiao Jiao. Jiang Guomin also had a look of joy on his face, imagining a scene where his exhibition would cause a sensation throughout the entire city. Several of his old friends have already started to build momentum for him. In Shangjiang City, many prominent figures know that Jiang Guomin, the former Land Resources Planning Section Chief, received an authentic painting by Tang Bohu. It caused quite a stir in Shangjiang City for a while. Of course, it also left a suspense, as it didn't reveal which authentic painting of Tang Bohu it was. Just waiting for the day of the exhibition to blow everyone away. Uncle Jiang, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Gao Yang said modestly, also, I have also talked to their person in charge about your request to meet with Mr. Chen. We can meet, but the time is not confirmed. As you know, people like Mr. Chen are very busy. Oh my god. So shameless. Chen Ping felt contempt in his heart. When did he agree to meet? This is lying to win favor, and it is said very skillfully. We can meet, but the time is undecided. Gao Yang was very good at pleasing Jiang Guomin, which made Jiang Guomin see it. The more he looked at her, the more comfortable he felt and the more he liked her. Chen Ping, look at Gao Yang. If you have nothing to do, learn from him instead of just idling around all day. If you really can't make it, ask Gao Yang to find you a job. It will be more respectable. Jiang Guomin spoke up, and this was probably the first time he thought about Chen Ping. This is a good start. But Chen Ping felt very uncomfortable when he heard it. The total assets of Gao Yang's company are only tens of millions, which is not enough for his monthly pocket money. Chen Ping, why are you standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and beg Gao Yang for help. Yang Guilan glared at Chen Ping in disappointment. This idiot, even after all the words have been said, he is still standing there like an idiot, he really deserves to be a loser. As for Gao Yang, he sat upright with his eyes slightly narrowed, waiting smugly for Chen Ping to come and beg him for help. So cool. Although Jiang Wan didn't like Gao Yang, she still thought it was a good opportunity. So, she glanced at Chen Ping, her lips moving slightly. Her meaning was very clear. However, no, thank you. The temple is too big and I'm not used to staying here. Chen Ping refused calmly. Now, Jiang Guomin and Yang Guilan's faces turned very bad. Jiang Guomin snorted coldly, while Yang Guilan cursed and accused, Chen Ping, why are you so ignorant? Go away quickly, you are not welcome in my house. This is going to fire people up. Chen Ping was pushed out of the house by Yang Guilan. Bang! The door closed. Chen Ping shook his head and smiled bitterly, then took out his cell phone and called Chuanan. I don't like Gao Yang very much. Chuanan was setting up the exhibition hall. When he received the call, he immediately replied, understood, Mr. Chen. After saying that, she stopped the work at the site and then called Gao Yang. Gao Yang was bragging about himself at the Jiang family when he suddenly received a call. He saw that it was from the person in charge of the Guohua exhibition hall. He immediately boasted to Jiang Guomin, Uncle Jiang, look, this is the number of the person in charge of the exhibition hall. Hello, Manager Chu, did Mr. Chen agree to meet? Gao Yang smiled happily and proudly, and spoke loudly. Mr. Gao, I'm sorry to inform you that the exhibition hall cannot be lent to you for the time being. What? This is what our Mr. Chen meant. He is a little unhappy, so the exhibition hall will not be open to the public for the time being. Chuanan said coldly, and the meaning was very clear. Bang! After the call was hung up, the smile on Gao Yang's face quickly froze and his entire face turned green. Chapter 15, You have no right to be here. Gao Yang, who was full of joy, was a little dazed at the moment. How could this happen? Mr. Chen was unhappy, so the exhibition hall was not open to the public. Is there any more random reason than this? No, there must be something I did wrong. What's going on, Xiao Jiao, what happened? Jiang Guomin and Yang Guilan couldn't help feeling strange when they saw Gao Yang's expression was not right. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Report to me about the situation in the exhibition hall. Gao Yang forced a smile and said, Uncle Jiang, I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Xiao Jiao, why are you in such a hurry? Will you stay for dinner if you don't sit down? Yang Guilan followed closely behind him and saw him out the door. Next time, uncle and aunt, goodbye. Gao Yang left in a hurry. He must be anxious. If anything goes wrong in the exhibition hall, he will lose face in front of his future father-in-law. I must go to the exhibition hall to see what's going on. After seeing Gao Yang off, Yang Guilan walked into their house with a smile on her face. When she saw Jiang Wan holding Mi Li, she angrily scolded, You brought this little bastard back home. I won't raise her. Mom, what are you talking about? Isn't Mi Li your granddaughter? Jiang Wan was so angry that she hugged Mi Li and coaxed her to sleep. How could my own mother say that? After all, this is her daughter's flesh and blood. Jiang Guomin also felt that Yang Guilan was going too far, so he took off his reading glasses and said, Okay, hurry up and pack up, give me the painting that Gao Yang gave me, and I'll go out for a walk. Of course Jiang Guomin had to go out, to show off and open the eyes of his old friends. Jiang Guomin carefully held the gift box, hummed some opera, and went out. Happy, really happy. Our gaze returned to Chen Ping. After he left the Jiang family's old house, he took a tricycle to the Guohua exhibition hall. Anyway, the company has bought it, so he doesn't have to deliver the takeaway himself. It's a good opportunity for him to go to the exhibition hall today to take a look at the situation. It's not that it's really not open to the outside world, it's just to teach Gao Yang a lesson. When he arrived at the entrance of the Guohua exhibition hall, Chen Ping realized that this exhibition hall was truly extraordinary in style. Low-key, luxurious and meaningful. The overall layout is in a square pattern with black and white as the main colors, which looks cool and quiet. There are small galleries on both sides of the door, paved with black and white pebbles, which has a kind of Western simple beauty. At the main entrance, there is a black granite sculpture of a person. It is the architect who designed and built the Guohua exhibition hall, Bei Chengtian. He is a top international architect who only produces one work a year. Each of his works is sought after by thousands of people, who scramble to buy it. And this Guohua exhibition hall is Bei Chengqian's final work. Therefore, being able to hold a conference in the Guohua exhibition hall will bring unquestionable reputation and fame. Chen Ping stood in front of the statue, looked at it for a few seconds, and said to himself, it was actually built by this old guy. I think it's just average. Chen Ping recalled some past events. At the beginning, Bei Chengqian chased Chen Ping and begged Chen Ping to build a building for him. Chen Ping was annoyed by his daily visits, so he allocated 300 million yuan to have him build a house on the top of the mountain to house his sports cars and private jets. Oh, I miss my beloved cars so much now. Chen Ping felt emotional, and then walked towards the entrance of the exhibition hall. Hello, sir, the exhibition hall is temporarily closed to the public. The young and beautiful female receptionist was wearing a black and white professional suit, a silk scarf embroidered with white orchids around her neck. She was slightly bent over, and the snowball on her collar was attractive. Chen Ping was stunned, looked inside, and said, I'm looking for someone. Who are you looking for? The female receptionist did not treat Chen Ping differently because of his ordinary clothes. Instead, she asked him politely. I'm looking for. Just as Chen Ping was about to speak, another tall woman came angrily into the hall and interrupted him. The same outfit, but the scarf around the neck is embroidered with blue enchantress. She looks good, with a slim waist, a perky butt, and a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. She walks towards me in high heels. Chen Yaru, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that we won't be open to the public today and no one is allowed to come in? The woman who walked over with a cold temperament glanced at Chen Ping with a frown, and spoke to the previous female receptionist in a domineering manner. Sister Hui, he said he was looking for someone. Chen Yaru was obviously afraid of the woman who had just come out, and explained with a panicked look on her face. Cao Anhui is the foreman of the female receptionists in the entire Guohua exhibition hall. She is usually very arrogant and orders the girls under her around. So, she has a nickname privately, the female devil. Cao Anhui looked at Chen Ping coldly and asked suspiciously, are you looking for someone? The man was so shabby, wearing a washed-out sweatshirt, a pair of faded jeans and flat shoes. At first glance, they are dressed like farmers or workers. They should be the colleagues from today's construction team. Yes, I'm looking for. Chen Ping smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Okay, I get it. Come with me. Cao Anhui interrupted Chen Ping's next words, turned around and glared at Chen Yaru, saying, guard the door for me, and don't let any cats or dogs in. Chen Yaru lowered her head and bent over, saying sorry repeatedly. She also secretly glanced at Chen Ping out of the corner of her eye and smiled at him. Chen Ping also smiled at her. This girl, although young, had a very good personality. Without thinking much, I followed Cao Anhui in front of me and walked in. Chen Ping couldn't help but look at her back a few more times. This woman really had a great figure and bust, and her swaying hips were so strong that no man could resist them. And this pair of long legs in black stockings, from the calves all the way up to the roundness. What are you looking at? Sudden. Cao Anhui in front suddenly turned around and stared at Chen Ping with cold and disgust. No. Chen Ping was also embarrassed. Got caught. Cao Anhui snorted coldly and said, I've seen a lot of migrant workers like you, petty thieves with dirty eyes. If anything is missing from our exhibition hall, I'll catch you first. After saying that, Cao Anhui turned around and continued walking forward, feeling even more contempt and disgust for the man behind her. Migrant workers. Chen Ping felt a little bloated. Did she recognize the wrong person? Following Cao Anhui to a construction site, she pointed and said in a bossy manner, hurry up and get to work. It will be done before the end of today's get off work. And the rest of you, don't be lazy. I'll be watching here. If anyone is lazy, they won't get paid. Upon hearing this, several workers worked very hard, fearing that their wages would be deducted. Chen Ping was a little confused as he looked at the area being painted. Am I here to work? I'm sorry, you must have made a mistake. I'm not here to. Chen Ping turned his head and looked at the woman beside him. Cao Anhui squinted her eyes and said coldly, you are nothing, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and get to work. I'm not here to work, I'm here to find Chu Anan. Chen Ping was unhappy with Cao Anhui's attitude towards him. This woman, her eyes and tone, so rude. I recently asked Xiao Fugui to buy a showroom, how come there are still such contemptuous employees? You're looking for our manager. Cao Anhui looked at Chen Ping again, then sneered, with a loser like you still want to find our manager Chu. What, you want to complain to her? What a person. He doesn't do his job properly and yet he wants to complain to the manager. What? Chen Ping was puzzled. What did this have to do with anything? I'm telling you, and all of you, listen to me. This is the Guohua exhibition hall, there is no shortage of people, there are many migrant workers outside rushing to come in. Don't think that manager Chu is taking care of you, you can be lazy. In my eyes, Cao Anhui, you are garbage, do you understand? Cao Anhui sneered, especially you, who do you think you are? You still want to see our manager Chu? If you don't want to do it, get out. Cao Anhui put her left hand on her waist and pointed at the door with her right hand. Now Chen Ping was really unhappy. It would have been bad enough that I was mistaken for a farm worker for no reason, but I was also scolded by such an unreasonable woman. Even if he had a good temper, he was about to explode at this moment. Your name is Cao Anhui? Chen Ping asked coldly. That's right. What? You're not convinced and you want to hit me. Believe it or not, I will call the security guards over right away and kick you all out. Cao Anhui crossed her arms and squinted her eyes. A bunch of rubbish, don't you even look at your own identity? If you give them some money, they will come over and work like dogs. The environment in which Cao Anhui grew up made her develop the habit of being bossy. Very well, I think you are not qualified to stay in the Guohua exhibition hall. Chen Ping nodded, with full of dissatisfaction in his eyes. When Cao Anhui heard this, he burst into laughter. Har har har, you are such an idiot. I don't have the right to stay here? Can a loser like you fire me? Sudden. A cold voice came from a distance. What's going on, Anhui? You're making so much noise, how disgraceful. In the distance, a beautiful figure walked towards us with cat steps. She was wearing a white women's suit, showing off her proud figure. Her inner shirt was a black lace lingerie, and the hollow pattern on the chest allowed for spectacular grooves to be seen. Her long wavy chestnut brown hair was draped behind her head, and her fair earlobes were dangling with hoop earrings, giving her a very royal sister vibe. Manager Chu, you're here. There's someone causing trouble here. Cao Anhui immediately trotted over with a flattering and clingy attitude. Chapter 16, His identity is terrifying. Make trouble. Chu Ainen frowned, her temperament became noticeably colder, and the temperature around her immediately dropped by several degrees. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the Guohua exhibition hall must be really bold. When Cao Anhui saw Chu Ainen's attitude, she immediately showed a cruel smile, pointed at Chen Ping who was standing leisurely with his hands in his trouser pockets, and said, yes, that farmer. Not only did he come to cause trouble, he also wanted to see you. I scolded him a few times, but he actually said that I was not qualified to stay in the Guohua exhibition hall. Do you think he is an idiot? Chu Ainen glanced at Cao Anhui coldly. Although she didn't like Cao Anhui's tone of taking advantage of the power of others, she didn't say anything after all, since she was one of their own. Then, she walked towards Chen Ping with a noble cat-like step and asked coldly, are you the one causing trouble? Chen Ping glanced at the woman in front of him. Is she Chu Ainen? She is good-looking, charming and beautiful. Chen Ping didn't answer, but silently took out his cell phone. When Cao Anhui saw his indifferent attitude, she immediately became furious and pointed at him and scolded him harshly, Manager, look, this loser doesn't even take you seriously. I'll call the security to kick him out immediately. Chu Ainen nodded, unwilling to get entangled with such a person. She just came out of the office to greet the distinguished guest at the door. The new owner of Guohua showroom, Mr. Chen. If this is delayed, she will lose her position. Moreover, Chu Ainen had never met the new boss. She only had his phone number, which was given to her by Mr. Xiao Fugui after Chu Ainen had begged her for a long time. Anhui, come with me to pick someone up. Our new boss is here to inspect our work. Chu Ainen turned her head and was about to leave, twisting her plump buttocks. Cao Anhui nodded in response, then trotted out to call the security guard over. Just at this moment, a pleasant DJ ringtone sounded. Everyone was stunned. Chu Ainen immediately took out her cell phone from her waist pocket and looked at the caller ID. Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen, where are you? I'll be out to pick you up right away. Chu Ainen's tone immediately changed from cold to extremely respectful and sweet. However, there was a dissatisfied voice from the other end of the phone. Look back. Looking back? Chu Ainen was startled and turned her head to look over almost at the same time. Behind me, there were only 7 or 8 workers painting the walls. Oh, and there is also a young man holding a phone with a cold face. Etc. Almost instantly, Chu Ainen felt like a bolt from the blue. It's him. He's actually the new boss. Without saying anything, she hurriedly trotted over to Chen Ping, bowed 90 degrees, and apologized. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, it's my poor eyesight that made me fail to recognize you. Please forgive my recklessness. Chu Ainen. Chen Ping said coldly, I am not very satisfied with you. Chu Ainen was so scared that her calves were shaking slightly and her palms were full of sweat. Mr. Chen, please forgive me, I didn't know you would come early. Chu Ainen straightened up, but still bent slightly, his face full of panic. This is the new boss. A big shot with connections everywhere. Xiao Fugui, the richest man in Xinjiang City, personally came to the former boss and bought the Guohua exhibition hall. You know, the former boss of the Guohua exhibition hall was also a ruthless man in Xinjiang City, an underground king who had connections in both the black and white worlds, Jing Tai. Who is Jing Tai? No one in the entire Xinjiang City doesn't know his name. Born as a gangster, he worked his way up to the throne of Xinjiang City's underground king. Whether black or white, everyone has to be 70% afraid of Jing Tai. It can be said that as long as Jing Tai says a word, there is nothing he cannot accomplish in Xinjiang City. Therefore, over the years, Chu Ainen has been following Jing Tai and has risen in status. She has made friends with many important people and her ambition has also become higher. But it was precisely because of this that she realized that the seemingly ordinary Mr. Chen in front of her was the real big shot. Because when Jing Tai met Xiao Fugui, he was like a chick meeting an eagle, he was extremely servile. Xiao Fugui only said one sentence at the time, you can't publicize what my young master asked me to do. Keep a low profile. The young master of the richest man in Xinjiang City, what kind of person is that? So horrible. After that meeting, Chu Ainen knew that she had to serve Mr. Chen well. If possible, she is willing to sacrifice her body which has remained chaste for more than 20 years. No reason, just because of what Jing Tai said when he was drunk last time. I, Jing Tai, can get to where I am today because of the support of Director Qiao. And Director Qiao just opened a company just to accompany his young master, and became the richest man in Xinjiang City. Horrible. So horrible. Chen Ping glanced at Chu Ainen calmly, shook his head and said, forget it, this won't happen again. However, at this moment, Cao Anhui, who had returned, came over with 2 security guards, sneering and pointing at Chen Ping. That's him, kick him out. And check if he has stolen anything from our exhibition hall. He has shifty eyes and looks like a bad guy. Chen Ping's eyes turned cold, his gaze shrank, he snorted coldly, and said to Chu Ainen beside him, you solve it yourself. Chu Ainen was so shocked that she stared with wide eyes, walked towards Cao Anhui in high heels, and slapped her angrily. Bang! The crisp sound of slapping echoed throughout the side hall. How dare you? Who dares to attack Mr. Chen? Chu Ainen glared at Cao Anhui, wishing she could tear her to pieces. Cao Anhui covered her rapidly swelling face and asked in disbelief, Manager, why did you hit me? I didn't hit Mr. Chen, I hit that loser. Cao Anhui was very angry and upset at being beaten by the manager for no reason. So, she pointed at Chen Ping even more angrily and shouted, what are you guys still standing there for? Get that rubbish out of here. As soon as the words fell. Bang! Another slap. At this moment, Cao Anhui was dumbfounded and covered her face with her hands. Cao Anhui, you are fired, get out right now. Chu Ainen was furious and pointed at the door. This idiot, if you want to die, don't drag yourself into this. Manager, why did you hit me? What did I do wrong? You asked me to kick him out. Besides, what right do you have to fire me? My boyfriend is the operations manager here. Cao Anhui was very angry. She had been unhappy with Chu Ainen before. This woman stayed in the same place with her boyfriend all day. Last time, when she checked into a hotel with her boyfriend, she was in the middle of the passion when her boyfriend actually called out her name. Hateful. Why? Because I'm the manager here. Chu Anan said coldly. Damn it. Chu Anan, don't push your luck. After all, my boyfriend is the supervisor here. Don't think that you can do whatever you want as a manager. I'll ask my boyfriend to go find the boss and file a complaint against you. Cao Anhui stomped her feet angrily and turned away. Bitch. I'm going to find my boyfriend right now and make sure he gives you a good beating. Chu Anan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Looking for the boss? The boss is right in front of you, but you can't even see him. Then, she turned around and stood respectfully beside Chen Ping, saying, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Chen Ping nodded, then followed Chu Anan into the lounge at the innermost part of the exhibition hall. This lounge is very beautiful, with an open courtyard, a pond and rockery outside, and a small bamboo forest. It is truly a different world. This lounge is not open to ordinary people. Chu Anan had taken off her coat at this moment, leaving only a sexy black lace base shirt underneath. She sat in the tea room with her legs bent, and with her beautiful white hands, she performed the skillful and fluent tea art. Washing tea, brewing tea, and infusing tea, all with smooth movements. Then, she personally held the teacup, walked in lotus steps, and walked to Chen Ping's body, who was looking at the calligraphy and painting on the wall, and said softly, Mr. Chen, please have some tea. Chen Ping took the teacup, took a sip, and praised, Manager Chu's tea-making skills are good. This tea should be Huaju Mao Jian, with a sweet aftertaste, subtle but not greasy. Mr. Chen, you are too kind. I didn't expect that you are also knowledgeable about the tea ceremony. Chu Anan said with a smile. No, I just drank too much and have a picky taste. Chen Ping waved his hand. Chu Anan was shocked. How much did he have to drink to be so picky? How did Gao Yang deal with it? Chen Ping asked. He called me several times and I rejected all the calls. I guess he must be very anxious now. Chu Anan replied. Well, leave him alone for a while. You can handle it yourself when the time comes. Chen Ping said, and then stood up, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Don't publicize what happened today. I don't like being disturbed. Chu Anan nodded and said, I know, Mr. Chen. President Xiao has given instructions. Just at this moment, the glass door of the lounge was pushed open. Cao Anhui, who left angrily first, followed a middle-aged bald man with a big belly, with his arms folded across his chest and a look of pride on his face, without any of the aggrieved look he had just shown. Chuanan, what do you mean? Why did you fire Anhui? As soon as the fat man entered the room, he shouted at the top of his voice, and then sat down on the white sofa with his fat butt. He also picked up the teacup that Chen Ping had just used and drank it in one gulp, cursing, what a piece of rubbish, it's so bitter. Chapter 17, Anyone who offends me must die. Zhu Liangcai, who let you in? Chu Anan rebuked in an unfriendly manner, with a cold tone. She really disliked the fat guy Zhu Liangcai because he had been coveting her for a long time. Whenever he has time, Zhu Liangcai would come in and shamelessly ask me out for dinner. Moreover, he was not clean-handed and wanted to bring his relatives and friends into the Guohua exhibition hall. For example, Cao Anhui was brought in by Zhu Liangcai. Chuanan, what's your attitude? As the operations manager of the Guohua exhibition hall, can't I come in and sit down? Zhu Liangcai sat on the sofa with a big belly, just like a pool of meat. The layers of fat folded on his stomach made people worry that they would burst his shirt. This is not the place for you, get out now. Chu Anan pointed at the door and said coldly. The new boss is right in front of him, yet this idiot Zhu Liangcai is so presumptuous. Zhu Liangcai laughed twice, glanced at Chen Ping standing beside him, and shamelessly joked, Okay, Chu Anan, I didn't know you were also a lonely woman. You even look for a farm worker. Are you so hungry? Chu Anan frowned and said angrily, Zhu Liangcai, what did you say? Damn, shameless. I won't waste my words with you. Cao Anhui is my person and you can't fire her. Zhu Liangcai said bluntly. Cao Anhui, who was standing nearby, glanced at Chu Anan and Chen Ping with cold sarcasm, feeling contempt in his heart. Chu Anan, you bitch, you actually brought a wild man to the lounge in public. What a slut. Hee hee. Chu Anan sneered a few times, Zhu Liangcai, don't forget, I am the manager here, I have the right to do this. Mr. Chu, don't be shameless. My brother Liangcai is not afraid of you. Cao Anhui crossed her arms and said with contempt, "Besides, you brought a farm worker to the lounge without permission, which is a violation. If this gets out, I'm afraid you, Chu Ainen, won't be able to keep your position as manager." After saying that, she sat down next to Zhu Liangcai, and the two of them hugged each other, cuddling together as if no one was around. "Chu Ainen, think about it carefully. It's not worth offending me for a farm worker." Zhu Liangcai smiled threateningly, his fiery eyes lingering on Chu Ainen, as if he wanted to eat this ripe woman alive. He has been wanting Chu Ainen for a long time. But this woman is like an iceberg, and she ignores me. Bitch. She usually pretends to be pure and cool, but it turns out she is so hungry in private. If Cao Anhui hadn't come to see him today, Zhu Liangcai wouldn't have known that Chu Ainen actually brought the migrant worker into the lounge. Thinking of this, he became even more resentful towards Chen Ping. "Then what do you want?" Chu Ainen asked with a cold face. She had been observing Chen Ping's expression and found that he looked indifferent. She understood that Mr. Chen didn't want to get involved in this matter. Zhu Liangcai licked his lips, stared at Chu Ainen's chest and long legs with lustful eyes and said, "It's simple, just have dinner with me tonight." "What did you say?" Cao Anhui on the side suddenly exploded, with a stern face, staring at Zhu Liangcai. Zhu Liangcai immediately explained, "Just kidding, baby, then tell me, what do you want to do?" At this moment, Cao Anhui immediately pointed at Chen Ping and sneered, "I want him to kneel down and apologize to me." There was no way. Cao Anhui knew it was impossible to ask Chu Ainen to apologize to her. Then humiliate the loser she brought in. It was obvious at first glance that he was her wild lover. Chen Ping was stunned, and the fire still burned himself. Chu Ainen was also shocked. She stared at Cao Anhui angrily and said, "Cao Anhui, you have no right to speak here." "Shut up. Manager Chu, it's good enough that I didn't ask you to apologize. He's just a loser. Why do you have to defend him so much? Could it be that he is really your gigolo? I don't think he is that bad." Cao Anhui said with a sarcastic laugh. "Shut up. Do you know who he is?" Chu Ainen said angrily. "Isn't he just a loser? How can he be our new boss?" Cao Anhui sneered. "What does Chu Ainen mean? What kind of special identity can such a loser have?" Sudden. Chen Ping smiled calmly and asked, "Are you sure you want me to kneel down and apologize to you?" "Yes. Kneel down and apologize immediately," Cao Anhui said arrogantly. A domineering smell emanates from every pore of his body. "Not only do you have to kneel, you also have to crawl over and kowtow," Zhu Liangcai added contemptuously. He was simply too lazy to deal with a loser himself. He has always been successful in using his power to pressure others. "Your name is Zhu Liangcai, and you are the operations manager here." On the contrary, Chen Ping was not very angry, but asked back with a smile. "Yes, I'm the operations manager here. Are you scared now? Why don't you apologize to my girlfriend right now?" Zhu Liangcai sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, with a proud and arrogant expression. However, Chen Ping suddenly turned around and said to Chu Ainen with a cold face, "Fire them both, and check whether he has embezzled or abused his power. I hope to deal with it immediately." Chu Ainen immediately nodded respectfully and said, "Okay, Mr. Chen." Hearing this, Zhu Liang laughed a few times, and said suspiciously and contemptuously, "Boy, what did you just say? You want to fire me and investigate me? Are you stupid? Do you know where this is? Do you know who I am?" A series of questions. Zhu Liangcai felt like he had heard the funniest joke of the year and couldn't help but cover his face and laugh uncontrollably. Cao Anhui also sneered a few times and said, "Damn. He is really an idiot. His head must have been caught in the door." Zhu Liangcai and Cao Anhui had never seen such a loser. Did he think he was the boss here? So ridiculous. However, the next second, Chu Ainen sneered and picked up the phone, dialed the security department, and said, "Send a few people over here to notify the Financial Investigation Department and hand over all the evidence collected about Zhu Liangcai's corruption and abuse of power to the police." Chu Ainen started taking action against Zhu Liangcai very early and collected a lot of evidence. But they have always kept their distance from each other, and Chu Ainen has never caused trouble for Zhu Liangcai. But not today, he has offended the new boss. Then you must die. And it will be a miserable death. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Liangcai's laughter stopped abruptly, and then he asked with a gloomy face, Chu Anan, what do you mean? Do you really want to mess with me? Chu Anan didn't say anything. In less than 2 minutes, several security guards rushed in and immediately detained Zhu Liangcai and Cao Anhui, who were sitting on the sofa. Fuck. Are you fucking blind? Don't you recognize who I am? Let me go. Zhu Liangcai struggled and roared. However, the security guards didn't listen at all. Because they are all Chu Anan's people and only listened to Chu Anan. Cao Anhui didn't know what he had done wrong at this time, and he was yelling, Brother Liangcai, they are all crazy, fire them all. However, at this moment, Chen Ping calmly sat on the sofa. Chu Anan held the newly printed document in her hand and said respectfully, Boss, this is the notice to fire them. Chen Ping nodded and said calmly, stick it to the door. Zhu Liangcai and Cao Anhui were both dumbfounded. Boss? Chu Anan just called him boss. Zhu Liangcai and Cao Anhui were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats. Plop. Without any hesitation, Zhu Liangcai knelt on the ground, crawled to Chen Ping, hugged his legs, and cried, Boss, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was blind just now and failed to recognize you. I deserve to die. As he said this, he started slapping himself in the face. Cao Anhui was so frightened that her legs went limp and she trembled all over. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes full of fear. This loser is actually the boss. This is impossible. At this time, people from the finance department came in with the police, and without saying a word, they handcuffed Zhu Liangcai and took him away. Boss. Please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. Zhu Liangcai's final screams of struggle echoed in the lounge. Now, the only one left was Cao Anhui, lying limp on the ground. Chen Ping glanced at him coldly, then stood up and prepared to leave. Chu Anan followed closely behind, ready to send him out. Flutter. Cao Anhui rushed over, hugged Chen Ping's thighs, and begged for mercy with tears in her eyes. Boss, I also know that I was wrong. Please let me go this time. Chen Ping didn't even look at her, he just said coldly, her position will be replaced by Chen Yeru at the door. Okay, Mr. Chen. Chu Anan responded, and quickly asked the security guard to drag Cao Anhui away. After leaving the lounge, Chu Anan chatted and laughed as she accompanied Chen Ping to the large exhibition hall. An unexpected event occurred. Chen Ping, why are you here? A familiar voice came over Chen Ping. He turned his head to look at the side door and found Gao Yang looking at him with confusion and disgust in his eyes. Chapter 18, Zhao Gang's Conspiracy. Chen Ping smiled and said, let me take a look. What a surprise, I actually met Gao Yang. Look. What are you here to see? Gao Yang said dissatisfiedly, do you know where this is? Can someone like you just come in and take a look? Get out now. Gao Yang was unhappy with Chen Ping. A loser actually stole his goddess. I also went to the Guohua exhibition hall to take a look. Doesn't he know that his identity here will bring discredit to the Guohua exhibition hall? Chen Ping frowned slightly and said unhappily, why can't I come and see? Gao Yang didn't know yet that the person standing in front of him was the new owner of the Guohua exhibition hall. This guy actually looks down on me. Chen Ping had a lot of evil thoughts in his mind. Har har har. Gao Yang sneered contentiously and said, Chen Ping, you are such an idiot. Do you know what kind of people can enter the Guohua exhibition hall? Oh, I really don't know. Chen Ping said calmly. Gao Yang was full of arrogance and had long forgotten the purpose of his visit. When would he humiliate Chen Ping if not now? Those who can come here are all well-known figures in Xinjiang City, and their net worth must be at least tens of millions. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows and sneered, a social scum like you doesn't even have the qualifications to stand guard at the door, do you understand? I don't know why Jiang Wan would marry a loser like you. I really feel sorry for her. Ruthless ridicule, full of contempt. In Gao Yang's eyes, Chen Ping is an ant, and he is the elephant. He could be crushed to death at any time. Oh, I see. Is there such a rule? Suddenly, Chen Ping turned his head and asked Chu Anan beside him calmly. It was only then that Gao Yang noticed that there was a beautiful woman standing next to Chen Ping. This is the manager of Guohua Exhibition Hall, Chu Anan. Gao Yang immediately responded with a smile and wanted to shake hands. However, Chu Ainen glanced at him contemptuously and answered Chen Ping's question, no. Gao Yang is really not afraid of death. He has been begging me to see Mr. Chen. Little did he know that Mr. Chen was standing in front of him and he was still mocking me. Gao Yang was also stunned, and asked suspiciously, Manager Chu, what do you mean? Hasn't this rule been in place since the Guohua exhibition hall was built? The rules of the Guohua exhibition hall were set by the former owner Jing Tai. No one in the entire Shangjiang city dared to refute. Oh, that's gone now. Chu Ainen said coldly. Awesome. Gao Yang was stunned again. What happened today? Chu Ainen, the manager of the Guohua exhibition hall, actually spoke up for a loser. Manager Chu, you. Gao Yang didn't know what to say. He glared at Chen Ping with jealousy and disgust. Why are you still standing here? Why don't you get out of here? He really disliked Chen Ping. Chu Ainen frowned. She was very upset that Gao Yang scolded Mr. Chen like that. But judging from what Mr. Chen said, he seemed to want to handle the matter in a low-key manner. Therefore, Chu Ainen said dissatisfiedly, Mr. Gao, I am very dissatisfied with your attitude. People are not divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. This is what Mr. Chen specifically told us, so the rules of the Guohua exhibition hall have been changed. Yes, Mr. Chen is right. Gao Yang, who was so arrogant a second ago, now kept nodding like a grandson. Although he is more successful than Chu Ainen, he is not as famous as Chu Ainen. She is Jing Tai's person. He is also the manager of the Guohua showroom. The Guohua exhibition hall alone is enough to attract attention. However, Chu Ainen's next words made Gao Yang feel like he was struck by lightning and his face turned green. But I am very disappointed with Mr. Gao's performance just now. Our Guohua exhibition hall will not lend its exhibition hall to someone like you who looks down on others. So, you'd better go back. Chu Ainen said unhappily. When Gao Yang heard this, he was completely shocked. The purpose of his coming here was to plead for mercy, but now he has dug a hole for himself. At the same time, he became even more angry towards Chen Ping. It's all because of this idiot here that I can't control myself. Gao Yang glared at Chen Ping, who seemed to be smiling, and lowered his posture, saying, Manager Chu, I think we can talk. Chu Ainen didn't say anything and looked thoughtful. Gao Yang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He said, Manager Chu, look, I can do whatever you need me to do. I just hope that the exhibition on Saturday can be held as scheduled. I also hope that Manager Chu can help me and say a few good words to Mr. Chen on my behalf. Chu Ainen pretended to be in deep thought and then nodded. This made Gao Yang very happy. Okay, as long as President Gao does the next thing, I will agree to continue the exhibition on Saturday. A hint of cunning flashed in Chu Ainen's eyes. You tell me, I can definitely do it. Gao Yang said anxiously. Apologize to him. Chu Ainen pointed at Chen Ping beside her. Gao Yang was stunned and screamed, Apologize to him? Manager Chu, are you kidding me? You're just a delivery guy. How could I possibly apologize to a loser like Chen Ping? There is no distinction between high and low professions, Mr. Gao, can't you do it? Chu Ainen sneered. This. Gao Yang hesitated, with an embarrassed expression on his face. Chen Ping, however, tried to suppress his laughter and pretended to decline, don't worry about it. He is the company's boss after all. It's nothing to apologize to a loser like me. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yang on the other side was so angry that his teeth were itching. You still know that you are a loser? No. Mr. Gao must apologize to you today. Mr. Chen has told us that such vulgar incidents as looking down on others must not occur in the Guohua exhibition hall. Chu Ainen said seriously, and that expression did not seem fake at all. Gao Yang was anxious, sweating profusely, and remained silent for a long time. Since Mr. Gao doesn't intend to apologize, I won't force him. Please go back. Chu Ainen said stiffly. No, I do. Gao Yang said hurriedly. Then, he turned around and looked at Chen Ping in great distress, and said quickly, I'm sorry. What? I didn't hear it. Chen Ping shrugged. There is something wrong with the attitude of this apology. Not pass. Chen Ping. Gao Yang gritted his teeth, full of hatred. Don't push your luck. Manager Chu, you see. Chen Ping turned his head and pretended to be aggrieved. Chu Ainen snorted coldly. Gao Yang immediately panicked as if a sieve was shaking. He bit his back teeth and said loudly, I'm sorry. Not seriously. Chen Ping shook his head. You. Gao Yang tried hard to control his emotions and clenched his fists tightly. You are so good, Chen Ping, how dare you take advantage of others for power? Since Mr. Gao is so reluctant, I think we should just forget it. Chu Ainen said at the right time, with a hint of coldness in the corners of his eyes. Gao Yang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had offended Chu Ainen, which meant he had offended Mr. Chen from the Guohua Exhibition Hall, and also Zheng Tai, the underground king of Shangjiang City. After thinking it over, he still bent down and said to Chen Ping seriously, I'm sorry. Chen Ping waved his hand and said generously, it's okay, it's okay. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Gao. At this point, Chu Ainen nodded and said, very good, Mr. Gao, your attitude of admitting your mistakes is good. I think we can talk now. Chen Ping felt relieved, and then left the Guohua Exhibition Hall under the gaze of several people. When leaving, Gao Yang looked at Chen Ping's back with resentment and suspicion, feeling very uncomfortable. Could it be that this loser knows Chu Ainen? It shouldn't be like this. Half an hour later. After some negotiation, the exhibition continued and Gao Yang left the Guohua Exhibition Hall with a heavy heart. As soon as he got out of the door and sat in his Mercedes, he made a phone call. Check Chen Ping carefully for me, the sooner the better. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yang angrily slapped the steering wheel and cursed, damn Chen Ping, I will definitely make you pay back for today's humiliation twice as much. At the same time, a shocking news broke out in Shangjiang City. Jinling Tangren Hospital is going to open a branch in Shangjiang City. It is a famous hospital in the country, and its director Tang Hemin enjoys a high reputation in the international medical community. He has personally treated many high-ranking figures at home and abroad. It can be said that Professor Tang Hemin is the reincarnation of Huertuor. As soon as the news came out, pharmaceutical companies and hospitals of all sizes in Shangjiang City were scrambling to negotiate cooperation with the temporary company established by Tangren Hospital in Shangjiang City. It can be said that in less than half a day, the company's threshold was trampled down. Bikang Pharmaceuticals. Chairman Wang He has issued an order that the cooperation with Tangren Hospital must be obtained. For this reason, managers from various departments of Bikang Pharmaceutical visited one after another, but in the end, they were all rejected. Not only Bikang Pharmaceutical, but all the companies that approached were rejected. In the conference room, Wang He sat in the chairman's seat, looking at the anxious employees, and said, we must win this cooperation with Tangren. This is a very good opportunity for our company. I don't want such an opportunity to be snatched away by our competitors. Chairman, we've run ourselves into pieces, but we haven't even seen Tangren's person in charge. Yeah, this Tangren is too arrogant. I saw him go to more than a dozen of them, and all of them came back with dejected faces. I think they are deliberately keeping everyone hanging in order to gain more benefits. Seeing everyone dejected, Wang He slammed the table and said angrily, we have only been there for half a day, and you are already backing out. Even if you run yourself to death or talk yourself into pieces, you must get this cooperation. It's really difficult for everyone to keep silent. Jinling Tangren Hospital is a famous hospital in Jinling and even in the country, and its reputation is obvious. Just like the emperor who is high above. We're going to send a representative this time to meet with the person in charge of Tangren. Wang He said, of course, this mission is very difficult. I hope someone can take the initiative to step forward. Everyone looked at each other and no one said anything. At this moment, Zhao Gang gave a look to Shumai beside him, and the latter immediately understood. Chairman, I think it would be most appropriate to let Vice President Jiang represent our company. Shumai suddenly suggested. After she made this suggestion, the people below followed up and said, yes, Vice President Jiang is good-looking and eloquent, so he is a good candidate. And Vice President Jiang is the god of wealth in our marketing department. She also won the cooperation with Lishing Pharmaceutical last time. She will definitely be able to succeed this time. The key is that Vice President Jiang must really need this opportunity. She has a daughter, so I think we should let Vice President Jiang go. Jiang Guan's eyes were evasive. She knew that this cooperation was very important and she was not sure about it. Just as he was about to refuse, Wang He said, "Well, since everyone has elected Vice President Jiang, then Vice President Jiang will go on the trip on behalf of our company and try to win this cooperation." There was no other way, Jiang Wan could only agree to it. Seeing Jiang Wan agreed, Zhao Gang, who was sitting diagonally opposite, couldn't hide his sneer on his face. After the meeting, Zhao Gang came to Jiang Wan's office and said to her, looking at her with a heavy heart, "Vice President Jiang, you must go all out in this cooperation with Tang Ren. As far as I know, this cooperation involves a contract worth 30 million. If you can negotiate it, the commission will be at least 1 million. Then, you won't have to worry about your daughter's illness anymore. 1 million commission for my daughter's illness." Jiang Wan was moved. Zhao Gang didn't stay any longer and left after saying this. That night, in an entertainment club somewhere, Zhao Gang was hugged by two hot women on his left and right, and sitting opposite him was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Sun Ziming, the person in charge sent by Tang Ren Hospital to Shanjiang City. "Uncle, what do you think of this woman?" Zhao Gang said with a smile. The man opposite, holding a photo in his hand, looked at it for a long time, reluctantly put it down, and said with a lewd smile, "Jiang Wan, a very attractive woman." Zhao Gang frowned, then relaxed his brows. As they were all men, he naturally understood what his cousin was thinking. Jiang Wan is a beauty with a great figure. Such a woman is a sexy stunner in bed. He has been coveting Jiang Wan for a long time and wanted to pin him under him and ravage him severely. "Uncle, this woman has a useless husband and a daughter with heart disease. She is very short of money. This cooperation is a lifeline for her." Zhao Gang sneered, "If we use a little trick, this woman will still crawl into bed obediently and wait for you, uncle, hee. You little bastard, you did a good job." Sun Ziming scolded with a smile, "When I have fun, you will definitely have a share. I know you are interested in her." Zhao Gang licked his lips and increased the strength of his hands, pinching the woman next to him so hard that she cried out in pain. The more she cried out in pain, the more excited he became, and he pounced on her like a tiger descending from the mountains. "Brother Gang, please kiss me. Jiang Wan, just wait for me to sleep with you." Har 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 har. Chapter 19, Jiang Wan's decision. Today is Saturday. Jiang Wan got up early and put on makeup in front of the mirror in the bathroom. Chen Ping came out of the bedroom and coaxed his noisy daughter. "Aren't you going to have a day off today? Why are you up so early?" Chen Ping asked, standing at the bathroom door while holding his daughter. Jiang Wan replied without even turning her head, "I have to go to the company today and meet with clients in the afternoon." After saying that, she looked left and right in the mirror, picked up the lipstick, applied it, and then pursed her lips. This woman is so beautiful. Even with light makeup, she is as beautiful as a fairy. Jiang Wan squeezed past Chen Ping, quickly picked up her bag, put on her high heels, and said, "By the way, you go to the exhibition hall to help Dad today, and Mi Li will be looked after by Jiang Ling. I told her last night that she will come over around 10 o'clock. Mom, come back soon." Xiaomili was held in Chen Ping's arms. She waved her white and tender little hands towards Jiang Wan very cutely. She had two dimples at the corners of her mouth and smiled very innocently. Jiang Wan was getting ready to go out in a hurry, but when she heard the soft "Mom," she kissed Xiaomili on the face reluctantly before leaving. Before leaving, she reminded Chen Ping again, "Don't forget to help my dad." Chen Ping responded, "I understand. Go early and come back early." Standing at the door of this 70-square-meter cottage, looking at Jiang Wan's back, Chen Ping dotingly nodded his head towards Xiao Mi Li in his arms and said, "Come and play with Daddy." "Okay, Dad, I want to ride a horse." Xiao Mi Li danced happily. This small house is the wedding room of Chen Ping and Jiang Wan. It is simply decorated because they didn't have much money at the beginning and they used it all to start a business. Although the business failed, at least I still have a house. There is still a home. However, this family is now in danger. After spending about 2 hours with Mi Li, the doorbell rang. As soon as the door was opened, Jiang Ling, who was wearing heavy makeup, was seen standing at the door angrily. She pushed Chen Ping away fiercely. She was wearing super short leather pants and a black lace shirt. There were so many holes on the clothes that you could see Jiang Wen's black underwear. This is too open. Little girls are wearing so sexy now? Without waiting for Chen Ping to speak, Jiangling walked into the room with her hips twisted, and sat down on the sofa. She first glared at Mi who was playing with toys next to her, and then looked at Chen Ping resentfully and said, "I'll only stay for 2 hours. I have an appointment with my classmates to play in the afternoon." Chen Ping smiled awkwardly, took out the snacks he had prepared, and said, as if offering them to his grandmother, "I'll be back soon." After saying that, Chen Ping walked up to the timid Mi, squatted down, touched her head, and said with a smile, "Mi, Daddy is going out, you follow your aunt, be good." Xiaomini nodded and glanced evasively at Jiangling who was eating potato chips and watching TV. Then, she walked over with her little feet, handed the toy in her hand to Jiangling, and said in a baby voice, "Auntie, this is for you to play with." Jiangling glared at him with disdain, and without even answering the call, he said coldly, "Play by yourself." After staying for a while, Chen Ping went out. Jiangling and Mi were the only ones left at home. The two girls, one big and one small, were not interested at all. Jiangling was only busy video chatting with her boyfriend, and kept complaining about having to take care of a naughty kid today. She yells when Mi runs around the house. Mi wanted to drink water, so she asked her to pour it herself. Mi broke the cup, and she stood up and kicked it, cursing, "Little bastard, your father is a waste, and you are also a waste, you can't even pour water." Mi cried out of grievance. Jiangling got even angrier when she saw her crying. She slapped Mi on the face several times and cursed her viciously, "If you cry again, I'll sell you out. Bastard." Mi pursed her lips, tears welled up in her aggrieved eyes, and her little face was covered with red slap marks. She grumbled, "Daddy, I want Daddy." Jiangling was really fed up with what she heard, so angry that she locked Mi in the room alone. The weak and pitiful Mi banged on the door and cried, "I want my dad, I want my mom, woo woo woo." After crying for about half an hour, Xiao Mi was tired and fell asleep on the bed. Jiangling was chatting alone in the living room via video. She said unhappily, "I'm afraid I can't go today. I have a burden. It's so annoying. No, everyone is waiting for you. Bring that kid over to play together. It's okay." On the other side of the video was Wang Qi, sitting in a KTV. "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." Jiangling hung up the video happily, then opened the bedroom door, savagely woke up Mi, and said with squinted eyes, "Bastard, come out and play with me, but I warn you, if you cry and make a fuss, I will sell you out." Xiaomini nodded crisply and fearfully. 5 minutes later, Jiangling took Xiao Mi out. My gaze returned to Jiangling who had left home early in the morning. She came to the company first, because Zhao Gang told her last night to go to the company first today. He had found out some things about the cooperation with Tang Ren. Shortly after arriving at the company, Zhao Gang came to Jiang Wan's office with a smile on his face and sat on the sofa calmly. "Deputy President Jiang, I have good news for you. The person sent by Tang Ren Hospital this time is my cousin." Zhao Gang couldn't hide the smile on his face. Jiang Wan was delighted when she heard this. "Boss Zhao, are you serious? That's great. Boss Zhao, you must help me with this cooperation with Tang Ren." Okay. As long as Vice President Jiang knows the rules, I will naturally help you." Zhao Gang said with a smile, patted the side and motioned Jiang Wan to sit over. Jiang Wan frowned slightly, but still sat down. After all, this is a contract involving 30 million yuan, and the commission is more than 1 million yuan, so Mi's surgery fees are settled. "Mr. Zhao, tell me what I can do for you," Jiang Wan said with a smile. She was wearing a white professional suit today. As soon as she sat down, the curvy figure on her side made Zhao Gang feel like he was burning with desire. He put his hand directly on Jiang Wan's leg, patted it gently, and said with a lewd smile, "My cousin and I have an appointment at Xingyue Club. We will go there to talk later." Jiang Wan took Zhao Gang's hand away and said embarrassedly, "Boss Zhao, this is not a good idea. Let's talk about it in the company." Zhao Gang's face immediately turned cold, and he said in a threatening tone, "Vice President Jiang, you have to know that even if Tang Ren's person in charge this time is my cousin, it doesn't mean that we can cooperate. After all, there are so many companies eyeing this big cake. If Vice President Jiang is not sincere, then I can't do anything. After saying that, Zhao Gang was about to get up and leave. Jiang Wan got anxious when she heard this, and said hurriedly, "Boss Zhao, please wait a minute, I'll think about it. 1 million commission, Mi Li's surgery fee." Jiang Wan comforted herself in this way, thinking that they were just drinking and singing, and they shouldn't do anything out of line. Zhao Gang narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his lips became more intense. He pointed to the box on the desk and said, "Think about it carefully. It's a gift from me. If you have thought it through, put it on and follow me. Wear it." After Zhao Gang left, Jiang Wan opened the box with trepidation. A set of black lace underwear and a thong. There are also bunny girl ears and black fishnet stockings. Jiang Wan's legs went limp, her pupils constricted, and her fists clenched in anger. At this moment, she received a text message from Zhao Gang, "Vice President Jiang, this is a gift from my cousin. You must wear it. I promise that as long as you wear it, this cooperation will be yours. Oh, I forgot to tell you that if this cooperation fails, your position as Vice President may be taken away. Please think about it carefully, Vice President Jiang." After sending the text message, Zhao Gang laughed cruelly in his office. What a pure and innocent corporate goddess. Bullshit. It's just a man's plaything. Jiang Wan, I'm going to enjoy you tonight. When Jiang Wan saw this text message, she felt weak and looked so helpless and angry. Bastards, all of them. Not long after Zhao returned to the office, Shumai rushed in with an angry look on her face. "Zhao Gang, what do you mean? Why are you helping that vixen Jiang Wan?" Shumai asked angrily. Zhao Gang waved at Shumai with a smile on his face. The latter frowned, but still walked over and was hugged by him. Shumai, you are my, Zhao Gang's, woman. How could I help other women? Don't worry, this time I am working for my cousin." Zhao Gang groped Shumai's body with his hands and feet dishonestly. Shumai slapped his hand away coquettishly and asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Zhao Gang told Shumai the plan in detail, of course concealing his own part. When Shumai heard this, her eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Doesn't that mean Jiang Wan will be slept with by your cousin?" As a woman, it's no big deal for her to make some sacrifices for the sake of cooperation. Zhao Gang's face was full of smiles. He felt excited when he thought about having sex with Jiang Wan at night. Not only was she slept with by my cousin, but she was also slept with by me. Besides, if we want to cooperate with Tangren Hospital in the end, I still need to do it myself. Jiang Wan is just a gift I gave to my cousin. Zhao Gang sneered. Poor Jiang Wan was completely manipulated by Zhao Gang. Shumai nodded and sneered, "Retribution, retribution. Jiang Wan, that vixen, should have been dealt with like this a long time ago." When Shumai thought about Jiang Wan serving an old man in his 40s or 50s tonight, she felt indescribably happy. "Mr. Zhao, if Jiang Wan's husband Chen Ping knew about this, would there be trouble?" Shumai asked worriedly. "He's just a piece of trash. What's there to be afraid of?" Zhao Gang looked nonchalant. "If he really dares to come and cause trouble, I have plenty of ways to deal with him." "Chen Ping? Har, what a coward." Zhao Gang couldn't wait to know what kind of sad and angry expression Chen Ping would have if he knew that his wife had been slept with by two men in turn. Har. Shumai nodded, put her arms around Zhao Gang's neck, and said sweetly, "Then Mr. Zhao, wait until that vixen Jiang Wan is fired, the position of vice president." Shumai has been coveting the position of vice president for a long time, otherwise, she would not have stooped to being the mistress of Zhao Gang, a greasy, bald fat man. Har, don't worry, the position of vice president will definitely be yours." Zhao Gang laughed and saw Shumai's seductive look. He couldn't help but pushed Shumai under the table. "Come on, you little devil, let me have some fun." Shumai didn't despise him. She squatted down, buried her head under Zhao Gang, and shook her head. At this moment, Zhao Gang's mind was full of Jiang Wan. Chapter 20, Chen Ping, Save Me. At the same time, Chen Ping arrived at the Guohua exhibition hall early. "Today is my father-in-law's exhibition, and he came to help." As soon as he entered the door, Chen Ping saw that the exhibition hall was decorated to a very high standard, with great quality and taste, and was definitely not a small-scale one. It seems that Chuanan has put in a lot of effort. Chen Yeru noticed Chen Ping, who was watching at the door at this moment, and walked over with a smile, saying, "Hello, do you need any help from me?" You are. Today's exhibition is very important. Manager Chu has instructed us long ago that it must be done to perfection. Moreover, many of the exhibitors who came today are well-known figures in Xinjiang City. Therefore, you must respect and be humble to the people under you, and never judge people by their appearance. Chen Yeru originally thought that Chen Ping was here to participate in the exhibition. After all, she had received several visitors before, all of whom were in the lounge in the next hall. Unexpectedly, it was him. Chen Ping looked up, smiled faintly, and said, "Hello, nice to see you again. I'm looking for Jiang Guimin." "Mr. Jiang?" Chen Yeru asked suspiciously, but immediately smiled and bowed slightly, saying, "Please follow me." Chen Ping nodded secretly. This girl is really nice and treats people sincerely. As a result, after taking just a few steps, I heard a burst of mocking words behind me. "Hey, Chen Ping, you are here." Jiao Yang walked into the exhibition hall with a few people, looking arrogant and domineering. Chen Ping turned around and replied with a smile, "Just arrived." Jiao Yang walked over, wearing an expensive navy blue suit. He looked very handsome and noble. He reached out and patted Chen Ping on the shoulder, saying sarcastically, "Actually, you shouldn't have come today. It's embarrassing. All the people who came to the exhibition today are well-known figures in Xinjiang City. You are a useless son-in-law of the Jiang family. Wouldn't that be a slap in Uncle Jiang's face? This Chen Ping really has the courage to come here. Don't even consider your own weight." Chen Ping frowned, and had no intention of paying any attention to Jiao Yang. He turned around and was about to leave. Jiao Yang was furious when he saw this. What kind of rubbish is this? How dare he be so arrogant? "I'm talking to you, what's your attitude?" "Mr. Jiao, it seems like your friend looks down on you." Several people behind Jiao Yang joked. "Chen Ping, stop right there." Jiao Yang was very angry, and even more angry when he thought about what happened yesterday. He walked over, pinched Chen Ping's shoulders, and said viciously, "You are a loser and a waste. You have no right to appear in the Guohua exhibition hall. Get out immediately." "Damn, he is the Chen Ping you mentioned who sent the fake painting. He's really not an ordinary loser. He's dressed so poorly, like a farmer. It's a pity that this kind of guy is Jiang Wan's husband." The friends that Jiao Yang called all spoke with contempt at this moment. Only then did Jiao Yang feel better. "Look, Chen Ping, how shameful you are. It's such a disgrace for Jiang Wan to follow a loser like you." Chen Ping frowned, his face a little cold, and said, "I'm here to help." "Help?" Jiao Yang laughed loudly, "It's really hilarious. Do they need a loser like you to help here? Don't you even know where this place is? Why, do you want to come here and deliver lunchboxes to the big shots who are here today? This is a bit like exposing someone's professional humiliation. Mr. Gao, he is still a delivery man. You didn't tell us last time. No wonder he smells like gutter oil. People like this should be driven out immediately to prevent them from polluting the air here." A few people laughed sarcastically. Chen Ping frowned and looked at Gao Yang coldly, saying, "There is no distinction between high and low professions. I don't think it's dirty to deliver food. These people are really looking down on others. What's wrong with delivering food? Very shameful. Every day, so many white-collar workers in cities wait for us delivermen to deliver food. Am I proud? No, we have to change everyone's view of delivermen. Find a time to change the delivery vehicle for the company's people. Electric vehicles will definitely not work, but Harley is a good choice." Seeing Chen Ping's face suddenly twisted, Jiao Yang sneered a few times, patted the former's shoulder heavily, and said, "Waste is waste, and will never be able to stand on the stage." After that, he pointed at Chen Ping and said to Chen Yeru, "How dare you let a piece of trash like him in? Isn't that an insult to the Guohua exhibition hall? Get him out right away." Chen Yeru said with a gloomy face, "I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, our manager has already told us that everyone who comes is a guest. I'm sorry, I can't do that." "Can't do it? Good, good, good." Jiao Yang waved his hands angrily, glared at Chen Ping fiercely, and left with his friends. He also had to rush to please and show off in front of Uncle Jiang. After Gao Yarn left, Chen Ping politely said to Chen Yeru, "Thank you. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. I'll take you to the lounge." Chen Yeru said with a smile, twisting her slender figure and walking in front. Chen Ping looked at her back. Although this girl was not as beautiful as Jiang Wan, she was also about 80% pretty. She was sincere and polite to others. She was a good girl. Let us talk about Jiang Wan. She was in the bathroom, looking at herself in the mirror. Next to her was the box that Zhao Gang had given her, which was filled with very shameful clothes. Call. He exhaled heavily. Jiang Wan murmured to herself in the mirror, "For Mi Li, for this family, I can definitely do it." The poor silly woman, out of jealousy, reluctantly changed into the shameful clothes that Zhao Gang had given her. Half a minute later, Jiang Wan put on her windbreaker, walked out of the company gate, and went straight into the Mercedes-Benz waiting at the door. Just in case, Jiang Wan had already edited a text message to Chen Ping, and she carefully placed the phone in her bag. Zhao Gang was sitting in the back seat. When he saw Jiang Wan walking towards him with sexy steps, a hideous and lewd smile appeared on his face. Har har har. Jiang Wan, you still wear it. Zhao Gang swallowed his saliva and seemed very hot. Close the car door and drive directly to Xingyue Club. In box 888 of Xingyue Club. Zhao Gang pushed open the door, walked in with Jiang Wan, and shouted loudly, "Uncle, look, this is our company's vice president Jiang Wan." Jiang Wan followed Zhao Gang inside. The box was very large, with dim colorful lights. A man in his 40s was sitting on the sofa, hugged by hot beauties on both sides, and smoking a cigar. Sun Ziming stood up and greeted her politely, "I've heard of Vice President Jiang's name for a long time. Now that I see you, you're really a beauty. Come on, take a seat. Mr. Sun, you're welcome." Jiang Wan sat down and shook hands with Sun Ziming. This old pervert actually held Jiang Wan's small hand reluctantly, with no intention of letting go. So tender and smooth to the touch. Sun Ziming narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Wan several times. This woman is really a stunner, she is so ripe that water can drip out of her body. Jiang Wan pulled her hand away awkwardly and said with a slight smile, "Boss Sun." Sun Ziming then realized that he had lost his composure, and quickly let go of his hand, sat down and said with a smile, "Vice President Jiang is so charming. Come here, this is the famous French wine I brought, Remy Martin. Vice President Jiang will definitely like it." Sun Ziming said with a smile, holding a cigar, and had already poured a full glass for Jiang Wan. However, Jiang Wan did not take it and declined, "Mr. Sun, I can't drink." As she spoke, she pulled her windbreaker to cover her legs because Sun Ziming kept staring at her legs. Seeing Jiang Wan hesitate, Zhao Gan on the side sneered and said, "Vice President Jiang, this is my cousin pouring the wine for you personally. It would be bad if you don't drink it." Sun Ziming put his wine glass on the coffee table, leaned back, and said coldly, "Vice President Jiang, are you looking down on me? If that's the case, there's no need to talk about our cooperation." It was a blatant threat, and its true face was revealed as soon as he entered the door. Jiang Wan thought about it, then quickly picked up the wine glass and said, "Mr. Sun, don't be angry. I'll drink it." After saying that, she frowned and drank a full glass of Remy Martin in one gulp. Everything is for Mi Li and for that home. The wine flowed down Jiang Wan's fair neck, making Zhao Gang and Sun Ziming's mouths dry and their eyes wide open. This woman must be obtained. "Mr. Sun, look, this is okay." Jiang Wan drank it all in one gulp, wiped her lips, and pointed to the empty cup in her hand. Sun Ziming clapped his hands and smiled, "Vice President Jiang is indeed a good drinker." For the next half hour, Jiang Wan was constantly urged to drink by Zhao Gang and Sun Ziming. She was completely drunk and fell on the sofa, talking drunkenly. Zhao Gang and Sun Ziming exchanged a glance, and the latter stood up and walked to Jiang Wan, showing a lewd sneer and said, "Vice President Jiang. Vice President Jiang, how about we change the way we play, how about taking off clothes? Jiang Wan is very beautiful, 1.7 meters tall, neat and tidy, with beautiful long legs. At this moment, she exudes an alluring beauty, and her waterfall-like black hair carries an intoxicating fragrance. Sun Ziming couldn't wait to reach out and start taking off Jiang Wan's coat. "What are you doing?" Jiang Wan, confused, looked at her own swaying shadow and suddenly shrank back in shock. She reached out to grab her windbreaker and shouted helplessly and fearfully, "Don't come over here, I want to go back." Shouting, Jiang Wan dragged her heavy body, staggered to her feet, and ran towards the door. "The door can't be opened." At this moment, Jiang Wan was crying out to heaven and earth for help, but no one would answer her. Sun Ziming behind her looked like a pervert at this moment. He came up and hugged Jiang Wan, buried his head in her hair in an obscene manner, and took a few deep breaths. "Vice President Jiang, you can't run away. As long as you serve me well, there will be no problem in cooperation," Sun Ziming said with a lewd smile. Jiang Wan's whole body tensed up. She struggled and pushed Sun Ziming away. She slapped him in the face, grabbed the bag on the table and took out a fruit knife from it. She leaned against the wall helplessly, enduring the pain in her head. "Don't come over here, don't come over here." Sun Ziming licked his tongue. The pain on his cheek aroused his animal desire. He cursed, "You stinky bitch, pretending to be innocent in front of me. I don't believe you if I don't strip you naked today." After saying that, Sun Ziming rushed forward, snatched the fruit knife from Jiang Wan's hand, then grabbed her hair and slapped her hard. Bang! Jiang Wan felt pain and hit the back of her head against the wall. She collapsed to the ground weakly, her whole body feeling dizzy. Zhao Gang, who was sitting nearby, was watching all this with a blind eye and a lewd sneer. Sun Ziming stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Wan's ankles, and laughed lewdly like a disgusting dog. Jiang Wan shouted weakly, "Help, help." At this moment, the only person she thought of was Chen Ping. She struggled desperately, groping for her bag, and used all her strength to press the send button on her phone. Brush. Sun Ziming grabbed Jiang Wan's ankle and dragged her directly to the sofa on the side. Zhao Gang also stood up. The two men looked at Jiang Wan, who was rolling her eyes and had blood on her forehead, with lustful faces, and sneered lewdly. At the same time, in the Guohua exhibition hall, Chen Ping was just about to walk to the lounge when his cell phone rang. Feeling a little suspicious, I opened the text message and saw that it was from Jiang Wan. The content was simple, but it made his eyes pop out and his pupils dilate instantly. "Chen Ping, Xingyue Club, save me." With just 8 words, Chen Ping went berserk. Damn it. Jiang Wan. Something happened to Jiang Wan. Chapter 21, Xingyue. Hundreds of big red envelopes, first come first served. Xingyue Club. Why would Jiang Wan go to that kind of place? Wasn't she going there to meet a client? Chen Ping didn't have time to think. He turned around and ran out of the exhibition hall, his heart as anxious as a ball of fire. Nothing must happen, absolutely not. Before Chen Yaru understood what was going on, she saw Chen Ping running out in a hurry. Where is this guy going in such a hurry? Chen Ping had just run out of the Guohua exhibition hall and was about to take a taxi when a dazzling red Porsche 911 stopped in front of him. Chu Ainen wore a black windbreaker with a low-cut V-neck top. She wore black pencil pants, and her slender and straight legs gave people a charming beauty. "Mr. Chen, where are you going in such a hurry?" Chu Ainen looked sideways and was about to get out of the car when Chen Ping opened the passenger door and said in a commanding tone, "Xingyue Club." Chu Ainen didn't ask any more questions and quickly started the Porsche. Like a red sword released from a bow, it instantly stirred up dust and disappeared at the entrance of the Guohua exhibition hall. This scene happened to be seen by Gao Yang, who was looking at the door. He looked at the taillights of the departing car with hatred and confusion. How come Chen Ping is with Chu Ainen? He is just a loser and a loser. Damn it. Could it be that he cheated on her? Very good. A hint of ferocious coldness flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. He must tell Jiang Wan about this matter. By then, they will definitely get divorced. I'm just too smart. Within 5 minutes, Chu Ainen drove a Porsche 911 and brought Chen Ping to the entrance of Xingyue Club, attracting the attention and exclamations of passers-by. Xingyue Club is a famous club center in Shangjiang City, where good and bad people mix together, including both the black and white worlds. The boss behind the scenes is Han Long, a well-known figure in Shangjiang City. Although he is not as famous as Jing Tai, he still has some prestige in Shangjiang City. Han Long and Jing Tai have always kept their distance from each other and each has his own business. Chen Ping got out of the car directly. Standing at the entrance of Xingyue Club were not the beautiful women in Kyeongsam's waiting for customers, but two tall and strong men with arms thicker than their legs. It's obvious that he's a thug who's guarding the place. The coldness all over his body is frightening. Hey, kid, where are you from? Can't you see we're on break? Who told you to come in? Get out. Seeing Chen Ping trying to break in, a sturdy man stretched out his hand to stop him, with a fierce look on his face. While speaking, he looked at Chen Ping with his eyes narrowed and arrogant. Of course, he was judging people by appearance. If it was someone else, he would also bow and nod to greet him. However, it was Chen Ping who replaced him. This guy is just wearing cheap clothes, so ordinary, he looks like a loser at first glance. Not worthy of respect at all. Using their power to suppress others is what they often do. Give the other party a warning first, let him know that Xingyue Club is not a place for fooling around, and save him trouble later. But it was obvious that he didn't know Chen Ping's identity and was simply playing with fire. Chen Ping raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes cold, and said, "Get out of the way." Fuck. You're so arrogant. You want me to get out of the way? The sturdy man was furious. He stared at Chen Ping with his eyes spitting fire, and his iron lump body blocked him. He could lift Chen Ping up with just one arm. How dare you? Who told you to talk to Mr. Chen like that? Suddenly, Chu Ainan's voice sounded beside him. She had just parked her car in the parking space next to her when she saw that something had happened to Chen Ping. She was immediately panicked and hurried over. The two sturdy men were shocked when they saw Chu Ainan walking towards them with a cold face. In their line of work, everyone knows Chu Ainan. Jing Tai's confidant. Also his only confidant, and a woman. In the underground forces of Shangjiang City, she is a woman of high status. Immediately, the two strong men restrained their arrogance. Sisterin, why are you here? The burly man who was so arrogant before was now as polite as a little kid. They were in charge of the Xingyue Club and were used to showing off their power on weekdays. However, when they met Chu Ainan, they were still scared. If you are not careful, you will offend Jing Tai. Snort. Chu Ainan snorted coldly, scolded him a few words, and didn't argue any further. Because she saw the anxiety in Chen Ping's eyes, she just asked the two of them to leave and hurriedly took Chen Ping into the club. The two burly men at the door scratched the back of their heads and looked at the backs of Chen Ping and the other man with confusion and fear. Hey, what's the background of that guy? He actually needs Sisterin to escort him personally. Mind your own business. Unless you want your head to be removed. The decoration of the Xingyue Club is indeed extremely luxurious, with gold foil everywhere and carved dragons and phoenixes. The decoration style is very extravagant. Even the front desk countertop is made of Yulongshan marble, which is extremely expensive. However, in Chen Ping's eyes, these are all garbage. As soon as Chu Ainan and Chen Ping entered the hall, they were met by a charming woman wearing a red plum cheongsam with slits on both sides of her thighs, twisting her hips left and right. Her white and tender arms without any excess fat were waving a brocade fan, and she was wearing a pair of red high-heeled shoes. Her voice was like the sound of a peeper playing, "Hey, Sisterin, what brings you here today?" This woman who looks like she is from the Republic of China era is the manager of Xingyue Club, Xiao Qinga. Everyone calls her Sister Qing. The demeanor of a prostitute. Xiao Qinga's status in Xingyue Club is the same as Chu Ainan in Guohua Exhibition Hall. She is the confidant and lover of Han Long, the boss behind Xingyue Club. However, her sphere of influence is limited to Xingyue Club. After this, Chu Ainan's status will be higher than Xiao Qinga's. Therefore, it is common knowledge that Xiao Qinga is dissatisfied with Chu Ainan. These two women are destined to be enemies. Xiao Qinga, stop talking nonsense to me. Which box is Miss Jiang in? Chu Ainan couldn't stand Xiao Qinga's flirtatious look. Sisterin, you are joking. There is no Miss Jiang here. All the people who come here are men, not women. Besides, it's not appropriate for you, Sisterin, to barge in like this. Xiao Qinga raised her eyebrows, waved a brocade fan, and held her chest with one hand. It was obvious that she couldn't stand Chu Ainan, and her words were full of anger. Chen Ping didn't have time to waste time on this woman, so he said coldly, "Where is the person? I'll only ask once." Xiao Qinga then noticed that there was a man standing behind Chu Ainan. Hey, sisterin, this pretty boy you brought here doesn't know the rules. Does he have the right to interrupt here? This man is such a loser. Bang! There was a crisp sound of applause. Xiao Qing'er covered her cheek in disbelief and said angrily, Chuanan. You actually hit me. You are just a dog that Jingtai keeps by his side. Why do you hit me? Don't you take our Xingyue club seriously? Yes. Chu Anan said coldly. How dare you say that Mr. Chen doesn't know the rules? Beating you is the least I can do. Xingyue club. Har har, I'm sorry, in my Chu Anan's eyes you are just garbage. Of course, in Mr. Chen's eyes, it's worse than garbage. Chen Ping frowned, having lost his patience, and said coldly, I don't care where your Xingyue club is, or who is backing it up. I advise you not to mess with me, or I will destroy this place. Tell me, which box is Jiang Wan in? Chen Ping is very angry and the consequences are serious. If this woman continues to be ungrateful, he doesn't mind raising the Xingyue club. Xiao Qing'er was startled. Then she pointed at Chuanan with a sneer and said, Chuanan, you little white face are even more arrogant than you. You want to destroy my Xingyue club. No one has dared to say such a thing for a long time. You are the first one. Chu Anan smiled coldly. She was not worried at all that Chen Ping was just pretending. She knew that Mr. Chen would always keep his word. Not to mention raising the Xingyue club to the ground, Chu Anan didn't think it was excessive even if they demolished half of Shangjiang city. Then, Chu Anan said with a cold face, Xiao Qing'er, I don't want to waste time talking to you, hurry up and lead the way. If you are minutes slower, you can't afford it. Seeing Chuanan being so strong, Xiao Qing'er's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. Chuanan, are you trying to scare me? Don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you are with Jingtai. Let me tell you, the person that Xingyue Club is welcoming today is not someone you can afford to offend. Even if Jingtai comes, he has to behave properly. You want to take that woman away? No way. Not leading the way. Chu Anan's brows were cold and her expression was extremely unhappy. This Xiao Qing'er is simply courting death. Har har, Chu Anan, to tell you the truth, the master inside is a big shot from Jinling. As for the Miss Jiang you mentioned, she is indeed stunningly beautiful and very charming. It is her honor to serve the master inside. Who knows, she may have been. Xiao Qing'er didn't continue talking, the arrogance and provocation on her face were very obvious. Chu Anan's scalp tingled instinctively, and she secretly glanced at Chen Ping beside her. He was very calm, but the anger lurking in his eyes made Chu Anan shudder all over. Even Xiao Qing'er noticed the changes in Chen Ping at this moment. Chen Ping's expression was as gloomy as water, and his voice was as cold as ice. He said, Don't try to challenge my patience. Take me there immediately. Otherwise, I will make you spend the rest of your life in pain and regret. Chapter 22, The Dragon has a reverse scale hundreds of big red packets. Chen Ping's cold face, stern tone, and serious demeanor revealed a murderous intent. Xiao Qing'er was startled and instinctively took half a step back. This kid's aura is even stronger than Brother Long's. Moreover, the momentum is not just a little bit strong, it makes people feel suffocated and breathless. Who is he? Quickly calming down, Xiao Qing'er's eyes were cold and she sneered, Sisterin, this pretty boy you brought here is really arrogant. Doesn't he know that this is Brother Long's territory? Chu Anan sneered disrespectfully. Han Long? So what? If Mr. Chen wants to destroy Xingyue Club, it only takes one word. Even if you, Han Long, know Mr. Chen's identity, you have to kneel down and kowtow to beg Mr. Chen for forgiveness. Xiao Qing'er, I warn you, don't make a mistake, take us there quickly. Otherwise, even the gods can't save you. Chu Anan also lost her patience because she clearly felt that the coldness from Chen Ping was becoming more and more intense. Chu Anan, who always acted like a queen, walked to their wine cabinet at the front desk angrily, grabbed a wine bottle, and smashed it on the head of a young man who was watching the scene. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. The little brother squatted on the ground wailing, covering his head with blood. Chu Anan, you're going too far. The name of this place belongs to Han, not Jing. Xiao Qing'er's face changed drastically and turned red. Ask again, which box? Chu Anan pointed at Xiao Qing'er while holding the wine bottle. The pierced mouth of the bottle was pointed directly at Xiao Qing'er's fair little face. This scared Xiao Qing'er. She had never seen Chu Anan so irritable as today. This was Brother Long's territory. Was she trying to stir up trouble between Jingtai and Han Long? Sister Qing. All of a sudden, a dozen thugs who were watching the place came over and surrounded Chu Anan and Chen Ping. They had weapons in their hands and could beat them out at any time. Everyone had ferocious eyes, wishing to tear Chu Anan and Chen Ping to pieces immediately. The situation was explosive and the temperature dropped sharply. However, Chen Ping, who was surrounded by a dozen thugs, still looked indifferent. There was no fear on his face, but burning anger was jumping in his deep pupils. Chu Anan has been following Jingtai for 8 years and has seen all kinds of big scenes. She was very calm and said, "Why, you are outnumbered and can't beat me, Chu Anan. Or have you all forgotten what Brother Tai said?" When Xiao Qing'er heard this, she was stunned, angry, and at the same time a little more cautious. Why? After Jingtai came to power, he once said that whoever touches his people would be against him, Jingtai, and no matter who you are, your family will be destroyed. So domineering, so fierce. Therefore, Xiao Qing'er and these thugs hesitated with complicated looks. Who is Jingtai? Although the underground king of Shangjiang City has been much more low-key in recent years and started to develop sunshine industries, everyone knows that it is a man-eating tiger. Xiao Qing'er realized that she would not give up today. Her eyes darkened, and she waved her hand to dismiss the younger brothers. Chu Anan, do you really want to go in? Let me tell you first, you can't afford to offend the people in there. Even if Brother Tai comes, you have to think twice. I hope you don't regret it. Xiao Qing'er sneered. Chu Anan frowned slightly. Seeing Xiao Qing'er like this, it seemed that there was really some trouble. Who is the person that Xingyue Club attaches so much importance to? Is there anyone in Shangjiang City that Brother Tai cannot mess with? If he is not from Shangjiang City, could he be from another place? If they are from other places, it's hard to say. However, Chu Anan glanced over and saw Chen Ping beside her, and all her doubts were dispelled. If what Brother Tai said that day was correct, Mr. Chen should be able to suppress it. Thinking of this, Chu Anan said unhappily, "Stop talking nonsense and lead the way." Xiao Qing'er smiled coldly, without further ado, turned around and twisted her hips. Chen Ping followed closely behind. Chu Anan pressed back and at the same time, she took out her cell phone and sent a text message to Jingtai without leaving any trace. Soon, they arrived at the door of the largest private room in the club. The gold-plated door with a dragon head and a phoenix tail was magnificent and gave people a feeling of extreme luxury. Chen Ping no longer had the mind to look at these things. The only thing on his mind was Jiang Wan. Please don't get into any trouble. He raised his foot and kicked the door hard. Bang! The door was kicked open. Xiao Qing'er was stunned. She didn't expect that this pretty boy would be so barbaric and so rude. Brother Long must give him a good beating later. Inside the box, the loud music masked the sound of the door being kicked open, and the colorful lights flashed, making it difficult to see clearly. Young men and women were drinking, playing and having fun naked inside. Some even broadcast the battle live, which was simply disgusting to watch. Bang! Chen Ping turned on the wall light, and suddenly, the entire box was bright white, with all kinds of ugly things happening. The men and women also screamed and began to pick up clothes on the ground to cover their bodies in panic. When Chen Ping saw this scene, he was completely stunned. He quickly scanned the entire place, looking for Jiang Wan. Where is Jiang Wan? Where is she? At this moment, a discordant voice sounded in the box, "Chu Anan, this is not Jingtai's territory. You, a stinky bitch, brought a pretty boy here to cause trouble. Aren't you giving me, Han Long, no face?" The man sitting on the sofa at the bottom of the steps had a square face, triangular eyebrows, a beard, and a cold expression. He is Han Long, the owner of Xingyue Club. He is also one of the top 5 underground figures in Shangjiang City. His gloomy eyes were only fixed on Chu Anan, and he completely ignored Chen Ping's existence. Chu Anan is worthy of being Jingtai's confidant. This woman is a sexy beauty. Han Long has been interested in Chu Anan for a long time. The more manly he is, the more he wants to conquer this kind of woman. That's powerful enough. The entire box is divided into 2 areas. There is an area blocked by a beaded curtain above the steps at the back, and a few figures can be vaguely seen. This is not the box where Jiang Wan stayed before. Han Long knew that a distinguished guest had come to the club, so he came over in person and changed to the presidential box. Chu Anan said coldly, Brother Long, we are here to find someone. I hope you can take the initiative to bring him out. Just then, suddenly, a shrill scream came from behind the beaded curtain, sounding extremely helpless. No, go away. Jiang Wan. Chen Ping was instantly furious and looked in the direction of the voice. Behind the swaying beaded curtain, two men were dragging a woman roughly and tearing off her clothes. Alpaca. Stop it. The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will be killed. In an instant, Chen Ping's eyes turned red, he roared, grabbed two wine bottles in his hands, and rushed forward. Han Long didn't react at all before he saw a figure passing by him like a gust of wind. He actually dared to do it. I am Han Long. People in the underworld have to call me Brother Long when they see me. How dare this pretty boy attack me in front of me? Without waiting for him to react. Behind us, bang. Bang. Two simple and rough sounds. The wine in Chen Ping's hand exploded and smashed on the heads of the two bald men. In an instant, the wine bottle exploded, and red wine mixed with blood flowed all over the floor. Two screams rang out in the box. Zhao Gang and Sun Ziming fell to the ground with their heads covered. Blood kept flowing out from between their fingers, which was very scary. Chen Ping stepped forward, pulled the coat off the sofa, wrapped it around Jiang Wan, whose underwear was torn, and hugged her tightly in his arms, comforting her. It's okay, honey, I'm here. Jiang Wan was in extreme panic. She struggled and shouted continuously in Chen Ping's arms, tears streaming down her face. She bit Chen Ping's hand hard. Stinging. Chen Ping endured it and hugged Jiang Wan tightly, the anger in his heart seemed to burn through the sky. Woo woo woo. Jiang Wan sobbed. It took her a long while to come back to her senses. She tilted her head back, looked at Chen Ping with tears in her eyes, and murmured, Chen Ping. Jiang Wan fainted just after calling out her name. Chu Anan also ran over and took a look. He said anxiously, Mr. Chen, let's go out first and send Miss Jiang to the hospital. Chen Ping nodded, stood up, picked up Princess Jiang Wan, and turned to leave. At this time, Han Long came over and shouted in a deep voice, Leave? Chuanan, what do you think this place is? You beat up my guest and you're leaving like that. Chen Ping's pupils shrank and his eyes turned cold. Before he could speak, Chuanan said in a serious and cold voice, Han Long, don't think I'm afraid of you. Do you dare to attack me? Aren't you afraid that Brother Tai will cause trouble for you? Han Long's face froze. He really didn't dare to attack Chuanan because she was Jing Tai's person. If he attacked her, he would be slapping Jing Tai in the face. The consequences are serious. However, his distinguished guest was hit on the head right under his nose. If this matter were to get out, Han Long would have no need to stay in Shanjiang City. Damn it! No one is leaving today. Sun Ziming, whose head was smashed open earlier, stood up staggeringly, his face covered in blood, and roared ferociously, Han Long, catch him. I want to kill him. Han Long immediately ran over and reminded, Mr. Sun, they are Jing Tai's people. Sun Ziming was furious and cursed, Jing Tai? Who the hell is he? As soon as the words fell. Sudden. Bang. The door of the box was kicked open again. A dozen thugs in black suits rushed in. All of a sudden, the box was packed with people. Han Long's eyes tightened, cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and he stared at the door of the box. A tall figure, wearing an expensive white suit and white leather shoes, a white gentleman's hat, and a cigar in his mouth, strode into the box under the gaze of everyone. Anyone who dares to touch Mr. Chen will be against me, Jing Tai. Chapter 23 You shouldn't mess with me. Jing Tai. The underground king of Shanjiang City. A man who has everything at his fingertips. If Han Long was very arrogant before, when he saw Jing Tai walk into the box, he stood there like a younger brother with a gloomy face. Brother Tai, what do you mean by bringing so many people to my place? Han Long's face was gloomy, he gritted his teeth secretly, and felt quite unhappy. Can he be tough with Jing Tai? Obviously not. Looking at Jing Tai again, he completely ignored Han Long's existence and had no interest in even looking at him. This made Han Long very angry. He looked down on others so much. After all, he is one of the top 5 underground forces in Shanjiang City. However, the next scene was enough to shock everyone in the box. Even Chu Anan, who already knew roughly Chen Ping's identity, was still shocked when she saw this scene. Zheng Tai strode directly to Chen Ping, took off his gentleman's hat, bowed his head respectfully and humbly, and said, "Mr. Chen. I'm sorry, I'm late. He is Mr. Chiao's young master. That person is naturally his young master." Chen Ping's face was calm. He just nodded and said, "You know what to do." "Of course." Zheng Tai straightened up and stared at Han Long with a sinister look. What about Han Long? At this moment, he was already dumbfounded. He simply couldn't imagine that an underground king of Shangjiang City would be so respectful to that pretty boy. What the fuck is going on? Han Long was not a fool, and he guessed immediately that this young man was of extraordinary status. At this time, Zheng Tai stared at Han Long with a cold face. Bang! A powerful slap hit Han Long's face fiercely. Han Long stared at Zheng Tai in disbelief, his eyes vicious, and angrily said, "Zheng Tai, are you forcing me to fight you?" There was no shouting. Only viciousness. "Take action." Zheng Tai sneered twice, then stepped forward and kicked him hard in the chest, and then stepped hard on Han Long's face with his white leather boots. "Han Long, you dare to fight me?" As expected of the underground king of Shangjiang City, his moves are domineering and cold. He didn't take the so-called Han Long seriously at all, and taught him a lesson as if he were teaching his own younger brother. Zheng Tai looked down at Han Long, and then said coldly, "Today, anyone who offends Mr. Chen will be on my death list, and no one can escape." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of younger brothers brought by Zheng Tai completely pinned all of Han Long's men in the box to the ground. Screams came one after another. Just at this moment, a cold question was raised from behind the beaded curtain. Sun Ziming covered his bloody head with a tissue, angrily pushed aside the beaded curtain, and shouted, "You are Zheng Tai? You mean, you want to attack me too?" Sun Ziming was extremely angry at this moment. He came here to play with the woman, but he got beaten up. Han Long fell to the ground at this moment, and sneered grimly, "Brother Tai, don't blame me for not reminding you, Mr. Sun is not someone you can mess with. Even if you are very powerful in Shangjiang City, Mr. Sun is from Jinling, and in front of him, you are also a younger brother." "Mr. Sun? From Jinling?" Zheng Tai frowned slightly, stepped harder, and glanced at the man standing on the steps. Seeing Zheng Tai's suspicion, Han Long immediately got up from the ground, ran to Sun Ziming's side, straightened his back, tugged at his suit, and said in a pretentious manner, "Brother Tai, this is Mr. Sun Ziming, the person in charge of the Shangjiang branch of Jinling Tanren Hospital, and the nephew of Professor Tang Hemin." Han Long said the last sentence very loudly, as if he was afraid that others would not know it. Click. Zheng Tai's eyes narrowed and fell on Sun Ziming, and his arrogance suddenly diminished a lot. He is actually Professor Tang Hemin's nephew. As if seeing Zheng Tai's embarrassment, Chen Ping frowned slightly and asked in a cold voice, "Is it difficult?" Zheng Tai walked up to Chen Ping and whispered respectfully, "Mr. Chen, I'm afraid we can't do anything to Sun Ziming. I really can't move. This is mainly because of his uncle, Tang Hemin, an internationally renowned medical master, who is even known as the Hand of Huor Tuor in China. Many of the patients treated by Professor Tang Hemin are well-known figures at home and abroad. And these big shots can shake the economy of a certain place just by talking. Among them, there are many big names in domestic and foreign political circles. The governor of Jianghai province is a patient of Professor Tang Hemin. He has great power and no one dares to provoke him. Of course, everyone treats this medical giant with more respect. Anyone who provokes this master can cause a magnitude 7 earthquake." After this explanation, Zheng Tai began to sweat profusely on his forehead. He looked at Han Long and Sun Ziming, who was glaring at him on the steps with complicated eyes, and felt a little nervous. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Ping in the crowd showed no sign of panic. He just stared coldly at Sun Ziming and said, "There is no one in this world that I cannot touch." Zheng Tai's whole body was shocked. His eyes were full of brilliance. However, Sun Ziming laughed in anger, and said with a gloomy face, Okay, you are arrogant enough. I don't believe it. In this small Shangjiang city, there is still someone that I, Sun Ziming, can't do anything to. Han Long, I want him to become a cripple now. Also, those two women, strip them naked for me, I want to knock them down in front of him." Sun Ziming's eyes were fierce and he didn't take Chen Ping seriously at all. His uncle is Professor Tang Hemin, a medical giant who can shake the whole Jianghai province with just a stomp of his feet. A pretty boy dares to say such big words, it's simply a matter of life and death. Here, Han Long smiled sinisterly and yelled into the intercom, "Everyone, come in and get some work done." Tap tap tap. In an instant, dozens of tattooed men rushed into the door of the box again, surrounding the box tightly. "Fuck him. Beat them all." Han Long waved his hands and shouted, the evil sneer in his eyes became more intense. Zheng Tai was horrified, so he brought a dozen people and pointed at Han Long and shouted, "Han Long, I advise you not to make a mistake. Mr. Chen is definitely not someone you can mess with. Alpaca. Is there anyone here that I, Sun Ziming, cannot deal with?" Sun Ziming on the steps yelled, his face red and bloody, which was very scary. "Hit me. Beat him to death. Mr. Chen." Zheng Tai knew that he was in a dangerous situation, so he stared at the thugs who were rushing towards Chen Ping with metal baseball bats, and immediately started fighting with them. Zheng Tai is worthy of being the underground king. He knocked down 3 or 4 thugs to the ground in just a few moves. Han Long's eyes turned cold and he twisted his eyes. He personally led 7 or 8 brothers to surround him. No matter how powerful Zheng Tai was, he was outnumbered and was soon knocked down. Han Long stepped on Zheng Tai's back and laughed wildly, "Brother Tai, I didn't expect you to have this day. From now on, I, Han Long, will have the final say in Shangjiang City." Zheng Tai gritted his teeth, glared at Han Long, and said, "Han Long, you can touch me, but you must not touch Mr. Chen, otherwise, you will regret it." "Fuck, you're still threatening me." Han Long stepped down hard with a fierce look in his eyes. The atmosphere in the box was very solemn. Han Long's men subdued Zheng Tai, Chuanan, and the people he brought with him. Chen Ping was the only one standing in the field, holding Jiang Wan, who had fainted from fright. Sun Ziming walked down the stairs step by step, his eyes fierce and his mouth with a sinister smile. "Boy, weren't you very crazy just now? Come on, here is a bottle of wine, smash it on my head again." Chen Ping was very calm, with no fear on his face. He gently placed Jiang Wan on the sofa and sighed, "Sun Ziming, Han Long, you should never provoke me." Hearing this, Sun Ziming was furious and pointed at Chen Ping and shouted, "Han Long, kill this guy and make him kneel down and talk to me." Then, he sat on the sofa in a very defiant manner, his eyes full of teasing, smoking a cigar, and a servant came over to temporarily bandage his head. Han Long walked towards Chen Ping with a metal baseball bat in his hand and a sneer on his face. "Han Long, stop it. Mr. Chen, you must not move." Zheng Tai was pressed to the ground, roaring. "If something happens to the young master here, Zheng Tai can commit suicide to apologize." Han Long just smiled contemptuously, picked up the baseball bat and was about to hit Chen Ping's knee as he stood upright. Sudden. A discordant cell phone ringtone rang, causing everyone to hesitate. Han Long glanced at Sun Ziming, who was very arrogant. He said coldly, "Let him answer it." Chen Ping frowned and looked at the incoming call on his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Then he picked up the phone as if no one was around. "Hello. Who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Chen, my name is Tang Hemin. I have arrived in Shangjiang City with a medical team. I wonder if it would be convenient for us to meet now." On the other end of the phone, Tang Hemin's tone was full of respect and his attitude was very humble. Chapter 24, Destroy Him. Tang Hemin had just left the airport, with a medical team of more than a dozen serious and meticulous doctors following behind him. If seen by someone who knows the value of it, he will definitely be shocked. Tangren Hospital, the most famous medical team. There is no other, only one. Tang Hemin. Chen Ping sneered twice, his eyes fell on Sun Ziming. "You should ask your good nephew if it is convenient for me to see you." "Nephew? Could it be Sun Ziming?" Tang Hemin realized something immediately and said respectfully, "Mr. Chen, there must be a misunderstanding. Please give the phone to Sun Ziming and I will talk to him." Chen Ping raised his eyebrows slightly, but still threw the phone to Sun Ziming, who was sitting on the sofa, and said coldly, "Your uncle is looking for you." "Uncle?" Sun Ziming immediately flew into a rage, slammed the table and yelled, "Bullshit. Why would my uncle call you?" As Sun Ziming roared, a furious rebuke suddenly rang out from the phone on the sofa that was glowing white. "Sun Ziming. What are you talking about? Is it because I can't control you now?" "Uncle, uncle. It's really my uncle's voice." Sun Ziming was so frightened that his whole body was shaking like a sieve, and cold sweat was pouring down. He quickly picked up the phone and said, "Hello. Uncle, how could you?" He was truly dumbfounded, and waves of chills ran through his bones. He couldn't believe that his uncle actually called this pretty boy. Before he could finish his words, Tang Hemin on the other end angrily interrupted him and said, "Sun Ziming, I don't care how you offended Mr. Chen, apologize to Mr. Chen immediately. Otherwise, you will be in trouble." The cold, commanding tone made Sun Ziming breathless. "My uncle is angry." "Uncle, why would you call this brat?" Sun Ziming still couldn't believe it and made his last struggle. Snort. Tang Hemin came out of the airport quickly, and took the medical team directly to the Audi A8L arranged by the head of the city government. "What brat? He is Mr. Chen. How dare you be so rude? Kneel down and beg Mr. Chen for forgiveness immediately, otherwise, I will not have you as my nephew." Sun Ziming was completely defeated, and his uncle was really furious. How could this happen? He looked up, and saw sweat on his forehead, which stained the wound. The stimulation made him suddenly clear-headed. As soon as he looked up, he immediately ran over and said humbly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I was confused, I deserve to die. I apologize for my recklessness just now, I hope you can forgive me." Sun Ziming, who was so powerful just now apologized with fear and trepidation, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Isn't he Professor Tang Hemin's nephew? He is a man from Jinling and he must have connections everywhere. Why would he apologize? Judging from the phone call just now, it seemed to be from his uncle, Professor Tang Hemin. Called that pretty boy. Oh my god. What is the identity of Chen Ping? It was actually the medical giant Tang Hemin who called him personally, making his nephew so scared. Especially Han Long, who saw the person he relied on apologize to a young man in such panic. How could he not be panicked? How could he not be afraid? Han Long's heart shuddered, and cold sweat flowed down his body like a waterfall. What kind of existence did he provoke? Zheng Tai and Chuanen, who were standing by, had already broken free and stood beside Chen Ping. They stared at Han Long with a cold look and said, "Han Long, I've said it before, you can't afford to offend Mr. Chen." Plop. Without any hesitation, Han Long knelt down in front of everyone. The top 5 underground forces in Xinjiang City knelt down in front of Chen Ping, then quickly crawled to Chen Ping's toes, banged his head on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Mr. Chen, I was wrong, please let me go. I was blind. I deserve to die for offending Mr. Chen." Howling, Han Long simply slapped himself, the sound of slapping echoing throughout the box. Chen Ping looked at her coldly and said, "Chuanen, send Jiang Wan out first." Yes. Chuanen took 2 people with her and sent Jiang Wan out first. At this moment, all the people Han Long brought into the box squatted on the ground, holding their heads and trembling. Because the first thing Zheng Tai did when he got up was to make a phone call. In an instant, 40 or 50 brothers rushed into the Xingyue club and completely surrounded the place. From the outside, one can see a dozen thugs dressed all in black suits blocking off the Xingyue club. In the box, Chen Ping sat on the sofa, looking coldly at Sun Ziming, who was standing in front of him with his head bent, and Han Long, who was kneeling on the ground with a bloody head. "Get over there." Bang. Zhao Gang was kicked by Zheng Tai from behind the beaded curtain to the front of the sofa. He is now trembling all over and his eyes are wandering. As soon as he saw Chen Ping, he immediately knelt over and begged for mercy. Chen Ping, brother Chen. For the sake of my work with Vice President Jiang, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again next time." Chen Ping's eyes were cold and angry, and he said, "I don't want to see him again in Xinjiang City." Yes, Mr. Chen. Zheng Tai was a man of the world, and he understood what Chen Ping meant in one sentence. With a glance, the 2 brothers dragged Zhao Gang, who was howling and begging for mercy, to another box. Zhao Gang was so frightened that he defecated and peed at the same time, and the whole floor was filled with a foul smell. "It's your turn, Sun Ziming," Chen Ping said coldly. Sun Ziming kept his head down, squeezed out a smile from the corner of his mouth and said, "Mr. Chen, after all, my uncle is Tang Hemin, and you and my uncle know each other. Please leave a way out and let me go this time. I will never come to Xinjiang City again." Sun Ziming has figured it out. No matter how awesome Mr. Chen is, he only has some strength at best. If he really dares to do anything to me, my uncle will definitely not let him go. So, he is fearless now. Leave away. Hearing this, Chen Ping laughed instead of getting angry. "Do you know who the woman you want to touch is?" Sun Ziming really didn't know. It's just a woman, Mr. Chen, why is he so desperate? A fight to the bitter end. Chen Ping's expression froze instantly, his eyes flashing with coldness. Jiang Wan is my wife. Click. Sun Ziming trembled, and instantly knew that things were serious. He was playing with other people's wives. Oops. Mr. Chen, this is just a little short. I will apologize. 500,000 is the mental compensation for my sister-in-law. Sun Ziming felt a little nervous, but still looked fearless. 500,000 is not a small amount in Sun Ziming's eyes. Are you talking to me about money? Chen Ping said coldly, Zheng Tai, give him 3 million. Zheng Tai didn't hesitate at all. He took his men out to withdraw 3 million in no more than 5 minutes. 3 silver suitcases, all opened and placed on the coffee table, were filled with red banknotes. A full 3 million. Sun Ziming's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? By your third leg. Chen Ping said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Tai's men pushed Sun Zemin to the ground, facing up, and stripped him of his pants, leaving him only in his underwear. Horrified. Scared. Mr. Chen, my uncle is Tang Hemin, you can't do this. Sun Ziming struggled and screamed, but it was of no avail. If you dare to touch me, my uncle will definitely not let you go. Chen Ping didn't say anything, just closed his eyes. Zheng Tai raised the metal baseball bat in his hand and smashed it towards Sun Ziming's crotch. R. A shrill, soul-shaking scream echoed throughout the box. Sun Ziming's face instantly turned the color of liver, his forehead was as big as a bean, he rolled over, hunched over, covered his crotch, and couldn't say a word. He could only groan. He will never touch a woman again in his life. At the same time, 5 black Audi A8 LS stopped at the entrance of Xingyue Club. Tang Hemin ran down from the car in a hurry, followed by the mayor of Shangjiang City. Shu Kaqin was sweating profusely at this moment. He followed his secretary and caught up with Tang Hemin in front of him. Professor Tang, please slow down. When he received the news that the medical leader Tang Hemin had arrived in Shangjiang City, he immediately rushed to the airport to pick him up. He is a big shot. His coming to Shangjiang City is a glory for Shangjiang City. Be sure to entertain well. As soon as he picked up the person, he went straight to Xingyue Club. Shu Kaqin was very confused. Who was it that required Tang Hemin to come here in person, and he looked very anxious. At the entrance of Xingyue Club, a dozen thugs in black suits stood in awe and blocked Tang Hemin's way. Sorry, we're closed. Tang Hemin frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Shu Kaqin ran over and shouted angrily, you are so brave. Who dares to close the venue? The thug was so frightened when he saw the person coming that he trembled all over. Shu. Mayor Shu. Oh my God. Why is the mayor here? Who is this old man? He actually asked Shu Kaqin to accompany him personally. Soon, several thugs dispersed, bent down and respectfully invited Tang Hemin, Shu Kaqin and others in. When Shu Kaqin saw that the room was full of people, he immediately became angry. It seems that we need to deepen and speed up the crackdown on gangsters and evil forces. The door of the box was pushed open. Tang Hemin rushed in and saw Sun Ziming lying on the ground screaming. But he didn't care at all, and ran straight to Chen Ping, half bowed and nodded respectfully, saying, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I'm late. Shu Kaqin, who was following closely behind, was shocked as if struck by lightning when he saw this scene. Tang. Professor Tang bowed his head and apologized to a young man. Chapter 25, Everything is up to Mr. Chen. Chen Ping nodded lightly, with a cold attitude, and stood up and said, Professor Tang, do you have any objection to me doing this? Tang Hemin glanced at Sun Ziming, who was groaning in pain on the ground, and said, he brought this upon himself. It is his blessing that Mr. Chen punished him. The nephew was abandoned, but his uncle actually said it was his blessing. Zheng Tai took a deep breath. He knew that Mr. Chen's identity was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be so awesome. This is Tang Hemin. Hua Tuor, the master of medicine, was alive. He had treated many great people. This is walking connections. As long as Tang Hemin opened his mouth, Zheng Tai could be said to have fallen from the clouds to the mortal world in an instant. Looking at Sun Ziming again, he was lying on the ground, looking at his uncle, groaning, Uncle, avenge me. Tang Hemin was furious. Although he didn't know what mistake his nephew had made, it was definitely a big mistake. Director Song, take Zieming out and get him medical treatment if possible. Tang Hemin said coldly, notify the hospital that Sun Zieming's positions have been removed and he can only stay in Jinling from now on. He is not allowed to take a single step out of Jinling. If he dares to take a single step out of Jinling, I will break his legs. Director Song, who walked into the box, bowed and said respectfully, yes, Dean. Then, Sun Zieming was carried out. Shu Kaqin, who witnessed all this, stood at the door and looked at Chen Ping with burning eyes. This young man is definitely extraordinary. After a while, Shu Kaqin extended his hands and greeted him with a smile on his face. He said, hello, Mr. Chen, I am Shu Kaqin, the mayor of Shangjiang City. This is an opportunity. Shu Kaqin, who is in the system, understands that anyone who can be treated so seriously by Professor Tang must be someone with a powerful background. Chen Ping glanced hesitantly at Shu Kaqin, who was coming over, then calmly extended his hand and shook it, saying, Chen Ping. Looking at Jing Tai, he was so shocked that he couldn't recover. Mayor Shu is here too. He actually stood in the box in front of Shu Kaqin with a bunch of younger brothers. Isn't this courting death? Shu Kaqin naturally also noticed Jing Tai. He knew this person and his power was complicated, so he had never dealt with him. Jing Tai, what are you planning to do by bringing so many people here? Shu Kaqin asked. After all, I am the head of the city. How can I tolerate such forces operating under my nose? Although Jing Tai's background is a bit complicated, since I have met him, I naturally have to ask him about it. Jing Tai looked at Chen Ping with grievance and said, Mr. Chen. He made his fortune in the early days by slacking off, but in recent years, Jing Tai has done things cleanly and has transformed himself. And they are big taxpayers. Basically, there is no criminal record. Chen Ping knew that Jing Tai had a complicated background, so he said softly, Mr. Shu, Jing Tai is my man. If there is anything wrong, I can accompany him to be investigated. Of course he can be investigated. Jing Tai has a clean background now. He is also a famous local entrepreneur in Shangjiang City. A Thai-Chinese charity organization was also established. It can be said that Jing Tai has completely embarked on the sunshine industry. All his previous criminal records should have been deleted. Shu Kaqin was startled, glanced at Tang Hemin, and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? If that's the case, then there's no need to go through so much trouble. Chen Ping didn't say anything else, but left the box with Tang Hemin and talked about Mi Li's surgery on the way. After leaving Xinghua Club, Chen Ping looked at the 3-story building. He said coldly, this place has no need to exist anymore. Let's just close it down. Jing Tai bowed and responded respectfully, and then after a phone call, 3 bulldozers and a forklift drove over in a mighty manner. Boom! The famous Xinghua Club in Shangjiang City collapsed and was razed to the ground on this day. For a time, it made headlines in all major news pages of Shangjiang City. Someone even took a picture of Chen Ping and others from behind, which made headlines in the local news. Chen Ping got into the Audi and continued to talk about Mi Li's condition with Tang Hemin in the car. Tang Hemin has been studying Mi Li's condition for more than half a month. The answer given is 80% cure rate. Very high. I went to the hospital and saw Jiang Wan. She was fine, but she was still in a coma due to excessive shock. Chen Ping, who had just come out of the hospital gate, followed by Tang Hemin, Shu Kaqin and Jing Tai, received a call from his father-in-law. Jiang Guomin was very angry and yelled, Chen Ping. Where have you been? Where is the painting I asked you to deliver? Bang! Chen Ping's head buzzed. Then he remembered that he had gone out in the morning to deliver the painting to the Guohua exhibition hall. How could I forget about this? Without having time to think, Chen Ping said anxiously, send me to the old house on Nansha Street. Jing Tai followed closely behind, immediately opened the door of his Mercedes-Benz, and respectfully welcomed Chen Ping into the car. Tang Hemin and Shu Kaqin were also preparing to take Chen Ping to their cars, but they were not as quick as Jing Tai. Follow me. Tang Hemin said. Then, 5 Audi cars followed closely behind the Mercedes-Benz in front and drove all their way to the old house on Nansha Street. The car was not parked in front of the old house because my mother-in-law was at home. So Chen Ping found a place to get off the car. Then he trotted into the old house and knocked on the door. Mom, I'm here to get the painting. Yarn Guilan opened the door, looking unhappy, and cursed, where the hell have you been? Do you want me to send you to your father? I don't know what you do all day long. You just idle away all day long. Listening to Yang Guilan's scolding, Chen Ping just smiled awkwardly, nodded repeatedly and said sorry, took the prepared gift box from the coffee table in the living room, then held it in his arms and hurried out of the house. Behind him, there was still the scolding from his mother-in-law. Why did my daughter marry a loser like you? It's such bad luck. Yang Guilan's scolding was heard directly at the street corner, and Jingtai, Tang Hemin, Shu Kaqin and others standing by the car door also twitched their lips. It's amazing to have such a mother-in-law. But, Mr. Chen is so powerful, why should we endure it? Let's go to the Guohua exhibition hall. Don't follow me. We can talk about it tomorrow if there is anything. Chen Ping glanced at Tang Hemin and others who were still following him, and said lightly. After getting in the car, we headed straight to the Guohua exhibition hall. Let us turn our attention back to the Guohua exhibition hall. All the arrangements were ready, and the entire exhibition hall felt like it was packed with guests. However, in the most important hall of the exhibition hall, there were many people gathered, all with unhappy expressions. Especially Jiang Guomin in the crowd, with his hands behind his back, looking unhappy. He said, "This Chen Ping is really not good enough to do anything, but always makes things worse. I asked him to deliver a painting, but he hasn't delivered it yet." The exhibition has already begun, but the most important exhibit, Tang Bohu's Spring Mountain Companion, has not arrived yet. This made Jiang Guomin very anxious. He finally managed to show off in front of a bunch of old friends and even some well-known collectors, but he also created an embarrassing situation for his son-in-law. How can I not be angry? Gao Yang was standing next to Jiang Guomin at this time, with an uncontrollable sneer on his face, saying, "Uncle Jiang, I think Chen Ping doesn't take you seriously at all. He was late for such an important exhibition. Isn't this embarrassing for you? This boy has such a bad heart." At this time, don't forget to add insult to injury. Humph. Jiang Guomin snorted coldly. I don't have a son-in-law like him. The people gathered in the hall were all collectors from Xinjiang City. They were getting impatient and started to speak. Lao Jiang, we all came here with your invitation. What do you want us to see? Where are the paintings? You are being very dishonest. You are not trying to fool us by saying that there is no Spring Mountain Companion picture at all. The things in those exhibition halls are boring. We are just waiting for this painting. How long will we have to wait? Give me an accurate answer. Seeing that everyone was getting impatient, Jiang Guomin could only smile and explain, "It's almost there, my son-in-law is on the way." Damn Chen Ping, after this exhibition is over, I must make him divorce Jiang Wan. Har har, Lao Jiang, you asked your useless son-in-law to give you the painting, isn't that an insult to the painting? In the crowd, a middle-aged bald man would say sarcastically. He is Jiang Guomin's mortal enemy. When he was in office, Chen Benshan was in the same department as him, and they had been fighting overtly and covertly for many years. The fact that Jiang Guomin's son-in-law is a loser has spread among people in the circle, and most people just say a few words about it in private. But today, Chen Benshan directly brought it up to the table and made a sarcastic remark, which was a bit too much. Jiang Guomin snorted coldly and ignored him, feeling even more dissatisfied with Chen Ping. Just at this moment, Chen Ping sat in Jingtai's car and stopped outside the Guohua exhibition hall. He got out of the car only after making sure that no one knew him. Head straight to the showroom. Jingtai also waited for a while before picking up a step and pretending to be a guest visiting the exhibition and followed. Chen Ping, holding the gift box in his armpit, trotted to exhibition hall number 1, area C. As soon as he appeared at the entrance of the exhibition hall, the sharp-eyed Gao Yang shouted loudly, "Chen Ping is here." After shouting, he ran over quickly, snatched the painting from Chen Ping's hand, and angrily scolded, "Chen Ping, where have you been? It took you so long to deliver the painting. Are you fooling around with some woman?" Gao Yang saw Chen Ping get into Chu Ainan's car, so he said this on purpose, and in a very loud voice. Chapter 26, Master Feng is here. Chen Ping frowned and glanced at Gao Yang. The latter glared at him angrily and sneered, "You're late even though I asked you to deliver a painting. Don't you take Uncle Jiang seriously at all?" Bang! Jiang Guomin walked over angrily and slapped Chen Ping in the face. He said angrily, "How could I have such a useless son-in-law like you? You have really made me lose face." This sudden slap made everyone in the exhibition hall feel startled. However, there was no sympathy on their faces, but ridicule. Gao Yang was so happy when he saw Jiang Guomin hitting Chen Ping in front of so many people. Well played. This piece of trash deserves to be beaten. Chen Ping's eyes flashed with chill, but he quickly suppressed it and said, "I'm sorry, Dad. Something delayed me on the way." Snort. Jiang Guomin snorted coldly, took the painting, calmed down, turned around and walked away with a smile, saying, "Come here, Tang Bohu's original work, Spring Mountain Companion Picture." Gao Yang stood in front of the embarrassed Chen Ping with a proud look on his face, tugged at the collar of his suit, and said with great pride, "Chen Ping, you are really patient. I really don't know how a piece of trash like you could marry Jiang Wan." Provocation, ridicule. Chen Ping smiled coldly and said, "This has nothing to do with you." Gao Yang snorted coldly and said, "Still not convinced? Don't you see who you are? Uncle Jiang doesn't think highly of you. As long as I work harder, you will be kicked out of the Jiang family soon. By then, you will be a stray dog. I really want to see you wagging your tail and begging for mercy at that time." Gao Yang laughed a few times, then glanced at Chen Ping mockingly, and turned to help Jiang Guomin cheer. Here, Zheng Tai followed early in the morning. He saw the previous scene and felt very annoyed. "Mr. Chen, do you want me to teach that kid a lesson for you?" Zheng Tai walked over and asked in a low voice. Chen Ping shook his head, frowned and said coldly, "No, this is my own business, do your part well." Zheng Tai panicked and nodded quickly. If other people saw this, they would be shocked beyond words. Zheng Tai, the underground king of Xinjiang city, actually treated an ordinary young man with such respect. Moreover, from the look of it, he seemed quite scared. Amazing. Chen Ping took a deep breath and stood in the corner of the exhibition hall, doing nothing. Over there were crowds of people, and Jiang Guomin proudly shared Tang Bohu's Spring Mountain Companion with a group of old friends and collectors. The joy that was beyond words made Chen Ping feel vaguely worried. My father-in-law wouldn't really let me and Jiang Wan divorce, right? How to save this broken marriage? Lao Jiang, this painting is amazing, it's an authentic one. Take it to auction, at least 5 million. More than that, I think it will cost 10 million. A group of people were appreciating the paintings and talking about them at the same time. 10 million? Jiang Guomin was extremely happy when he heard this, but he was also shocked. A painting costs 10 million. Xiao Jiao, are you really giving this painting to me? Jiang Guomin turned his head and asked Gao Yang, who was standing next to him. After all, this is 10 million yuan. Are you going to just give it to yourself for free? Gao Yang naturally understood what Jiang Guomin meant, and said openly, "Uncle Jiang, of course this painting is for you. I don't know much about collecting, and this painting should be in the hands of a collector like you. Only then will it have value." I have to say that Gao Yang is quite good at flattering. Jiang Guomin was very happy, patted Gao Yang on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Come to my house for dinner some other day, I'll ask your Aunt Yang to cook you some of her signature dishes." How could Jiang Guomin not see Gao Yang's thoughts? He was interested in his daughter. But he is also a man who cares about his reputation. Jiang Wan is already married to Chen Ping. Is he really going to break them up and let his daughter marry Gao Yang? That means it's my second marriage, and I can't save my face. Maybe I can go back and ask my daughter for her opinion. Thinking of this, Jiang Guomin glanced at Chen Ping, who was standing stupidly in the corner, and felt very unhappy. He snorted coldly and muttered, "What a useless thing." Chen Ping also noticed the look his father-in-law was giving him, and he grinned, but got a cold eye roll in return. Well, my father-in-law looks down on me. At this time, outside the Guohua exhibition hall, a luxurious Bentley car stopped at the door. In an instant, several female receptionists came to greet them. Feng Ruixian came to the Guohua exhibition hall specially today. He heard that there would be a treasure from the Ming dynasty on display here today, and it is an authentic work of Tang Bohu. He is very curious. I am a well-known collector in the country. When I heard that there were some good things to be exhibited, I naturally wanted to come and see them with my own eyes. Entering the exhibition hall, Feng Ruixian's identity instantly caused quite a stir. Oh my god! Isn't that Mr. Feng Ruixian from Guohua Trading? The master of the collecting world, he is here too. It's incredible. Jiang Guomin's painting even shocked this giant Buddha. Many of the prominent figures in Shangjiang city greeted and fawned on Feng Ruixiang respectfully when they saw him. Not only is he a famous collector, he is also a boss with a net worth of over 3 billion. Of course, the so-called masters in the collecting world are just boasted by the locals and are just a little famous. But in this place, he is a master-level figure and there is no room for negotiation. At this time, Jiang Guomin came out from the innermost exhibition hall with a smile on his face, followed by 7 or 8 people, all of whom were his friends. Master Feng came to the exhibition in person. I am sorry for not welcoming you. I hope you will forgive me. Jiang Guomin was extremely excited at this moment. Feng Ruixiang, the master of the collection world, came in person, and his fame would be greatly improved. Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. I am here because of your reputation. I am sorry to bother you. Feng Ruixiang shook hands with Jiang Guomin politely with a smile on his face. It is an honor for me, Jiang, to have Master Feng here. I will show you around. These are just things I tinker with on a daily basis. They cannot be compared to Master Feng's collection. When Jiang Guomin met Feng Ruixiang at this time, he was just like a novice in the collecting world meeting his teacher, and was extremely humble. When Jiao Yang met Feng Ruixiang, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to curry favor with him. I walked up to him, shook his hand enthusiastically, and said, "Hello, Mr. Feng. I am Jiao Yang, the general manager of Star Dream Media. I am very happy to meet you." Feng Ruixiang shook hands with him politely. Just as he was about to speak, Jiao Yang continued, "Mr. Feng, I organized this exhibition today. How about I take you to see it in person?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Guomin, who was standing behind Jiao Yang, looked downcast. This kid, doesn't he see that he is standing here? Do you need him to show it to you personally? However, Jiao Yang completely forgot about Jiang Guomin at this moment, and very attentively and proactively introduced Feng Ruixiang. Although Jiang Guomin was slightly dissatisfied, he still followed and added a few words from time to time. The people behind him also nodded frequently and praised Feng Ruixiang highly. Many people murmured. Now Jiang Guomin is going to be famous in the circle. Feng Ruixiang has come. Yes, anything that Master Feng likes will cost hundreds of millions. There's nothing I can do. Although I have a useless son-in-law, I have a rich future son-in-law. A group of people were talking quietly, their expressions full of envy and jealousy. Feng Ruixiang actually looked down upon the collections exhibited in the outer hall. In other words, they were all garbage. After reluctantly taking a look around, Feng Ruixiang followed Jiao Yang to the innermost and most luxurious exhibition hall. There was a painting hanging in the glass cabinet, and a young man was standing in front of the painting. Feng Ruixiang took a look and saw the familiar figure, and his heart was immediately excited. Mr. Chen is here too. Jiao Yang saw Chen Ping standing in front of the painting and immediately became furious. He walked over with a sullen face, pushed Chen Ping away, and scolded him, "Go to the side. Didn't you see Mr. Feng coming? Why are you standing here stupidly? Besides, can you understand? This Chen Ping is such a loser. Pretending to know when you don't." Jiang Guomin was also very dissatisfied. Everyone came out to greet Feng Ruixiang, but he just stayed there calmly looking at the paintings. What a tactless waste. Chen Ping glanced at Jiao Yang unhappily, but said nothing and just stood aside silently. Feng Ruixiang was naturally furious when he saw Jiao Yang treating Mr. Chen so rudely and unreasonably. Just as he was about to step forward and scold him, he saw Chen Ping frowning at him. Immediately, Feng Ruixiang stopped and understood what the other party meant. Mr. Qiao has explained that Mr. Chen doesn't like to be high profile. However, I have to find a way to dampen Jiao Yang's arrogance. To humiliate Mr. Chen is to humiliate oneself. Master Feng, please look, this is the finale exhibit of this exhibition, an authentic work by Tang Bohu, Spring Mountain Companion. Jiang Guomin stood up at this moment and excitedly introduced his proud collection. So exciting! If Master Feng could come and personally take a look at it, my Jiang Guomin's reputation in the collecting world would soar. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Ruixiang's expression became strange. Are you kidding me? Spring Mountain Companion. Gazing over there, Feng Ruixiang saw the painting in the exhibition hall window and immediately felt it looked familiar. Isn't he this the painting that I have treasured for many years and gave to Mr. Chen? Etc. No, this picture looks a bit strange. Chapter 27. He took the wrong. Feng Ruixian recognized at a glance that this painting was not the one he had given to Mr. Chen. This is a fake painting. Who sent this painting? It can actually be exhibited in the Guohua exhibition hall. It seems that everyone treats it as a real painting. While Feng Ruixian was stunned, Jiang Guomin was talking about the painting, including its origin. Master Feng. This painting is a birthday gift from Xiao Jiao. It is very valuable. Can you take a look at it? Xiao Jiao? Jiao Yang. Feng Ruixian glanced at Jiao Yang, who was smiling in front of him, with a strange expression. Jiao Yang looked very proud. He was just very rude to Mr. Chen. So, Feng Ruixian already had a plan in mind. Jiao Yang, you are finished. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of Mr. Chen. Feng Ruixian walked to the window very seriously and looked at it carefully. Everyone felt this scene was extremely solemn and mysterious. This is Master Feng, a very famous collector in Xinjiang City. He treated this painting of Tang Bohu's Spring Mountain Companion so seriously. It must be an authentic work and worth a lot of money. Jiang Guomin stood beside Feng Ruixian, respectful like a primary school student, with uncontrollable pride on his face. He even began to fantasize that his collection would become more and more famous in Xinjiang City in the future. Thinking of this, he liked Jiao Yang even more and nodded at him. Jiao Yang naturally smiled when he saw Uncle Jiang so happy, and raised his chin proudly towards Chen Ping in the corner. Chen Ping also smiled faintly, then lowered his head to play with his mobile phone. What are you doing? Naturally, the task was to arrange work for Su Qing. Su Qing. Check if there's a Harley nearby. I'll go buy one in a few days and replace all our company's electric bikes with Harleys. The content of Chen Ping's text message was simple but rude. Su Qing, who was working at the company at the moment, was wearing a white shirt on the upper body and a black skirt on the lower body. Her legs were as smooth as baby skin and she was wearing black stilettos. She looked at the text message in astonishment and quickly replied, "Boss, are you saying that we should replace all the electric bikes delivered to our company with Harleys?" Su Qing felt dizzy and realized for the first time that Chen Ping was extremely rich. A Harley costs at least tens of thousands, and a good one costs hundreds of thousands. There are hundreds of people in the whole company, so this must cost tens of millions. Chen Ping, what is his identity? So rich. Well, contact him quickly. It's better to make an appointment first. I don't like to be in trouble later. After replying to the text message, Chen Ping put away his phone and sat aside, watching quietly. Feng Ruixian's every move attracted the attention of everyone in the exhibition hall. Some people have even started praising Jiang Guomin, which makes Jiang Guomin very happy. Master Feng, how about this authentic Tang Bohu painting? How much is it worth in the market now? Jiang Guomin asked impatiently with a smile on his face when he saw Feng Ruixian had finished looking at it. Feng Ruixian pondered for a moment, and everyone became nervous following his expression. Look, Master Feng has become serious. This is incredible. I bet it's at least 8 million. While everyone was talking, Feng Ruixian said in a deep voice, Mr. Jiang, I think this painting is worth. Har har har. Jiang Guomin couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, Feng Ruixian's second half of the sentence made Jiang Guomin's laughter stop abruptly, and he coughed violently a few times due to being out of breath. 100 yuan. Feng Ruixian's voice spread throughout the exhibition hall. $100. Jiang Guomin was dumbfounded, and a group of people were also stunned. Jiao Yang looked the most shocked. I spent more than 2 million to buy it, and it's only worth 100 yuan. Are you kidding me? Is this Master Feng? It must be fake. Master Feng, please don't joke with me. This is Tang Bohu's Spring Mountain Companion picture, an authentic painting. Jiang Guomin's forehead was also covered with cold sweat. He emphasized the word authentic painting. Feng Ruixian laughed twice and explained, then I tell you, this painting is fake. Fake. All of a sudden, everyone in the exhibition hall was in an uproar. It's actually fake. Impossible. How could it be fake? Several of us saw it last time, it's real. Jiang Guomin defended, although I'm not as famous as Master Feng, I can still tell whether a painting is real or not. How could it be fake? Feng Ruixiang knew that the other party would not believe it, so he began to analyze the painting on the spot. This painting is so realistic that it's okay if you can't tell the difference. But if you look closely, you can see that the lines of the characters are not full enough, and there are obvious gaps between the lines and colors. These are defects caused by machine repair, and they are very subtle. Most people really can't see them. Everyone in the exhibition hall suddenly understood after listening to Feng Ruixiang's explanation. It turns out to be a fake painting. Jiang Guomin, you are really too mean. That's right, after all this time, they made a fake painting to show us. What the hell is that? All of a sudden, the crowd's dissatisfaction dissipated, and Jiang Guomin's face was filled with shame and tension. How could it be fake? How is that possible? Gao Yang stood at the side, frowning, and glanced at Chen Ping in the corner. Suddenly, he pulled Jiang Guomin's arm and whispered in his ear, "Uncle Jiang, could it be that Chen Ping took the wrong painting?" Got the wrong one. Jiang Guomin immediately came to his senses. It must be true, Chen Ping must have taken the wrong one. Jiang Guomin ignored the scolding and walked up to Chen Ping. He slapped him again and shouted angrily, "Chen Ping, did you bring your fake painting here? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me?" Jiang Guomin was very angry. He had hoped that this would increase his fame after organizing his own solo exhibition, which was not easy to do. But now, there has been such a huge misunderstanding. It's so embarrassing. After all, Jiang Guomin is a well-known figure in the circle. So, he vented all his anger on Chen Ping. When Feng Ruixiang saw this scene, he became furious and wanted to step forward to stop it, but Chen Ping just glared at him coldly. Then, Chen Ping hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Dad. I took the wrong one. I'll go back and get it again." "Why don't you go now?" Jiang Guomin was furious. His eyes turned cold. How could I have such a useless son-in-law? Gao Yang stood behind Jiang Guomin, with a sinister smile on his face, full of provocation. Seeing Chen Ping running out, Gao Yang continued to whisper in his ear, "Uncle Jiang, I think Chen Ping must have done it on purpose. He is not convinced by you. You are his father-in-law after all, and he actually embarrassed you in such an important occasion. It's simply humph. He is a piece of trash. When I get back, I will ask Jiang Wan to divorce him." Jiang Guomin interrupted Gao Yang directly, full of anger. Gao Yang was extremely happy. His goal had been achieved. He secretly clenched his fists, feeling very excited. Har har, Jiang Wan will be my woman soon. Just after Chen Ping left, Jiang Guomin said to everyone apologetically, "I'm sorry, I got the wrong painting. I've asked my son-in-law to go back and get it again." Jiang Guomin kept apologizing, so naturally someone asked, "Old Jiang, how could you have taken the wrong painting? Could it be that you have two more paintings of Spring Mountain Companion?" Just as Jiang Guomin was about to speak, Gao Yang explained with a smile, "This is what happened. It was Uncle Jiang's birthday a few days ago. Uncle Jiang's son-in-law, Chen Ping, and I prepared gifts, but they were both Spring Mountain Companion picture. This fake painting was bought by Uncle Jiang's son-in-law from the antique market and given to Uncle Jiang. As for the real painting, I spent 2 million to buy it from a friend and gave it to Uncle Jiang, but Chen Ping, that idiot, took it by mistake." After some explanation, everyone understood the general idea. All of a sudden, everyone in the exhibition hall began to ridicule Chen Ping. There are people like this. They buy calligraphy and paintings from the ancient literature market and give them to their father-in-law. How shabby that is. Hey, you know that Jiang Guomin's son-in-law is a loser, and everyone in this area knows that. I think Gao Yang is a nice guy, and Jiang Guomin's daughter is pretty. They should be a good couple." In the crowd, Feng Ruixiang's face became increasingly gloomy when he heard these discussions. How could these guys know that Mr. Chen is a top rich second generation who invested 2 billion in one go? Feng Ruixiang also figured out what the real and fake paintings were. The painting he gave to Mr. Chen was a real painting, but it was mistaken for a fake by the powerful Jiang Guomin. The fake became real, and the real became a fake painting that everyone despised. The painting that Chen Ping was going to get was naturally the real painting that he had given to him. However, after what Gao Yang said just now, everyone thought that the pair that Chen Ping was going to take was given by Gao Yang. Feng Ruixiang touched his chin, a faint sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. All right. Then let Gao Yang, who doesn't know how to behave, save some face and let Mr. Chen vent his anger. Not long after, Chen Ping brought back another painting. Zheng Tai has been blending in with the crowd, watching silently. Jian Guomin personally walked over, snatched the painting from his arms, and cursed, "Waste! Get out of here! I'll deal with you when I get back." Chen Ping sighed helplessly, laughed dryly twice, and stood aside. Draw and unfold again. Jian Guomin invited Feng Ruixiang to take another look at the painting. "Master Feng, please take a look. This is the authentic one." Feng Ruixiang looked at it carefully, nodding and praising it. "Wonderful, this is the original. It's Tang Bohu's original work." After these words were spoken, Jian Guomin's emotions were in ups and downs, and he couldn't suppress a smile on his face. However, the next sentence stunned everyone in the exhibition hall. "Mr. Gao Yang, are you sure this painting is the one you bought from your friend?" Feng Ruixiang looked at the smug Gao Yang with a smile.